Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 221, Fire Lord for a week 2. A soft rumble, followed by a deafening roar. Sokka wasn't easily stirred awake in the middle of the night, but the storm reigning over the Fire Nation capital was far too noisy to ignore. He opened his eyes slightly, glancing at the draped windows. Flashes of lightning drifted through the fabric. The loud thunder had been responsible for his return to consciousness. The bolt might have landed close by, for he was certain he'd felt vibrations shaking the bed. Yet the woman in his arms was completely unaffected by the Fire Nation's fickle weather. Sokka smiled warmly as he gazed at her, their naked bodies pressed together underneath her royal bed's crimson blanket. Was she so used to the storms that she was completely immune to the noise caused by lightning? Or was she simply so attuned to it, as a bender, that she could ignore it with ease? Either way, she slept tenderly against him, her face smooth and serene. The light that drifted through the closed curtains wasn't enough to illuminate her face as well as Sokka would like, yet the occasional flash of lightning would highlight her features, and he would sigh in unrestrained bliss for it every time. From the moment he had met her, he had been floored by her beauty, and in the early days of their partnership he often kicked himself for his inevitable attraction towards her. That beauty only increased with each new encounter they had, with each new side of Azula he learned about. Eventually, he hadn't even cared to punish himself for being so weak against her charms, for he was falling in love with her. After all this time, he could hardly remember why he had ever tried to fight against those feelings. He had never experienced happiness like that which he felt by her side. She breathed slowly against him, her natural warmth enveloping him in an unusually chilly night in the tropical Fire Nation. His fingers trailed gently over her cheek, as he mischievously wondered if he ought to wake her, for a reprise of their earlier fun. What time was it? It wasn't easy to tell in the darkness of her room, let alone when the storm was still raging. On second thought, no, he couldn't interrupt her sleep any more than he already had. She needed her rest, nowadays more than ever. She had very important duties to uphold, and he couldn't tire her out through the night, no matter how much she enjoyed it. If Azula was a successful interim Fire Lord, he would have no end of chances to wake her up halfway through the night for devious purposes once they had relocated to the Earth Kingdom. He couldn't stop smiling whenever he remembered what their future held in store, a life with Azula, without Oze's shadow, whether the literal one or the dem-assassin that, fortunately, seemed to have traveled with the Fire Lord on his trip, according to Azula, looming over their heads. They would do right by the people of the Earth Kingdom, who needed it so direly. They'd have enough power to change the world into a better place, starting with the massive continent. To think it'd be but a taste of what life would be like once Azula was Fire Lord, permanently. He shouldn't be so greedy, thinking about the future that much when the present was absolutely delightful as it was, especially with Azula pressing against him snugly in her sleep, her bare breasts against his chest. Yet his mind often had drifted off towards the future, just as it had when their relationship had reached the heights of intimacy. Never before had the reality of Azula's future as Fire Lord been as close within their reach as it was right now. It was impossible just yet, Sokka knew, but she would definitely end slavery once she had the chance to, and she would see to it that true-born Fire Nation citizens would respect honorary ones just as well. She had often talked about trade, too. Perhaps they could establish a treaty with the Southern Water Tribe, offering frequent shipments of food and goods so they could get by, whether in good or bad times alike. Surely that would warm up his family further to the love of his life. They would train every day, as they meant to do today. They would have dinner together, and breakfast, and lunch, and any snack breaks they wanted, and they would travel for fun, rather than over missions or gladiator fights. Come to think of it, would he continue to fight in the Gladiator League, once she became Fire Lord? He guessed she might like it if he did, yet she had been more worried than ever over his well-being during his fights as of late. If they could marry each other legally, he wouldn't need to serve as her gladiator to justify his presence by her side. It wasn't a thought he had allowed himself to ponder until now. He had taken for granted he would be fighting as a gladiator for as long as he had a future, but would he truly have to? Would Azula even want him to? Her hand, resting gently over his abdomen, was laid upon the scar she had cleansed ages ago off his body. She had fought hard, against all sorts of enemies and circumstances, even against Sokka himself, to protect his life. She wasn't likely to demand that he kept fighting in the ring for her, Yet Sokka found himself willing to do so, regardless of Azula's opinion. He hadn't always cherished his role as her champion, but he certainly did since a long time ago. Defending her against any threats was second nature to him as it was. 4 years ago, he would have never imagined himself thinking he could be genuinely proud of being her gladiator, but he was. He truly was. The Fire Lord's gladiator. He whispered softly, smiling to himself before pressing a light kiss to her brow. Has a nice ring to it. Might be they'll have to feature me in your big royal painting, huh? Ah, her royal painting. The court painters would be delighted to finally have a beautiful, amazing subject to depict in a regal artwork. It would be the best among the pictures that hung in the royal gallery, without a shred of a doubt. Sokka would see to it, if anything. Yes, after his latest failures at painting, he knew better than to insist he would be the one to paint Azula's royal portrait, but he could definitely oversee the process and ensure his beloved firebender was depicted as beautiful and glorious as she deserved to be. If they messed anything up, he'd make them redo it as many times as needed until they captured her likeness properly. Not that he would blame any painters entirely if they failed to depict Azula as she was. He smiled as he continued to gaze upon her features, still lit up on occasion by the bright lightning outside their safe haven. Could the hand of a human being ever depict Azula properly in an artwork? He had failed to do her justice the first time he'd drawn her, and he hadn't done much better than that in his later attempts. Yet he had cherished her body thoroughly tonight. They had stripped each other naked and bathed together, and his hands had groped her most greedily at every opportunity. They had proceeded to make love again in her bed, and he had held her closely as their bodies joined, their souls colliding closely until they were one and the same. He sighed happily before remembering why he had let himself recall their nightly affairs. He had touched her everywhere, just as she had guided his hands over her body back when they were in Shujing. He had done the same today, just as attentively as he had that day in Shujing. Could he dare paint her now? Would he be able to depict her properly this time? Oh, it wasn't likely, but it might be fun to try. He kissed her brow softly, then her cheek, then her lips, and he pulled away most unwillingly, climbing off the mattress subtly. Azula barely shifted at first, but by the time Sokka had walked across her spacious room, ambling towards her desk, he heard her stirring and flinched. Had he woken her? Curses, he sure hoped he hadn't. He glanced over his shoulder. Azula had changed positions, but she hadn't woken up so far. She had rolled over, lying face down just where Sokka had been moments ago. The blanket had ridden down her body, exposing her flank down to her waist as she instinctively sought his warmth, his presence. As soon as he had pulled away, his heart yearned for her on a constant basis, but it damn near pained him now as he gazed at the extraordinary woman he loved. As cruel and cold as she showed herself to those she distrusted, as daunting as she might be to those whose respect she was striving to earn, as far as Sokka could tell, the truth was that Azula had a purity to herself, an innocence she was completely unaware of. Perhaps he wouldn't be painting her grand royal portrait, but perhaps he could try to capture that purity instead? Sokka didn't have to look through many cabinets before finding an empty parchment he could use as a canvas. A thin brush loaded very lightly with ink ought to do for his purposes, too. He started by drawing a very careful contour, constantly glancing at the slumbering princess behind him whenever he needed to ensure a curve or a straight line were as they ought to be. The darkness didn't help matters much, naturally, so he found one of the oil lanterns she kept in her room, the ones he had often used when running back home through the tunnels underground. It took him but a moment to light it, and he placed it beside himself, his frame obstructing the lantern's glow so Azula wouldn't be woken by that brightly burning fire. After the base was finished, Sokka breathed deeply and focused on the face. He could only see one of her eyes as she lay face down. The angle of her nose might not be that easy to recreate, so he had to be careful, or he might mess up all his work so far. This was, of course, the perfect excuse to approach his sleeping lover and detail her beautiful face more closely. He leaned lightly towards her, smiling as the love-struck fool he knew himself to be, and he dared kiss her cheek very subtly before returning to his work. The brush was smooth, easy to use. It glided over the paper at Sokka's behest, without leaving uneven stains on it. He tugged his wrist in the directions needed, finishing the nose, then moving to the lightly parted lips. It wasn't a good idea to look at those up close. He always wanted to kiss them so damn much, and he might wake her if he did it with the intensity the act deserved. and her closed eyes next. Then the curtain of hair, flowing freely down her back and over the pillow. Ugh, the pillow. He hadn't drawn the background yet, but he'd have to get to it eventually. He sighed, letting his brush hover over his depiction of Angela's exposed body, a line over the center of her back, running down her spine. The spot where the skin at the bottom of her breast joined the rest of her torso, and whatever he could see of her waist, as well as the arch of her rear. He blushed as he wondered if he ought to finish that one by memory, seeing as the blanket covered her lower body, but no, he shouldn't go that far. This was, he knew, a suggestive enough artwork already. To think of what could happen if it fell in the wrong hands, he shuddered, shaking his head to chase away such dark thoughts. Maybe he'd doodle her gown over her after he was finished with the body, that way it'd be less risky, but for now he had to focus, or else he'd never finish, and he was so close, too. A new glance at the bed revealed it was empty. Sokka's heart fell and raced wildly simultaneously. He didn't have enough time to register what her sudden absence meant, or to ponder whether she'd find his latest stunt utterly disgusting or flattering instead. "What are you doing?" Her tempered voice came from his left. It was familiar, welcome, and he knew it by heart, yet he nearly jumped 2 feet into the air while pulling the half-finished artwork to his chest. "Hey Angela!" he squeaked, his cheeks flushing as she studied him with narrow eyes. "I didn't realize you were awake." Awake and displeased, if you must know," she said, raising her eyebrows haughtily as she crossed her arms over her chest. As ever, the gesture highlighted her naked breasts, ensuring Sokka would be enraptured by them. Where she had done it by accident in the past, this time Sokka had the mild suspicion she was tempting him most deliberately, regardless of her declared irritation. Wait, displeased," he said, forcing himself to glance up at her eyes instead. "You heard me," she said, stubbornly. "How many times must you do this to me, I wonder?" Well, I didn't think you'd mind that much, but I guess it's just no good, is it?" Sokka mumbled quietly, still holding the parchment against his skin. "No, it's no good at all," Angela said, closing her eyes and shaking her head. "What's the point of spending the night with me if you'll be out of bed by the time I wake up?" Wait, what? That's what you're upset about?" Sokka asked, blinking blankly. Angela's eyebrow twitched. "Is there another reason why I ought to be upset?" she asked, plainly. "And not really. I mean, well, maybe. But hey, I really had hoped to be done before you woke up, and I was going to get right back under the covers with you. I mean it," Sokka said, though he sighed and hung his head afterwards. "It's only, well, I got a very crazy and impulsive idea after I was woken by some thunder. Though after this, I guess it's really stupid. I'm sorry." "An idea?" Angela repeated, raising an eyebrow as she finally paid attention to the paper he held against his chest. "It's nothing. Never mind, let's go back to, hey." "No need to see it, Angela, really." As much as he complained, the princess was already lunging for the secretive artwork he had hoped to protect from her. To his relief, there was a hint of a smile dancing over her lips as she clasped his hands, hoping to make him release the paper by force, if need be. She couldn't be that mad if she was smiling, right? "What on earth did you do now, she asked. Sokka groaned, careful not to wrinkle the paper too much as he defended himself against her. "You'll think it's bad and dumb, so don't worry. I'll burn it and you'll never have to see it at all. For that matter you could give it to me, and I'd burn it for you," Angela said, beaming as she continued to struggle with Sokka. "Come on, why so protective? I've already seen your haiku before, as well as your art. What could you possibly have done this time that might be worse than that, Hey. You liked the haiku enough to keep them. Doesn't mean they were good. I wanted to blackmail you with them, remember?" Angela smirked. By then, her clever plan was coming to fruition. Sokka stumbled backwards over one of the steps that led to her bed, suspended on a small dais as it was. He lost his footing, managing to retain his balance clumsily for instants before falling on the untidy mattress, and his grip over the paper loosened after he landed heavily on the bed. Just the right opportunity to claim it for herself. "No. Angela!" Sokka yelped, but the princess had caught the paper and dashed out of his reach. spreading the unfinished artwork as she turned to face the lit lantern. She stopped walking, and she fell silent. Sokka's heart sank, and he jumped out of the bed again. Despite his legs trembled now, she'd be so appalled, wouldn't she? How had he dared paint her naked without her awareness? Oh, he was the worst, certainly the worst, and she would never forgive him for it. It was probably a terrible depiction too, wasn't it? Who was he kidding when he had hoped to depict his beloved princess at her most inoffensive, tender state? So, that's what you were up to? Azula asked, her voice carrying that tone of deceptive calm that harbored a storm far stronger than that waging outside the room. Sokka flinched. I'm sorry. I get it, it's awful, I bet I got 1,000 things wrong and it's tasteless too. I did think I could draw clothes over you, though. So, you know, maybe I could fix it that way. Clothes? Azula repeated, glancing back at Sokka with an undecipherable stare. He froze and dropped his hands, falling to his knees in utter, pitiful defeat. You know what? Never mind. I have no excuse, and I suck at art, he said, grimacing. Go ahead, I'm ready to be punished. Ha, how very submissive of you, Azula smirked at last, shaking her head. Well, if you're that ready, do me a favor and climb back into bed, will you? Sokka sighed and nodded, following with her request. To his surprise, by the time she joined him, the artwork wasn't in her hands anymore. Had she burned it so fast he hadn't even noticed? Oh, as much as he knew it couldn't be that good, he had hoped to improve on it some more, so much for his best painting yet. Sorry, he sighed. Azula huffed, shaking her head as she sat beside him. I've always told you apologies don't suit you half as well as you think they do, she said, her hands pulling at him to lie down higher on the bed. Sokka frowned but complied. What sort of punishment was this supposed to be? Still, I'm sorry you woke up because I wasn't with you, he said. Azula huffed. Do it again at any point this week and I'll have to trial myself for slave mistreatment, she said, though her voice was teasing, to his relief. He smiled weakly. For doing what, exactly? He asked. Probably, tying a gladiator to my bed. She said, biting her lip as she reached up to touch his chin. Sokka snorted. How's that mistreatment? He asked. Are you going to use a bad rope that bites into my skin, maybe? And put up with your complaints about it for years afterwards? No, thank you, Azula smirked. I have more than enough smooth and strong silk I can use to tie you up. Heh. Sounds good to me, Sokka chuckled. Why would you be tried for anything, then? If I find it agreeable. My maids might find it most distressing to enter my room in the morning to find you in such a complicated situation, is all, Azula said, with a dramatic sigh as she angled Sokka's face from side to side. He, naturally, laughed at the scenario she was crafting for him. They'll definitely denounce me to the enforcers, and then the enforcers will have to keep me in custody until it's time for me to hold my own trial. So very logical, huh? Sokka said, chuckling as Azula smiled and moved down his body. What are you doing now? Why, nothing you need to concern yourself with. Not after your latest stunt, anyhow, Azula said, her hands moving over his chest and abdomen. She bit her lip appreciatively, making no excuses as she caressed his muscular body. She only stopped at his legs, flexing one carefully, while keeping the other one extended. Once that was done, she reached for his hands. She placed one over his chest, and the other beside his body, the palm facing upwards. Then she nodded approvingly and, to Sokka's confusion, she climbed off the bed again. Azula. Don't move, Sokka, she said, with her most menacing glare, yet he could see mischief brewing behind those clever eyes even before she smirked proudly at him. What? He said, smiling slowly as the princess returned to the desk. To his surprise, the artwork was still there, spread, exposed and open for Azula to see. Are you trying to fix it again? Like you fixed my silly painting at Ty Lee's wedding. I am fixing it, but not the way I did that day. No, Azula said, smiling. Stay put, or else. Sure thing, or else. Sokka mumbled bitterly, though he smiled and relaxed on the bed all the same. He glanced at her often, watching her working steadily. Her eyes met his on occasion, and she answered his questioning, raised eyebrows with a proud smirk every time. As late as it was, and as tired as they ought to be, Sokka wasn't quite so foolish as to misunderstand why Azula would be so adamant that he had to lie down where he was, without moving, though it was difficult to believe anyways. Could she truly be finishing his work by adding him into the picture? His heart raced just to imagine it. She did say she was fixing it in a different way than before, after all. Could it be, then? The anticipation kept him on the verge of jumping off the bed to glance at her work for the better part of 20 minutes. Azula rose to her feet by then, however, smiling proudly at her work. Much better now, she said, stepping closer as Sokka sat up briskly on the bed. She raised the artwork, showing it to Sokka, and his racing heart was proven right, as he should have known it would be. He laughed in amazed disbelief. She hadn't changed anything about his depiction of her, only completing the parts Sokka hadn't been able to. And now the Azula he had sketched so carefully had been joined by a Sokka with loose hair, atop whom she rested most comfortably on her bed, a hand holding his hand delicately positioned over her back to keep her in place. Here I hoped you'd tweak yourself a little too, Sokka chuckled. Azula huffed. Whatever for? She smiled, rolling the artwork into a light scroll. Keep this up and I might even take you up on that offer to paint me for my big Fire Lord portrait, when the time comes. You sure? Sokka chuckled. Well, try not to draw me naked for that one, Azula said, raising an eyebrow as Sokka laughed. I mean, the idea is for future generations to gaze upon my magnificence as they stroll in the gallery, and I don't think I want our potential future children to see naked drawings of their mother. They won't, Sokka chuckled, pushing himself up to his feet to scoop Azula into a hug. I'm glad you didn't hate it, though. I should have asked if it was okay to draw that, and I shouldn't have done it when you wanted to wake up with me. Well, I wasn't that mad, not really, Azula smiled, though I will be, if you do this again. Tread lightly, Gladiator, or else. I know, tied to your bed. Frankly, I can't see the downside to that just yet, but alright, Sokka said, smirking as Azula laughed and pushed him to the bed gently. You'll take this home, by the way, she said, raising the closed scroll in his direction as she walked backwards, to her desk. I won't keep something so incriminating in my room. My maids don't usually go through my stuff, as far as I know, aside from my closet and laundry, but I'd rather no one finds a painting of us in such a compromising position. Alright. Alright. We can pin it to my bedroom wall, Sokka said, beaming as he sat on the edge of the mattress. Azula had been in the middle of tucking the scroll safely into a cabinet when she whipped her head up again quickly. Doesn't Song usually fix your room for you? She asked. Sokka blinked blankly. True, he said, stretching across the bed with an awkward grin. Guess it's not the best idea either. Dang, well, maybe we'll have a place for it when we have our fortress in the Earth Kingdom. Or maybe we should keep it in a nice, secret place so no one else can know where to look for it but us. Azula suggested, closing the cabinet and returning to him. It seems more reasonable to me, but if you want to show off that you've been naked with me so badly. I don't need to show off about that. Sokka chuckled. Azula smirked, climbing atop him on the bed, straddling him while being in all fours. Don't you, now? She asked, leaning in and pressing a kiss to his lips. Here, I thought you wanted to shout to the whole world that you loved me and always will. I already did that, didn't I? Sokka said, with a proud smirk. I'd think it means I've showed off plenty as it is. Certainly, Azula smiled, dropping atop him carelessly, their bodies ever fit comfortably well together, meeting with a light slapping sound. She kissed him again, softly at first, but when he parted his lips she took the opening as an opportunity. Her hands sought his face, his hair as soft as ever when her fingers brushed through it. She sighed in bliss upon each kiss, moaning as Sokka's hands proved far more agile and mischievous than her own. You know, she whispered, once they parted. Sokka hummed, kneading her left buttock gently. Your hair's getting kind of long. Is it? He asked, smiling into another quick kiss. Want me to cut it? Or, do you want to cut it for me? Actually, Azula said, pulling away just to admire him. Cleverness played in her eyes, perfectly accompanying the desire that shone through them. I like it just fine this way. Oh, you do? Sokka asked, amused. More of your impossibly nice and soft hair to play with, or to pull while you weave your wonders upon me? Azula asked, nudging him gently by prodding his nose with hers. Sokka snickered, sounds like the right idea to me, husband. They ought to have tried to fall asleep by now, but their latest artistic venture had consequences neither one could avoid. The heat in their kisses increased, even if they had meant to lie leisurely on the bed instead. Their bodies swayed together, seeking more warmth and comfort as they moaned into each other's lips. And you were so keen on making sure I got proper rest tonight. Azula snickered, her brow pressed to Sokka's. He sighed guiltily, his fingers trailing gently over her cheek. I did want you to rest, I didn't expect I'd wake you with what I did, he whispered. It's a lot of fun to paint with you, though. We ought to schedule our painting sessions for a more reasonable hour next time, Azula suggested. Sokka snorted, leaning down to nibble on her neck. There's not enough hours in the day for us to schedule all the things you're supposed to do, Fire Lord Azula, Sokka teased her, his lips and teeth teasing her as pleasantly as possible. Azula sighed, arching into his mouth gladly. True enough, maybe after this week's done, then. She said, with a leisurely grin, even if everything goes perfectly smoothly, we'll need some time to plan our big relocation. Could be nice to work on a painting or two to pass the time and release our stress, right? There's a lot of nice things we can do to release our stress. Sokka said, and one of his hands traveled to Azula's rear anew. She smiled knowingly. Right, like training. Which we're supposed to do today, she said. Sokka snorted but shrugged. I'd say the better way to release stress is more than obvious. We were at it yesterday more times than I dare count, after all, he snickered, raising his head to steal a kiss from her lips, and I don't know about you, but I could go for another tumble right now. Could you, really? Azula smiled. I don't know if we should, would we have enough time before dawn breaks? Beats me. Is it going to be dawn soon? Sokka asked, frowning. I think so. Actually, Azula said, blinking blankly before climbing off her bed, moving towards her bedroom's nearest window. She didn't reel back the closed curtain, it was unthinkable to do so when she was as blatantly naked as she was, but she ventured a quick peek through them, to find the skies outside weren't black but gray. A light rain drizzled over the palace terrains, but judging by the darkness of those clouds, chances were the storm would reignite soon. Still, that wasn't what mattered, it was later than they realized, and as much as Azula hated to see him go, it was better if Sokka returned home now. I don't think the sun has risen yet, but it will soon, she said, returning to Sokka with a sad grimace. It's probably safer if you take off. Not even a quickie. Sokka pouted. Azula snorted and chuckled. I promise I'll leave right after. One would think you've gotten no action over years, you persistent gladiator, Azula said, stopping at the edge of the bed. Sokka had taken to sitting there, his legs dangling over the side of the mattress as he gazed at Azula longingly. She took his face in her hands, caressing him gently as his head came to rest right between her breasts. You're sorely mistaken if you think I can ever get enough of this amazing body of yours. Sokka groaned, pressing his face further into her chest, his arms reeling her in closer yet. Happily mistaken, if anything, Azula corrected him, stroking his hair. Come now, surely we'll be at it again tonight. If we need to blow off steam during the day, we can always sneak into another secret room in the palace. And, of course, if you hurry up, you could even have breakfast with me once you come back. Ah. Sokka said, raising his head to smirk at her. Still, the smile froze on his face as he pondered that possibility. Well, I'd love to do that. But that means I have to run through the tunnels, all the way to my house to change into fresh clothes first. Yeah. Azula said. And then run back here across the streets, in plain sight for everyone. What's wrong with that? Azula asked. He answered wordlessly, by pulling away from Azula and gesturing at his crotch. The princess snorted, covering her mouth with a hand as Sokka smiled awkwardly, his cheeks heating up. It wouldn't be the first time I can't act on my boner's whims, I know, but running around the whole city with an erection doesn't sound like fun, he said, with a sad sigh. Wear your waistcloth, it might conceal your package properly, Azula teased him, leaning close to press her brow to his. I'm the one who's sorry now, though. I'm pretty sure I promised I wouldn't do this sort of thing to you ever again. You didn't do it intentionally, or deliberately, so I forgive you for it this time, Sokka smirked. Still mad about that fight, Sokka? And here I thought I'd made it up to you later. Azula smirked, her forearms resting on his shoulders. He huffed, and he buried his face between her breasts again, groaning voraciously as Azula laughed. Wicked, beautiful, sensual princess. He groaned, startling her when his fingers trailed mischievously over her flanks, causing her to twist unto herself and jump out from his reach. She would often let him tickle her as he pleased, but she wasn't about to let him get away with it so easily this time, and Sokka only smirked, his wiggling fingers threatening to catch her once again. All warnings and dangers were easily forgotten when their banter overcame their common sense, and then the call back to reality would feel like a meteorite striking the ground at full speed. Azula froze where she stood, past her bed's short dais, when she caught the sound of footsteps down her room's corridor. That her enthusiasm would vanish so quickly told Sokka they were in danger. He leapt from the bed, waiting for Azula to react with anything other than flooring panic. They're too early, Azula whispered, glancing at the door, but, it's got to be my maids, Sokka. Shit, he said, gritting his teeth as he glanced about the room. His clothes had been left behind in a trail that led to the bathroom, and the same was true for Azula's nightgown. There was no way he'd be presentable yet, not to mention no way his presence could be excused at such early hours in Azula's room, even if he hadn't been stark naked. Azula dashed to the bathroom, gesturing at the carpet-hidden trapdoor. Sokka rolled the carpet as ever, but the trapdoor was closed. There was no way to open it from outside without fire-bending, and the only fire-bender nearby was in the bathroom, so. A knock on the metal door. Sokka flinched, glancing about himself with unrestrained paranoia. Good thing Azula had locked the door last night, but he needed a place to hide, fast. Her closet was too crowded, and chances were the servants would search for her daily clothes in it. Finding a naked man inside it would be terrifying. The bathroom wasn't a good idea either, they might inspect it or so. The dining room? The table wasn't that tall, and he would fit underneath it. Princess? Are you awake? Azula returned to her room to find Sokka dashing into her dining room. She raised her hands in a disbelieving gesture, her arms covered in clothes that she carried slung over her forearms, as Sokka crawled under the table. He glanced at her, once hidden under the shroud of the table's shadows in the already dark room. They had no time left, and he would be safe enough here, right? As long as he was quiet, no one should notice him. Azula pursed her lips but rushed towards him, dropping his clothes before him so he could conceal them too. She had draped herself with her nightgown already, though it hung open, rushing to collect everything as she was. You have to be quiet and still, more than you ever have been, you hear me? She hissed. Sokka groaned but nodded. Shit, I don't even understand why they're. Princess, we're sorry to be so early, but the Fire Lord asked us to see to it that you woke before the sunrise. Hyland's latest words brought an unbridled snarl to Azula's face. She shook her head, rolling her eyes as she rose to her feet. Well, at least she could pretend she was too tired to get up and open the door right away, which gave her enough of an opening to fix her appearance. At the very least, to cover up the countless love bites that Sokka had left across her neck and cleavage. She tightened the sash of her nightgown and rushed to her dresser. Never before had she done such a sloppy, quick cover-up job, but she had no choice as she tried her best not to panic under Hyland's calls. She'd spent enough time stalling that Sokka could have been safely underground by now, even. She groaned as she finished, hoping she hadn't missed any spots, and she shook her head so her loose hair would help cover her appearance further. She muffled the fire in the lantern at a distance, for it had been running ever since Sokka had started it, during his artistic spree, and finally she stopped at the door, breathing out slowly to reel her body back into control. She just had to act believably drowsy. Azula reached for the doorknob and undid the lock, finally pulling the door open. Predictably, Hyland stood behind it, ever shining her most insincere smiles upon Azula. My father ordered you to start my day earlier, then? Azula asked, her tone resigned rather than confrontational. Hyland's smile grew slightly more genuine for it. No sign of immediate retaliation from the princess over being woken too early was a rather lucky break. Yes, we know you must be tired, but we hoped you would forgive us. It truly was his command. Hyland said, nodding as the servants filed into the room, as dutifully as ever. Never before had Angela felt so self-aware in the middle of her morning routines. The servants worked as they ever did, collecting Angela's laundry, laying out her daily clothes, organizing whatever appeared to be out of place within the large bedroom. To Angela's chagrin, she had neglected to put away the ink and brush they'd used while painting earlier, but the maids merely stashed them in their proper places without asking any questions. Perhaps they thought she had stayed awake late into the night, writing reports, that is, if they even bothered pondering why the ink and brush were out of place at all. The ones bringing her meal arrived shortly afterwards, and Angela tensed up immediately. Sokka remained hidden safely under the table, but it might help if she stood close by as well, covering him, and the clothes he hadn't even dared put on yet, from anyone's potential field of vision. She walked to the annex dining room nonchalantly, stopping right in front of Sokka. The servants placed her breakfast tray delicately before her favored seat. Angela nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes falling upon the glass of juice she had been given. She needed to brew today's tea, but she'd only do so after the servants were gone, as she always did ever since Iroha's close call. She had no doubts she'd need her daily dose, especially after the countless excesses she'd indulged in with Sokka lately. "Do enjoy your meal, Princess," Hylan said, offering Angela her usual meek smile before leaving the room, followed by the rest of the servant retinue. Some were empty-handed, others carried Angela's laundry. Within moments, everyone was gone, and the door was closed behind them. Angela waited 10 more seconds before sighing in relief, nearly slumping as she dropped on her chair. Below her, Sokka released a breath in the same manner. "I can't believe we got away with that," Angela said breathlessly. Sokka, despite the dangers, chuckled, pressing his face to her bare calf. "Neither can I. How much time do we have until they return?" he asked. "They won't come back until I've left the room," Angela said, "so we won't have much cause for concern right now. Still, if we want to spend the whole day together, as planned, you still have to leave and come back, so." "Right," Sokka said, pressing a soft kiss to her inner thigh. "Well, that was bold and adventurous of him," Angela frowned, noticing her nightgown had ridden up when she had taken her seat, enough to expose more of her legs than she had intended. Or perhaps it was something she ought to blame on her feisty lover? "What do you think you're doing?" she asked, raising her eyebrows even though he couldn't possibly see her. The low chuckle that reached her ears sent shivers down her spine. He had no right to make such erotic sounds, not when they were supposed to be busy right now. They had a whole day of serious work ahead. Angela had to be the perfect picture of royalty. Yet here she was, spreading her legs instinctively to the man kissing them mischievously. "Dunno what I'm doing, but you seem to like it just fine," Sokka said, with a sing-song voice. Angela tried to muffle a moan but failed. "Curse it, Sokka, we don't have time for this," Angela said, her eyes falling upon her food. Yes, food, it was time for breakfast. Perhaps, if she offered him some, he'd stay put. But truthfully, did she want him to? "I'll be quick about it, Angela," he replied, hooking his fingers around the hem of her underwear after his hands reached into her robe. What a fool she was for raising herself slightly on the chair, enabling him to tug the intimate garment down her legs, joining his own clothes within moments. What an utter fool, slumping in her chair and exposing her soaked core for him to take. Sokka proved his words were true. His hands stroked her legs, but his mouth found her exposed clit and he toyed with it immediately, startling the princess that squirmed on the chair before him. He flicked at it with his tongue, swaying the nub from side to side until her scent and taste overwhelmed him. His lips wrapped around her flesh and he offered her a lengthy, slow suck that found Angela punching the table as she pressed her other fist to her mouth. The blow on the table worried Sokka briefly. Was she angry for his latest mischief? Did she really want him to stop? All such doubts were dispelled when her body rode lower down the chair, her legs fully spread. If he had any questions left about what she wanted, she had answered them long before he could formulate them. A devious smirk crossed his features, and he glanced at her from below before digging in once more. He flattened his tongue, running it over her folds greedily, and then he stiffened it, poking at her weakest spots with the tip. She released a breath loud and slowly over the former, and moaned pitifully while shivering against him with the latter. Doing this at her table was so filthy. This had been her room for so long, and she usually would eat by herself in this very dining room. While she had certainly daydreamed about sharing her food with her future husband in her younger years, she definitely hadn't expected the food to go forgotten while said husband devoured her core, hands massaging her legs expertly as she hissed and groaned in response to his arousing motions. Yet, perhaps because of how unthinkable this was, she was growing just as aroused as she had been the previous day, in the throne room. Oh, if this was what life would be like with Sokka once they were living in the Earth Kingdom, their relocation couldn't happen soon enough. If her breakfast had to go interrupted, she wanted it to be because of the most delightful oral sex her lover could provide her, just like this. Her hand dropped from the table to find his luscious hair, she fisted it, urging him to close in on her clit once more, and Sokka groaned at the light yanking of his hair. One of his own hands grew more adventurous, rising over her flat belly until it reached one of her full breasts. As much as she had moaned before, now her sounds were even more careless, regardless of the hand she kept over her mouth. To hell with decorum and common sense. The warmth of Sokka's breath against her sopping wet skin was driving her mad with desire, and the teasing of his tongue pushed her to the heights of arousal she had reached so many times thanks to him. She thrusted lightly against his mouth, her body swaying in the most erotic manner Sokka had ever known, and he groaned while letting his hand travel across her body, fingers brushing off the makeup she had smeared over her many love bites. He had been far too tempted by the sight of her legs to control his impulses, but with Azula responding to his deviousness with such reckless moans and thrusts, he was growing to suspect his mischief would be rewarded with the tryst he had hoped for earlier. Come on, just a little higher and, ah. Yes. Azula hissed, her lower lip trapped between her teeth as she failed to stifle her cries of pleasure. Sokka had returned to her waiting clit, sucking it in slow but powerful jerks that sent Azula's mind swimming in the sweetest of blisses. Her chest heaved, and with it, his hand did too. The more he toyed with her hardened nipples, the closer she came to her finish. His hand, his mouth, his sensual sounds, his touch upon her thigh, all of it, paired with the absolute wrongness of the situation, shot through Azula's system as a wildfire spreading across a dry forest, her needs consuming every shred of common sense she should have been clinging to, yet she clung to his beautiful hair instead, to the strong body that nestled right between her legs. She couldn't take it anymore, not for a second. Her latest moan heralded the brutal climax her shivering body underwent. Sokka's senses were overwhelmed by her body's reaction, and his already sizable erection only threatened to grow larger yet as he relished in his wife's desperate cries. Her body hardly could translate so much excitement, he knew, for too often, whenever he finished inside her, he would feel the same way. He remained latched to her core, his tongue venturing inside the walls that twitched pleasantly against it. Her opening squeezed his tongue, and he groaned appreciatively at the light massage she offered him. He didn't stop until he felt her core was no longer contracting delightfully. He dared glance at Azula with his typical mischief, to find her red in the face, her chest heaving, her lips puckered out as she breathed through her mouth. Her eyes were narrow too, and Sokka knew the blood would return to her head soon enough. By the time it did, she wouldn't feel as agreeable about their situation as she did right now, he suspected. Oh, but even if she was mad at him, he couldn't possibly have enough of eating her out. The hand on his hair released him, and Azula stood up abruptly. Sokka bit his lip, anticipating the scolding of the century. What he certainly did not expect was for the princess to kneel before him, her eyes still dark with need. He only had an instant to register what was happening before Azula took him by surprise for the second time in a single day, diving in for a kiss that saw him falling on his back, right under the table. Azula. He whispered against her lips, and the princess moaned against him. And not enough, all your fault, too, because I was fine with waiting, but now. She said, shaking her head, now I'm all yours, and you're about to be mine, that's that. I've always been yours, Sokka smiled, and Azula cut him off from saying anything else with a new, voracious kiss. Whatever time Azula's servants had bought for her by waking her early was wasted that morning. She returned Sokka's favor without a shred of hesitation, and he had to bite the insides of his lips to contain the many sounds that threatened to pour out of him while her lips engulfed his shaft. And while the release he had longed for should have been enough, a release she welcomed in her mouth, no less, Sokka didn't stop there. It didn't matter how hard the floor was, or how uncomfortable it might be to lay together underneath a table. His manhood was sheathed deep inside the princess before either of them could regain a shred of rational thought, and they kissed deeply, moaning into each other's mouths until they were well and truly spent once more. No one suspected the crimes of passion they had committed. A few hours later, when the princess and her gladiator were seen sparring in the palace gardens, guards and servants alike, marching nearby or watching them from a distance, were too far away to find anything unusual in the genuine smiles they offered each other, nor did they seem to pick up on how their behavior was lined with flirting undertones. Said undertones didn't fade away once they were together in the spa, relaxing in cushions after cleaning up, barely holding back the urges to dismiss every worker and make the most of the spacious, comfortable location to find further pleasure and comfort at each other's expenses. If this was how each morning would begin, Angela was certain being Fire Lord would be far more agreeable than she had ever anticipated. No doubt, she'd have a lot of work to do later, handling the daily petitioners and trials at noon only to head to Ose's study right afterwards, but with Sokka's company for most of the day, she was at perfect ease with each new task before her. Her second day as Fire Lord appeared to be another great success, as her lover napped leisurely on the study's lounge while she worked on narrowing down possible prospects for handling the slave owner trials in the future. It was as she set down the documents of the fifth promising candidate that she heard a soft knocking on the study's door. "Come in," Angela called, her voice startling Sokka awake. Even before the door swung open, Angela suspected the identity of this new arrival, for the guard poised outside the door would always announce her visitors. If he didn't feel the need to do so now, surely it was just another guard. And which guard would be likely to drop by, as casually as this? Merely one glance at the Imperial Guard that crossed the door was enough to confirm Angela's suspicions, no matter if he was clad in full uniform. Even Sokka recognized him right away, grinning awkwardly as he endeavored to sit upright, in an unnecessary attempt to appear more dignified than he was. "Here," Ruishi announced, without even the slightest greeting, before dropping a small box on Sokka's lap. "I heard you were bored." Angela smiled as Sokka opened the box with unabashed interest. She had asked Ruishi to find disentanglement puzzles for Sokka earlier that day, after Sokka had complained about having nothing to do while he waited for Angela's trials and petitions to be finished. Ruishi had been tasked with guarding the throne room again, and as he had time off afterwards, he had been as efficient as ever about fulfilling the princess's request. "Oh. Well, now," Sokka said, eyes peeled as he studied the carved, wooden components of the puzzle. The affection in Angela's smile was obvious, perhaps too obvious. If anything, Ruishi stared at her pointedly until she realized his eyes were on her, and she tensed up immediately for it, her cheeks flushing. The former guard captain sighed, removing his helmet and placing it before her desk. "What? You're not about to lecture me, after all this time?" she asked. Ruishi huffed. "That you know I ought to do so speaks well of your conscience," he said, though he smirked slightly. "That's not it, however. I had something to do today, at the port. That's where I found the puzzle." "All right," Angela said, raising her eyebrows. "Strange for you to have some business in the docks, though. Is it anything I need to know?" "Not yet. I still have more digging to do, but once I have enough information on what I'm investigating, I'll be sure to share it with you," Ruishi said. Angela blinked blankly. "Then, whatever you're investigating is important to me?" she asked. "If so, why not share it already?" "Because I need to be sure I won't send you on a goose chase if you pursue my leads," Ruishi admitted. "This could be a dangerous investigation, whether if I'm right in my suspicions or wrong, so it's best if you're not involved just yet." "Then why are you telling me about it right now?" Angela asked. Ruishi shook his head. "I didn't mean to tell you about this, actually," he said, biting his lip. "While I was looking into this, in the harbor's Naval Coordination and Communication Office, I overheard that 2 Navy patrol ships have failed to report their positions since yesterday. Messenger hawks have been sent to locate them, but there's no response." Angela asked, her brow furrowing. "That's not particularly common," Ruishi said, extending a scroll towards Angela. "As I mentioned, I'd be returning to the palace. They asked me to bring you the report right away. And it has to happen just as I'm substituting my father." "Figures," Angela said, huffing and shaking her head. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention, though. Your business was in the Naval Coordination and Communication Office." "Yes, it was," Ruishi said, grimacing as though to beg Angela wordlessly not to ask anything else. The princess crooked an eyebrow. "You're being quite mysterious as of late, Ruishi, but thank you for being so dutiful, nonetheless, Angela said, her lips twisting into a teasing grin that faded quickly from her face. Have you heard of similar happenings before? About ships failing to report back, I mean. Not truly, Ruishi said, shaking his head. Could it be the work of pirates? Angela mused. Or, maybe two whole ships and their crews are deserting the navy? Their timing is brilliant, if so. The messenger hawks might have gotten caught up in the storms, Sokka suggested. Despite being hard at work with his new acquisition, he hadn't figured out the puzzle yet, but he hoped he was well on his way towards success already. There's been a lot of those lately, right? That's a thought too, Angela said, biting her lip. Ruishi nodded. At any rate, you have your puzzle, and you have your report, so if you won't need me anymore. Ruishi said, bowing his head as Angela nodded. Feel free to head on home, Angela said. Say hi to Song for us. I will, Ruishi said, grinning affectionately, much as Angela had earlier, at the thought of the woman he could barely wait to marry. Yet as he reached the door, thoughts of Song reminded him of the letter he had read the day before. By the way. Yes. Angela said. Ruishi swallowed hard, a hand already on the doorknob. Just. Lo and Lee sent you their greetings, he said, nodding in Angela's direction before ducking out of Ose's study. The words couldn't have been more unexpected, but Ruishi was gone too fast for Angela to digest them. She sat in place, blinking blankly at the closed door while Sokka tore his attention away from his puzzle as he glanced at her. You okay? He asked. Angela raised her eyebrows. I didn't know he was in touch with them, is all. Though it figures. I think they got along well, back when Lo and Lee were here, Angela said, frowning as her gaze lost its way to the horizon. It's been a while since you last saw them, hasn't it? Your old advisors? Sokka asked. Angela grunted softly. For good reason. I'm dead sure they'd never approve of us, she said, with a dry grin, not of our public closeness, let alone of our private intimacy if they knew about it, so. They were sticklers for tradition, from what you've said. Sokka said, with a sigh, might be all your progress and successes could have changed their views by now, don't you think? I can only hope you're right about that, Angela said, smiling a little more earnestly as she opened the report Ruishi had just delivered. Thoughts about Lo and Lee were easily dismissed in the face of the information before her, though. Angela's eyes narrowed as she studied the report thoroughly, an uneasy sensation surging in the pit of her stomach. The two missing ships had scheduled patrols in waters close to the Earth Kingdom shores, and they had failed to respond to up to 3 messages. Other ships near their position had reported no unusual happenings within the area, so it wasn't the product of a storm, Angela suspected, or of a shipwreck of any nature, since signs of a properly stocked and sunken ship would float over the sea for hours, if not days, afterwards. How bad is it? Sokka asked softly. Angela's foreboding, tense silence had wrenched his attention away from his puzzle again. The princess pressed her lips into a tight line for a moment before releasing a deep breath. It's not easy to tell, she said. The reports of many other ships near their position were positive, stating nothing's happening, so, why are those ships missing, if that's true? You don't think it's some sort of messed up spirit shenanigan, do you? Sokka asked. Angela sighed. I would have immediately dismissed that notion merely half a year ago. Life certainly takes unexpected turns rather quickly, Angela mumbled, setting down the report she had finished reading. If it's the work of spirits, I have no idea how to handle it. But if it's not, then it's the work of treasonous soldiers turning against the Fire Nation, pirates seeking profit, or maybe even rebels hijacking Fire Nation ships, somehow. Wouldn't someone have noticed it, if rebels boarded a Fire Nation ship? Sokka asked. There would have been a struggle. And if those rebels appeared difficult to handle, the ship would have sent a distress signal for sure, requesting backup, but there's no report of any such thing, Angela said, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. Nothing makes sense. Can it be an accident? Sokka said. Could the birds have gotten lost in the storm somehow, like I said? I don't know. It's not impossible, but I can't pretend that's the only explanation, especially when birds from all other ships found their way back to the communication office just fine, Angela said, eyeing Sokka with unease. I think I need to act. How? Sokka asked, frowning. You don't mean you'll go out there and... No, of course not, Angela said, shaking her head as she jerked a cabinet open, drawing out a new sheet of paper. Fire Lords scarcely take action themselves, boring as it may sound. I can't be reckless and charge into battle personally unless I have no choice. But for now, I have a choice, and that is to demand for a thorough investigation of the matter. Ah? Sounds reasonable, Sokka said, his concern dwindling. It was rare for Angela to take caution before jumping into outright action when it came to defending the Fire Nation, but he was certainly grateful for the unusual change. I do hope everyone agrees with you, Angela sighed. If you're right about the birds simply losing their way, it might look like I'm a paranoid Fire Lord, but if I'm wrong, you'll look like the concerned, responsible, and capable Fire Lord that you are, Sokka said, smiling reassuringly. Don't second-guess yourself over how you'll be perceived. You've never been much good at weighing how others feel about you, after all. Ah, I'm not, then? Angela asked, slightly amused. Her eyes flickered at Sokka reproachfully before she focused on composing her own letter. Damn right you're not. Everyone loves you to pieces and you just refuse to believe it, Sokka said dramatically, prompting Angela to laugh and shake her head. Deny it all you want, you know I'm right. Feel free to return to your silly puzzle whenever you like, Angela said, and Sokka smirked at her change of subject. If you keep talking, though, I'll take forever with writing this, and I don't have much time to waste. Right, sorry about that, he said, smiling dryly. He watched her quietly for a moment, giving her time to compose the letter and only speaking again once she paused, when the sheet was almost full already. I take it that's the investigation petition? Sokka asked. Angela nodded. How does that work, exactly? You just ask that naval office to task someone with doing it, or... I suppose that'd be one way of doing it, Angela said, shrugging. But as things stand, I'd rather ensure my brief tenure as Fire Lord isn't marred by whatever's going on with those ships. By which mean I need to take stronger measures to deal with this than my father would, I suppose. Stronger measures? Sokka asked, as Angela added the final touches to her letter. She breathed over the ink once she was finished. Such as delegating this very important mission to someone with enough authority and time on his hands to ensure the investigation is handled perfectly, Angela said, and of course, it doesn't hurt one bit if that person owes you a few favors, and has been hoping to stay on your good side for the past years, so he ought to be most determined to fulfill this mission successfully. You mean? Sokka blinked blankly as the implications of Angela's words dawned upon him. The princess flashed him a quick smile after rolling her letter into a scroll. Mind keeping me company as I send this letter? She asked. As perplexed as he was by the situation, Sokka smiled, easily convinced Angela was handling this sudden crisis in the best way possible. He was on his feet within seconds, and he pressed a quick kiss to Angela's cheek before the two of them set out to the royal messenger's office. The onions had to be chopped finely. She wiped the tears with the back of her hand but kept working regardless, then poured over the oil in the heated frying pan. Afterwards, the blended eggs, and then she would add the herbs, the final touch for her omelets. As long as she blended them just right, the consistency would be perfect, and perhaps he would even praise her prowess, though she had a lot left to learn, that was for sure. After all this time, she wasn't skilled enough to roll the cooked omelet unto itself, turning it into the Fire Nation favorite omelet in squared form, but perhaps one day, if she kept trying. Nailing the taste was the starting point, then the consistency, and the rest of the technique would follow. She was almost finished cooking the omelet when she heard the sound of flapping wings and rustling feathers in the kitchen's largest window. She had shrieked the first time it had happened, never having seen a messenger hawk until she had come to live in this estate, but after all these years, Rei had grown used to their impromptu visits. She raised her head quickly, her dark bangs swaying as she assessed the creature on the windowsill, and she smiled at it in what she hoped might be a reassuring gesture before removing the frying pan from the fire, once the omelet was perfectly golden. Would the hawk understand the meaning of her actions, of her smile? Their job was to carry messages all across the world, so Rei wouldn't be surprised if their intellect were far superior than her own, yet she wasn't sure that meant the birds could understand and interpret human expressions and emotions, rather than only simple instructions. Sorry I kept you waiting, she told the hawk, pinching a chunk of bread and offering it as a reward to the bird. Once she reached it, you can rest with us for a bit, if you like. I'll get you some water too, if you need it. Her hands found the container strapped to the hawk's back. The creature, busy eating the bread it had been offered, was completely unconcerned as REI retrieved the message successfully. Yet. A black ribbon, she said, her eyes large and wary. There were many things she didn't know or understand, even now, but she certainly had learned that black ribbons were urgent messages, to be delivered immediately, for they typically came directly from the Fire Lord. Often such messages were delivered by actual people, in REI's experience, so perhaps this was so urgent that even a man in a carriage wouldn't possibly travel as fast as a messenger hawk would. And whatever the contents of the message might be. He won't be home for dinner, REI concluded, sighing, and hanging her head. Yet her eagerness for approval couldn't possibly outrank the importance of the Fire Lord's decrees, she knew so by heart. Even before moving here, almost 3 years ago, REI had known better than to call attention to herself in her previous home. She would be a fool to jeopardize her current stability over attention tantrums worthy of a child, so she shook her head with determination and started on her way to the dining room, the still-closed message safe in her hands. Ah, REI. Is dinner finished yet? Admiral Zhao's deep voice could be soothing when he was in good spirits, and REI grinned upon identifying that was the case right now. Perhaps the message would dampen his mood, she knew, but knowing he had looked forward to eating the meal she had prepared was enough for her. Almost. But a messenger hawk arrived just now, from the palace, I believe, she said, bowing her head respectfully towards the admiral and offering him the elegant scroll. Leisure days were more common for Zhao lately than they ever had been, and he had kept busy reading while he waited for dinner to be prepared, yet those simple moments were often interrupted in the bluntest manner, usually if Jose demanded his presence, whether for important or trivial matters alike. Yet it couldn't be Jose this time, for he knew his old friend was taking a short vacation for this week, and he had asked Zhao to stay alert, in case his substitute required his support in any way. If he weren't staring at the black ribbon message with his very own eyes, Zhao wouldn't believe for a moment that Angela would ever request his assistance or presence in the palace. He had been certain the princess wouldn't want to call on him, most of all to prove her worth and mettle to her father, whatever the cause for her message. Zhao was dead certain it couldn't possibly be a whim. Is everything all right? REI asked, her head tilted slightly to the side. I doubt it, actually, Zhao replied, taking the letter at last and spreading it open quickly. REI waited patiently for him to finish reading the letter's contents. Perhaps she should package his dinner for him, and he could eat it on the way to the palace. It would be healthier than not eating at all. The ease in Zhao's countenance faded gradually until there was no sign left of it within moments. In turn, REI's own relaxation vanished, replaced by dread. What was it now? Would he need to travel north again? Oh, she deeply hoped not. I'm afraid I can't stay for dinner, REI. My apologies, Zhao said, gritting his teeth and pushing himself to his feet. REI's breath caught in her throat. Why, you can eat on your way there, if you like. I could. She suggested, her voice small. It was a relief that he spared a sympathetic smile at her, but she could read it easily enough. It wasn't just sympathy, that grin was lined with remorse. Oh, well, she had tried, at least. I'm sure it was a grand meal. I'll finish this tedious business as fast as possible so I may enjoy your cooking again soon, he said. REI raised her eyebrows. You'll have to stay in the palace. Not necessarily the palace, Zhao said, sighing, and shaking his head. I'm afraid I might be on my way to several sleepless nights, but it's of no matter. Perhaps, you can sleep on your way there. REI suggested. Zhao shrugged. It's a thought, he said, nodding towards her. I'll be back soon. Keep all doors locked until I return. I will, REI said, bowing her head in his direction as he started towards the dining room's exit. Good luck. Zhao cast one more reassuring grin at her before dashing down the corridor at haste. Taking off at dinner time left a sour taste in his mouth that had nothing to do with being hungry, but REI understood. As far as he could tell, REI was the most understanding being alive, albeit he had no idea where such an agreeable trait had come from. She certainly didn't take after him, let alone after her mother. But while he certainly felt guilty for leaving REI over such a sudden mission, what Angela had written in her letter was deeply unsettling. It wasn't unheard of for ships to break protocol on occasion, breaking formation by mistake or failing to reply to messages sporadically, but there was no sign of the missing ships. All attempts to communicate had failed to receive a reply. Nothing indicated a shipwreck, either. He deeply hoped the explanation would be simple and easy, that whatever had plagued those ships was so menial it wouldn't be worth reporting to Jose, once he returned. Yet the strange, mysterious circumstances of their disappearances were quick to convince him that this was far from a casual happenstance, and that the princess had contacted him implied she suspected the same thing. Zhao's estate only had one permanent servant, Rei, the only other man in Zhao's employ, De Liang, didn't live in the estate and was often free to spend his days working other jobs, only tasked with driving the admiral's personal carriage and keeping the dragon moose well fed and ready to go whenever it was needed. As it was dinner time, fortunately, Zhao wouldn't need to send word to the man to get him to come to the estate. He was already there, only recently finished with feeding the dragon moose, when Zhao announced he needed him to drive him someplace. "Where to, Admiral?" the young man asked, as he prepared the carriage, guiding the dragon moose to the front of the vehicle. Zhao sighed, reaching to open the door on his own, his eyes unfocused. "The Fire Nation Palace." "At haste, if you would," he said. "I'd rather arrive before midnight." "We're not getting much rest tonight, De Liang." De Liang nodded, working quickly to fasten the dragon moose to the carriage while Zhao climbed aboard, his brow heavily furrowed, accentuating the wrinkles of his forehead. Oh, to think he had hoped for 1 week of respite from all duties to royals, regardless of whether those duties were casual or important, and now it appeared he would be dealing with his second serious emergency since returning from the North Pole. Well, so be it. It wouldn't be all that easy to investigate and unravel whatever was happening in the Fire Nation's seas, but he would endeavor to prove successful at his newest task. Perhaps the safety of the nation wouldn't hinge on his performance. He certainly hoped it wouldn't come to that. But if it did, he had no intentions of letting the princess down. He had done more than enough of that in the past, and he had meant to avoid making any more mistakes of the sort in the future. Zhao breathed deeply, already pondering how to handle the investigation he had been tasked with. As he waited until the carriage wheels began turning, the powerful dragon moose trotted at haste, guiding his vehicle as promptly as possible to the Fire Nation capital. Chapter 222, Fire Lord for a Week 3. The tightly bound scroll, held together by a ribbon, was concealed within a wooden cylinder, a larger version of those carried by messenger hawks. Sokka hoped he'd be holding it casually, but the awareness of the content of his cargo was eating away at him. If anyone saw him, if anyone asked what he was carrying. But then, why would anyone ask? Who, other than his friends, would possibly feel the need to inspect whatever paper he was carrying in that cylinder? It was nonsense, complete and utter nonsense, to worry about such a thing. His artwork would be safe and sound at home before they knew it, and he would stop worrying so much once he knew for sure that no one would spread it open to discover the most inappropriate depiction of a princess and her gladiator, the grand painting the two of them had crafted together. "The storms have calmed down, but Xin will wait for about an hour before fetching you, for safety's sake," Azula said, as they stopped at the palace's entrance, "and by tomorrow we'll behave better." "For sure," Sokka said. Azula snorted but smiled at him. "I was about to say you'll go home earlier so you can do whatever you please to me underneath the table during breakfast," she muttered, and Sokka snorted and laughed without bothering to conceal his amusement. "But suit yourself. You're about as bad as I am lately, princess." "And that's not a compliment," Sokka smirked, poking her shoulder with a finger. Azula smiled. "I can't see what's so bad about it. If you want me to be honest," she shrugged. "At any rate, make haste, or you'll get very little." She trailed off when she caught movement at the palace's gates. The guards were allowing a carriage through, and she identified it immediately, even when dusk had already fallen. Sokka held his silence too, recognizing the carriage's driver as well as the small cabin, carried forward by a single dragon moose. The carriage stopped at the foot of the stairs that led to the palace's front doors. Sokka and Azula stood at the top of said stairs, and the driver bowed briskly towards Azula before jumping off his seat and opening the door for his passenger. Zhao disembarked quickly, and he was startled upon finding the princess who had summoned him happened to be standing right before him. "Why, good thing you were here, it saves me searching the palace to track you down," Zhao said, with a weak smile, before bowing his head. "I thought I'd stop by before heading to the port, as you requested." "Thank you, Admiral," Angela said, solemnly, "both for dropping by and for your quick response. I half expected to hear nothing from you until tomorrow, so this is a relief. The message you sent was urgent." "I didn't think I had time to spare," Zhao said, standing upright again. "It sounds like an unusual happening," Angela acknowledged. "I suspected perhaps I was making too much of a fuss about 2 missing ships, but if you find it as disturbing as this..." "It is disturbing, Princess. And whatever the explanation may be, it still means something is most certainly wrong," Zhao said, frowning. "Ships do not simply vanish in our navy. One of our main advances in warfare has been the improvement of communications. We keep track of every battalion, every soldier, to the point where defections are not only scarce but damn near impossible. To date, there haven't been more than 10 successful Fire Nation defectors in the history of the 100 Years' War. So, if their absence obeys treasonous motives, it's still bad form for the Fire Nation," Angela muttered, trying to focus only on how it would affect her people, rather than how it would affect her personally. If this problem got out of control, and if they weren't defectors, the problem would be no less severe. "It would be worse yet, even," Zhao admitted, with a sigh. "You've done the right thing by taking it seriously, Princess, rather, Interim Fire Lord. I will make certain to investigate the matter thoroughly and, hopefully, resolve it long before your father returns home." "I would appreciate that." "Yes," Angela nodded. "It's in our best interests for the Fire Nation to be in good shape once he comes back. Even if this were something menial in the end, he won't take it kindly if he must resolve it himself, in case either of us failed." "We won't, rest assured," Zhao nodded in her direction. Only then did he seem to notice Sokka stood next to Angela, and even then, it took him a moment to reason that his presence, so late at night, seemed out of place in the palace. Hey. I was just leaving," Sokka said, with a small voice. Zhao smiled. "If so, I suppose I can give you a ride home, on my way to the port. As long as it's not too much of a detour," he said. "Huh. Thanks," Sokka smiled, nodding towards the Admiral, and tightening his grip around the cylinder he would definitely not allow the man to peek into. "He's kept me company over the past 2 days," Angela explained. "He's too bored otherwise, and this way I have a sparring partner too, so he's been helpful." "I suppose you've been training every day, just like your father," Zhao sighed, shaking his head despite he was still smiling. "I do hope she eases up on you some, Gladiator." "Heh, she never does," Sokka smirked, glancing at Angela playfully as the princess rolled her eyes, failing to conceal her amusement. "Go on now, the Admiral has little time to waste," she said. "I'll see you tomorrow again, I suppose." "Yup," Sokka said, grinning as he walked towards the carriage. "I'll send word with anything I gather at the Naval Coordination and Communication Office." Zhao bowed his head towards Angela. "Please do. And make sure to inform me of every decision you make during your investigation," Angela said, as the Admiral nodded and turned towards the carriage. "It will be as you ask, Interim Fire Lord." That he spoke the title without any indication of teasing, relieved Angela. Perhaps he knew better than to risk her wrath when she was, at the moment, the most powerful person in their world, in just about every possible sense. Perhaps the situation was so dire he couldn't help but take her seriously, or he was simply displaying the respect she warranted these days, whether in her current, temporary position or in any other. Whichever the reason, Angela couldn't possibly find Zhao's behavior displeasing. Her determination to earn genuine respect from the man catapulted countless, unexpected developments in her life, and, just as she had achieved many of her goals recently, perhaps she had finally achieved that one too. She smiled as she watched the 2 men boarding the carriage, hoping not to betray how heartwarming it was to watch Sokka waving at her goofily from the window as they rolled towards the palace's gates. Surely Zhao had been serious and respectful towards her, but he'd have the perfect chance to ridicule her Gladiator right now, considering how foolish his behavior was. She wasn't wrong, of course. Even before Angela had turned to head back inside the palace, Sokka sensed Zhao's inquisitive, judgmental stare on him and he sank back on his seat, his cheeks heating up. To his relief, Zhao smiled at him. "You must be pleased, Gladiator," he said, and Sokka gulped. "That she wants you around all day must be gratifying for you." Well, she makes fun of me the whole time, but it's fun anyhow," Sokka said, scratching the back of his neck as Zhao chuckled. I suppose it is, he said, though being her closest advisor now that she's interim Fire Lord mustn't be the only thing you're thrilled by. You two were the undisputed champions of the Gladiator and sponsor race, weren't you? Ah, yes, Sokka nodded, with a proud smile. It wasn't easy, though, but we earned more points than anyone else, in the end. Angela's wrist was wounded, and we were tired as hell by the final stage, but at least the efforts were worth it. I hear you defeated the Millennium Dragon for the third time. Zhao asked. Sokka chuckled but nodded. Something like that, he said, though we didn't fight him and Aonu directly at any point in the race, but they still lost against us, all around. The ones we did beat personally were Toph and Iroh, though. Is that so? Zhao said, raising his eyebrows. My. A dream come true for you, then, finally, you've avenged yourself against the blind bandit. Yeah, well, Angela was pretty psyched about finally fighting her uncle and proving herself against him too. Sokka chuckled. It's definitely strange, having beaten them. I know the race doesn't reflect on Gladiator records, as not all events do, but even without an official record, the truth is we defeated them. Kind of feels like we've overcome a pretty huge milestone. Certainly, said Zhao. You would do best to savor and enjoy that feeling. Perhaps the next time you fight her you'll be in perfect shape to defeat her, even if you don't have the princess fighting beside you. Well, she fights Iroh in the sponsor's balcony, as far as I can tell. Sokka chuckled, and Zhao smiled. Even if she's not in the sand with me, I know I'm not fighting alone. Must be the true reason why you conquered all competition in the race, Zhao said. You and your gladiator ought to join the next one, Sokka suggested, smirking. Don't you think it'd be interesting to measure your partnership against other people's? Oh, I'm under no delusions that our partnership is extraordinary, Zhao said, grimacing, and Sokka chuckled frankly. I don't think it's in anyone's best interests for Hawkeye to be part of an event such as that one. He'd likely blow up all the competitors as soon as the race begins, and if he killed everyone, his own sponsor included, I doubt he'd shed any tears for it. That is, if he doesn't blow himself up in the process too. Sokka suggested. Zhao crossed his arms over his chest but nodded, glancing upwards as he imagined the situation. He has been known to do that, in the past. He admitted. Say, does he hate me for cutting his metal limb? Sokka asked, with an awkward grin. Angela and I figured he wouldn't like me much, but... Ah, yes. He absolutely despises you, Zhao said, chuckling. Sokka grimaced. You should be pleased, if anything. Who knew the day would come when a non-bender would be the one gladiator combustion man would take seriously, huh? Yet you carry on achieving unlikely, impossible things. I try my best, Sokka said, grinning guiltily again. Zhao chuckled anew. It's no wonder she thrives in keeping you by her side. A man as unpredictable as you, who only seems to overcome every challenge. Hey, now, she's even more unpredictable than I am, and she overcomes even more of them than I do, Sokka pouted. No doubt, Zhao smiled. And is it any wonder you're the strongest partnership in the league, if so? I'd say it's only natural, if anything. And, as I know you're besotted with her, it must delight you to know your partnership is paying off as well as it is. Why yeah, well. I'm not complaining, Sokka said, biting his lip as he tried not to betray how pleased he was to hear the Admiral's words, though I guess there's not that much I can do for her right now, but... while she's Fire Lord. If anything, I'd argue your support will likely keep her level-headed through this whole ordeal. Zhao said. You may think she's used to the pressures, but being Fire Lord is far more taxing than being a princess. That she doesn't have to face the hardships alone, that she can count on your advice and your partnership to handle whatever difficulties she'll have to overcome this week, will do wonders for her performance as Fire Lord, as far as I can tell. I can only hope so, Sokka said, with a weak grin. Stay by her side as much as you can, especially while we clarify whatever is happening with these ships. Zhao sighed. She's far more given to taking action herself than her father is. If the situation appears complicated, I suspect she might do just that if she believes she has any chance at succeeding where the rest of us are failing. So, you want me to make sure she doesn't do that? Sokka asked. Zhao smiled awkwardly. I want you to try, at least, he said. I know it's far from easy to protect someone who doesn't want to be protected, but if she might listen to someone, it's you. She can't risk her life for the Fire Nation, especially now. Yeah. I agree, Sokka said, nodding promptly. As much as he no longer hated the Fire Nation as he once had, he still wouldn't hold its well-being above that of the woman he loved most deeply. Their conversation had died down when a small window behind Zhao was yanked open by the driver. The sound of hooves and the rustling of wheels over the hard road deafened the sounds for Sokka, but Zhao understood his driver's words perfectly. Where to from here? Zhao asked Sokka, who jumped on his seat and pulled the curtain to the side, to figure out the route towards his house. Within 5 minutes, it was time for Sokka to wave at Zhao instead as his carriage pulled out from his house's street. Zhao didn't return the wave, though he glanced at Sokka one last time before the carriage took a turn towards the main streets. The gladiator watched the carriage until it was gone from sight, and only then did he frown, releasing a slow breath as he allowed certain feelings to bubble up, simmer, and vanish. Despite he had behaved as casually as he could have, this was the first time Sokka had seen Zhao in person since the slave riot had happened. As much as things hadn't turned out so poorly in the events that followed, he couldn't forget the anguish of that dark night, where he had held a broken Angela in his arms, doing his best to appease her after she had failed to find a way to save that group of slaves, executed for crimes that weren't their own. Slaves Zhao had procured for Oze, for the express purpose of murdering them to prove a twisted point that still filled Sokka's heart with anger. Angela's laws would make things better. They already had. In the future, once they lived in the Earth Kingdom, everything would be different, too. They would have the power to ensure no one ever committed such heinous atrocities again. That was what he had to cling to, even if he would succumb to dark thoughts once in a while. He had to bear with Zhao, and with Oze, as well as with the unpleasant feelings and memories they could awaken within him, and keep moving forward. The victims of the past would only be avenged if he and Angela succeeded at guiding their world towards a better future. He entered the house to find most lights were already out. Sounds in Song's room revealed Ruishi was already with her, and Sokka had very little interest in subverting roles tonight, despite he smirked knowingly at her door. He climbed the stairs quietly and made way to his room, only relinquishing his tight hold on his cylinder. Then, he released the artwork from its confinement and smiled again as he gazed at it, even in the darkness of his room. Sokka was seldom meticulous and organized with his possessions, but ever since he had first started to work on art, he had decided to be careful with how he stashed away his materials and finished art pieces. As there was but one place within his room that Song didn't go through, that was where he had often kept his finished paintings, rolled into tight scrolls. With a quick yank, Sokka opened the cabinet of his nightstand, and the scrolls rustled within. His first attempt at painting sat in the cabinet, as did his depiction of their shared moment of peace in Shujing. Now, this new, far more secretive artwork joined the rest. He placed it carefully right beside Angela's necklace, and he fleetingly wondered when he would see it wrapped around her neck again. That cabinet, he realized, had become another guardian of their secret in its own way. He chuckled at the thought as he closed it, ensuring that some of the most revealing evidence of their relationship would be safe and sound. After a quick bath, and after changing his clothes, Sokka barely had to wait a few more minutes before a dark shape descended on his backyard. His face brightened anew, as he climbed Xian Long's saddle and returned to Angela's side. Admiral Zhao, sir. It's a grand honor to have you in our Naval Coordination and Communication Office. Amongst many things he had picked up from royals over the years, Zhao had certainly taken to ignoring the buttering up of lesser officers. He had entered the office to no shortage of reverences as he made his way to Commander Gon's personal office, but he remained keenly aware of the confused glares as well. No doubt they expected him to be here to reprimand them. In some ways, depending on how they were handling their duties, he might just have to. I'm sure it is, Commander Gon, Zhao said simply, unconcerned by the man's apparent, constant nervousness. The interim Fire Lord requested that I oversaw the investigation into the missing ships. Care to share whatever you've surmised on the subject over the past few hours? Zhao wasn't usually so straightforward, but the urgency of this mission didn't go lost on him. Once he knew what was happening, he would know how to act accordingly, and the sooner he had all pertinent information on the matter, the sooner he would be able to remediate this sudden smear on the generally peaceful days in the Fire Nation's mainland. Yes, sir. Right away. Commander Gon said, nodding promptly as Zhao took his seat before the commander's desk. I'm afraid this has been a rather mysterious occurrence so far. Most our suspicions have gone nowhere. There are no reports from docks anywhere within the western colonies of any ships seeking safe harbor there. They could have easily found a clandestine harbor someplace, with allies willing to lend them a hand, Zhao suggested. Gon shrugged. It's possible, but with the tight security we've kept on all waters within the area, it doesn't seem likely they could do so without detection. Sir, Gon said, it's certainly not a case of shipwreck. No floating debris, Zhao finished, and Gon nodded. The only new lead we've obtained today, a message about it arrived about an hour ago, is that a rudimentary, Earth Kingdom-styled vessel was found within 50 leagues of the last known position of the first missing ship, Gon said. Zhao frowned. Was it apprehended? He asked. Their crew would certainly need to be questioned, if it was apprehended, but there was no crew, Gon said, and Zhao's confusion only increased. It was empty. So, 2 missing patrol ships, and 1 empty Earth Kingdom civilian vessel, floating too deep within the sea to have reached its position without being steered by human hands. I honestly don't know, sir. I can't reach any conclusions just yet. More investigation is required, Zhao said, shaking his head and leaning forward over the desk. A map of the Fire Nation and its waters was spread upon it. Please, mark down the locations of the missing ships and the Earth Kingdom vessel, if you would. The commander did as he was told, and Zhao studied the resulting image for a long, silent minute. The ships hadn't been that far from the mainland, positioned in the large ocean mass between the Earth Kingdom's western shores and the Fire Nation's northernmost islands. The Earth Kingdom vessel had been found floating quite close to one of the missing ships' last known locations. The second ship, however, was further south, closer to Fire Fountain City than to the Earth Kingdom. Zhao frowned, his hand on his chin. Despite Ose's frequent barbs on the subject, Zhao was, actually, not that foolish. There was no way to ascertain when each ship had gone missing, so his new suspicions couldn't be proven true easily. Yet, that an Earth Kingdom ship would be found empty, and 2 Fire Nation ships would vanish, each closer to the mainland than the next. Were all ships within the area alerted of the situation? Zhao asked. Gon nodded. The ones on the Fire Nation's outer sea, yes, he said. Zhao frowned, tapping his chin again. They have been asked to assist in locating the 2 missing ships, but so far there has been no luck. Of course, Zhao said, breathing deeply. This was, he knew, significant enough already. He had to issue out a warning to Azula as soon as he could, but perhaps it would be wiser to observe the situation for a while longer. If he waited, it was entirely possible new, more valuable information would arrive, and the interim Fire Lord would be able to respond to the situation with much more confidence. Gon, clearly, hoped he'd leave sometime soon, but Zhao didn't do as much. He asked many more questions, requested more information of the patrols and their navigation charts, as well as a list of their officers and their respective positions within the Navy. Other than a few sailors guilty of minor, petty charges, everyone aboard both missing ships appeared to be perfectly exemplary Fire Nation citizens. Dawn came, and as the sun rose, new information was poised to arrive, Zhao hoped, and, sure enough, his expectations paid off just before he requested to send a bird to Azula with what little information and theories he had concocted so far. Commander Gon, sir. Oh, Admiral Zhao, you're here as well. A younger officer bowed upon entering the office, nervous yet stern in the set of his tense shoulders. Any news on the missing ships? Gon asked, almost pleadingly. Clearly, he would have preferred to spend a night sleeping comfortably rather than dealing with Zhao's insidious questions at such hours of the night. And not quite, but, said the officer, stepping closer with as many as 6 small scrolls in his arms. Something's strange about the reported positions of the ships we've received. The very ships have said so as well, but it appears there was mist last night and they lost track of their locations. What? Zhao asked, frowning as the officer set down the scrolls. I don't really know if it's important, but the others thought it was a good idea to bring it to your attention, said the officer, glancing between the 2 older men before him. Zhao frowned as he unfolded each scroll, skimming over the mandatory information until his eyes stopped at the details on the positions of the ship responsible for every scroll. After the 4th scroll, he scowled and reached for the map anew, using Commander Gon's red flag markers to set down the expected position of each ship, and black ones to signal their actual positions. Nobody spoke as Zhao worked carefully, placing each marker as the reality of the situation dawned on him gradually. He clenched his jaw. All expected positions were closer to the Fire Nation's island chain, namely, to the Fire Nation's inner sea. Yet each ship had found itself misdirected, as though a path was being cleared, starting from the position of the furthermost missing ship. And what kind of enemy could possibly misdirect so many ships without their awareness, aided by a foggy mist? "Get me a fresh scroll, and ready a bird," Zhao instructed, and the officer nodded immediately. "I must send word to the interim Fire Lord." Even if she parried his attacks skillfully and kept him at bay with a mix of fire bending and sword slashes, Sokka couldn't stop frowning over Azula's dazed expression. He feinted to the left, and she predicted the move seamlessly, accustomed to his fighting style, but even her defense against his genuine attack was half-hearted, at best. "Hey, now. If I were going all out on you, you'd be toast, Fire Lord," Sokka exclaimed, playfully, his sword pressing against hers. Azula blinked at his bravado before smirking. "Implying you would ever go all out on me?" she said, taking advantage of the opening he had left for her without missing a beat. She kicked blue fire towards his chest, and as expected, Sokka jumped out of the way. They had sparred together for so many years that they knew each other's instinctive moves and resources by heart. It wasn't so much about measuring their strength against each other, or building further power by clashing together and deciphering new methods to defeat one another. It was about the closeness, the intimacy, in understanding each other flawlessly. It reminded Sokka of their love-making, too, just as he knew how to touch her to elicit the right feelings and reactions from Azula. He knew how to angle his sword to ensure she would dodge him, how to parry her blows just before she attacked with fire, and how to take advantage of all the openings she willfully offered him, just as he offered countless of his own to her. In the end, it was almost a dance rather than a fight, with only the ringing of blades and whooshing of fire for music. As troubled as she might be, his teasing often brought Azula back from her ruminations, and she would shine those clever smirks upon him that he could only want to kiss off her face. She dashed forth, her blade shining under the morning sunlight, and she packed a fire blast in her free hand while angling Wolf's Bane to strike at Sokka. The panic that crossed his face was almost amusing enough to break her out of her new strategy over a laughter spree. "Hey, now!" Sokka squeaked, running backwards to avoid her attack, despite knowing he'd collide into the palace walls if he ran too far like this. "If I hold back, so should you." "Says who?" Azula laughed, chasing him relentlessly. Sokka broke his backwards sprint only to exert considerable power in his thighs. He leapt over Azula, hovering in the air for long enough to turn around and toss his boomerang at her. The princess, no doubt, was impressed by his athletic display. Watching his skills up close only increased her urge to pin him to the nearest tree and kiss him until they were breathless, but she refused to be caught off guard by that boomerang. The blue fire in her hand turned gold, and she blocked the weapon, ruining its trajectory before shooting a new blast of fire straight towards Sokka as he returned to the ground. "Hey!" He only managed to evade her latest blast in virtue of it being cast with gold fire, hence, it was slower, and because of that he squirmed out of its way narrowly once he hit the ground. He still shot a pouty glare at Azula, and to his delight, she was smirking more earnestly now as she shrugged, embracing her guilt without the slightest hint of remorse. "And here I thought you could keep up with me these days," she taunted him. Sokka bared his teeth and roared before attacking her again, though she didn't miss the way his voice cracked as he did so. She knew what he was doing, and she was far more grateful for it than she showed. His goofy behavior always concealed his genuine concern for her, his hopes to protect her and shield her from anything that might harm her, whether it was physical threats or those within her mind. She couldn't help it when her thoughts slipped towards dark places, especially when any mistakes would set back their journey in hopes to change the world for a few years, at best, but she could always count on her partner to bring her back to reality, whether through his enthusiastic affection, as he'd done upon sneaking into her room last night, or through his dorkiest behavior as they sparred by mid-morning. Azula probably should have been most unwilling to admit it, but if Sokka were to fight at his best by now, she wasn't entirely sure she would defeat him. Without their awareness, his constant training and growth as a warrior had carried him to unanticipated heights. His control over his body was perfect, his grasp of combat only improving every day, and his understanding of his enemy enabled him to develop the best strategies to defeat whoever he might be facing. No doubt, Azula was remarkably powerful, But with each clash of their swords, and each fire blast Sokka dodged perfectly, the princess grew more convinced that he had become her equal in every way that mattered, including fighting skills. Few people could ever prove worthwhile opponents for the princess. Even then, her pride ever steered her forward, urging her to overcome them and prove her superiority. She had experienced that feeling with Toph, who had proven a worthy rival for her, yet Azula had never once doubted that, in genuine combat, she would have proven victorious over the Earthbender. She had experienced it as well with her father. She had hoped to become a strong enough firebender to overcome him, and while she wasn't arrogant upon finally defeating him in training, her pride had certainly reared its head after that grand achievement, many years ago. Yet it seemed Sokka elicited the exact same reaction in her, for the opposite reasons. That he could prove strong enough to fight evenly with her was the genuine source of pride, and the hopes that one day he might defeat her, instead, was a completely unprecedented sensation for the princess. Perhaps it was a matter of having stood by him for all these years, aiding him in the development of his skills, strengthening him every time he faltered. His growth had been hers, too. One day, she suspected, he would stop holding back and prove his true strength, and then she would accept defeat with her head held high, honored to lose against the worthiest warrior she had ever known. But clearly, that day wasn't today. In his foolish lunges and attacks, always accompanied by ridiculous war cries, it was clear Azula wasn't going to face the strongest combative facet she knew resided somewhere within Sokka's soul. Yet, as she knew this was for her benefit, she decided not to pressure him further. Once this week was over, they'd spar again and she would have him prove he was strong enough to fight her evenly, to the point where defeating her fair and square would be a definite possibility for him, even with Azula fighting to her fullest. Until then, however, Sokka could tell she was focusing more on the fight, her eyes following his movements even though she wasn't fighting to her best just yet. As his own eyes were set on hers, he had a privileged view of her strengthening resolve, the glint of determination that crossed her face just before she dashed ahead, blue fire following the hand she moved in an arch towards him. He dodged the fire and parried the sword, but he was in a precarious position. Azula leapt again, conjuring more fire into a kick that finally found its target when it collided with Sokka's armored chest. He fell flatly on the palace grounds, his head bouncing with the impact, though the soil was soft underneath him and the blow wasn't quite so painful for it. Yet he flopped on his back, waiting knowingly for her sword to hover above his face, the empty threat she ever waved before him at the end of any sparring session. "Seems like you've lost again," Azula said, her voice softer than intended. Far closer to the gentle voice she used whenever they were alone, rather than the cutting tone she resorted to whenever they might be overheard. Guards paced on the walls, not so far from where they trained, and yet. "My natural position in the world, isn't it?" Sokka asked, with a nonchalant grin. "Right below your sword, and you, I suppose. Here I thought you preferred it when I was the one underneath you instead." Azula teased him. Sokka snorted. "Not like that's happened too often before," he replied, with the same airy sarcasm with which she had spoken earlier. Azula smiled and drew her sword back, offering him her hand. "Well, you've successfully cleansed my mind, if just for a little while," Azula said, pulling him up and releasing his hand most remorsefully once he was on his feet. "I'd say it's time to get back to work." "I suppose," Sokka said, though his eyes narrowed. "But first, the spa. You sound far too excited about it considering how little enjoyment you found in it yesterday." Azula smirked, as the two of them began the trek back to the palace's main building. "What can I say?" Sokka shrugged. "Might be the guy who got assigned to me will be in a nicer mood today, who knows?" The spa worker in question, however, was just as displeased with Sokka today as on the previous day. To the gladiator's chagrin, while he had been fine at first, the middle-aged man had stiffened and scowled at Sokka halfway through the relaxing routine Azula had requested for them, a routine that ensured neither of them would have to reveal more of their bodies than they should, covered in far too many love marks. This time, however, the worker was in a bad mood from the start, and Sokka only grew more uneasy about that pointed glare as he and Azula walked together to the two, gender-divided bathrooms within the spa, to clean up after their training session before their routines. "See, can't I have someone else working with me? I think he's going to poison me," Sokka said. Azula snorted. "You fight me, toe-to-toe, on any given day, yet a masseuse terrifies you," she smirked. "Goodness, Gladiator, you make no sense." "I'm just saying. He really doesn't like me, Sokka pouted, and Angela shrugged. Be that as it may, I think he's the only male worker on duty at the moment. So you'll have to sock it up, Angela said, smiling innocently at him. Sokka sighed, I mean, if you'd rather we switch places, so he works with me instead. Ugh, okay, you win. Curses. Sokka pouted, blushing as he pushed the door open. Angela smirked still, shaking her head at his silly jealous outburst as she entered her own bathroom. Naturally, they would have preferred to bathe together, but as usual, it was something they would have to wait on. Still, the wall that separated both baths was thin enough that they could hear each other, and even talk lightly across their respective rooms. Thus, even if they weren't together, they weren't entirely apart either. That helped Angela's troubled mind, but by the time her royal hair combing session began, she couldn't keep her thoughts from spiraling towards darker places than intended. The female worker assigned to her combed her hair over the small pool of water that soaked Angela's hair and head smoothly, but the physical comfort wasn't enough to offset her troubled thoughts. Dressed in a red and gold robe just like hers, Sokka could only gaze at her wistfully from where he stood, waiting for his own hair combing session. He would likely enjoy it far better if the man meant to deliver it wasn't quite so antagonistic towards him, but for now he'd ignore those charged glares and admire his beautiful princess carelessly. Cut it out. Sokka blinked blankly, the spa worker scowled heavily at him, fists clenched. Say what? Sokka said. Looking at her like that, just what do you think this place is? The man spoke in a hushed voice, but the urgency and outrage in his tone was apparent, nonetheless. Sokka grimaced. Well, I was just waiting for my turn, no need to be so grumpy. Sokka knew his attempt to cover up for his constant watching of Angela would fail, but it was better to at least try. Waiting for your turn, is it? The worker hissed, of course. I bet you want her to do it herself, don't you? Sokka said, with an awkward grin. I would never expect that. I mean, really, why would I think she'd comb my hair herself? That's why I've been assigned to you, you see. The man huffed, because most men, when they come to places like these, get the wrong impression about the upstanding ladies who work here. Wait a minute, what? Sokka's rising nervousness dwindled quickly. You thought I was watching the one working with the princess. Well, you weren't. The worker said, and just the possibility that Sokka might not be quite as deranged as he first assumed was enough to soothe the angry man. Not even by mistake, Sokka admitted, with an awkward grin, I'm way more concerned with the princess herself, you see. Hey. You're not supposed to look at her either. The man exclaimed, though now there was fear in his voice instead. Sokka chuckled and waved a hand dismissively. Relax, pal, he said, I'm not expecting anything from Angela. I just hope this is helping her, she's pretty stressed out lately. That's it, then. The worker said, and now his cheeks heated up. I'm sorry. I thought, oh, dear, it's just that sometimes, when some male nobles come here, they just... They do stuff that's out of bounds. Sokka asked, his nose twitching with disgust. They want to. That's why I have to deal with them myself, said the man, stubbornly. Even General Iroh, back in his younger years, from what older employees said, would always flirt and... Ew. I don't think I want to know how that sentence ends, Sokka grimaced, shuddering. The man nodded sagely, so, you just try your best to look out for all the girls who work here by taking the more annoying clients to yourself. Well, yes. Said the worker, though he cast a wistful glance in Angela's direction. Or, perhaps, in the direction of the woman who was busy combing Angela's hair still. Phew. Sokka smirked, and the man beside him squirmed awkwardly. It's not like that. I mean, I must seem a hypocrite now, but she's special, and we've known each other for years, and I am no fool, I know nothing should happen, we're colleagues. He squeaked, but Sokka chuckled and patted his back. Well, now, no need to panic as long as you're not being an ass, same as those nobles you're worried about. And if you aren't, then I'll give you a hand, he said, brimming with confidence. Merely half an hour later, it was Angela and her assigned spa workers' turn to watch the two men, though not quite as longingly as they had watched them. What a good hand! Sokka exclaimed, as the man brushed his smooth hair in the water. I bet your wife must love it when you comb her hair. Ahaha, I have no wife yet, good sir, but hopefully my luck will change someday. The man replied, blushing as he continued to work, while casting occasional glances at the two women not so far from the artificial pond. Any lady who gets to marry you will be most fortunate, good man, I assure you of that. Oh, I can only hope you're right. Angela's confusion only increased as her gladiator complimented his assigned worker unabashedly. The woman beside her seemed just as perplexed as she was, but she merely blinked herself out of her confusion and offered to guide Angela to the resting room, where soft, plump cushions awaited amidst the scents of the rarest and most exquisite incenses found in the Fire Nation. The princess's mind drifted between her reality and Sokka's ridiculousness erratically, until her gladiator finally joined her in the private resting room. She didn't bother concealing her approval at his perfectly combed hair, falling elegantly upon his handsome features, but she wouldn't shower him with compliments just yet. What the hell was that? She asked, as Sokka slid a hand through his damp hair and smiled at her awkwardly. Well, turns out he hated me instinctively because there's guys who come here who can be, assholes who try to abuse their position to get away with shitty behavior. Sokka said, shrugging as he sank to sit beside her, and he assumed I was just like that too because he thought I was looking at the worker who was combing your hair, see? But of course, I was looking at you, so. No doubt you must have rushed to clarify that, Angela said. Sokka blushed. Once I realized he wasn't telling me off for gaping at the interim Fire Lord. Yes, I did, he admitted, but he also has feelings for that worker, seems like. I was just trying to help him catch her eye. Great job you did of that, Angela smiled skeptically, and Sokka huffed. I'm not entirely sure she was impressed by the hair-combing skills of a man whose career hinges on how good he is at grooming others. Hey, now, isn't that a nice trait in a man? Sokka pouted, you always like it when I... Hush, Angela said, despite he had spoken his half-sentence softly. If a gladiator can groom hair at the level of a professional, that's impressive. If a princess can paint artworks on par with court painters, that's impressive. But it's a given that a man deemed good enough to serve the Fire Lord personally will be able to perform royal hair combing better than anyone else should, right? Well, I guess, Sokka said. Angela sighed. You can advise your new friend to impress her with something unrelated to their job, perhaps. Poetry worked for you, last I knew. She teased him. Sokka snorted but smiled. Fair enough. I'll tell him that tomorrow, Sokka said. Thank you for that foolishness, though, Angela smiled gently at him, and Sokka's heart sped up as he returned her gaze. And for your silly antics while we sparred. You've always been pretty successful at keeping my mind off unpleasant things. I have to do my best, don't I? Sokka asked, grinning. That's what I'm here for. Even Zhao thinks so. You had another fun carriage conversation? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka chuckled but shrugged. He thought I'd be over the moon about spending all day here. And yeah, he's not wrong, so. Sokka admitted, shrugging, and Angela smiled again, dropping her head against the tall cushion she rested her back on. I may not show it much, busy as I am and all, but I feel the same way, she said, her voice quiet again. They were as cautious as could be in the spa, never knowing who could be lurking or listening in on their conversations. Even so, it wasn't easy to contain the onslaught of affection they often elicited within each other's hearts. Sokka smiled too, his hand reaching for Angela's, and she intertwined their fingers briefly, her grin widening noticeably thanks to his touch. Improving her mood, Sokka surmised, would be his duty through the next 4 days of Angela's week as Fire Lord. It was a certainty for him, even before they were intercepted by a soldier from the royal messenger's office, just as they were on their way to the Fire Lord's study, half an hour later. Princess, interim Fire Lord! Exclaimed the soldier, leaning down and offering a scroll to Angela. This message arrived from the Naval Coordination and Communication Office. Angela's brow furrowed immediately, and she barely followed protocol as she reached for the scroll in question. My thanks for bringing this to my attention, Angela said. You're dismissed. The soldier nodded, rising from his bow quickly, yet by then Angela's long strides had already brought her to the study's door, which were opened for her by one of her former guards, Han. Sokka offered him a friendly smile as he followed Azula through the door, and he closed it behind himself just as Azula was unfolding the letter she had just received. Sokka waited patiently for Azula to finish reading the message, despite he was rather anxious about its contents, too. Said anxiety only increased as the crease between Azula's eyebrows deepened as she progressed with her reading. Finally, she lowered the letter, and her face was a mask of confused outrage. "What is it now?" Sokka asked, dubiously. "Zhao has a lot of suspicions." "Unpleasant suspicions," Azula said, releasing a deep breath before shaking her head and placing the letter on her father's desk. An empty Earth Kingdom ship was found near the position of one of the Fire Nation's lost ships. That's already worrisome enough, but the theory he proposes is that a group of rebels, on that Earth Kingdom ship, commandeered the Fire Nation ship closest to them, and either sank or commandeered the other one, too. Wait, what? Sokka frowned too, immediately on edge. He had dreaded this could be more serious than it sounded, but he had certainly hoped it wouldn't be quite as murky and suspicious as this, at least. By the potential pattern that can be drawn through the positions of the missing ships. Azula said, spreading a map upon the desk. Sokka inched closer, watching as she marked the locations of the 3 ships expertly. "It seems they're moving towards the mainland, no less. Then, well, now, even if they did, it's not like you guys can't stop them, right?" Sokka said, matter-of-factly, "You have the biggest navy in the world, right? Just give the order and..." "There's one last, problematic factor," Azula said, her voice darker yet now. Sokka gritted his teeth, as Azula breathed out slowly. "Ships that were perfectly on course over the past weeks have suddenly found themselves adrift in mist, losing their way in the sea for no apparent reason. All of them, pushed away from their positions, protecting the area near the Fire Nation's entrance." "Pushed away?" Sokka asked, and Azula snarled, shaking her head. "Zhao suspects a waterbender's involvement," she said, "and I'm inclined to agree." "Then, the group of rebels that boarded the missing Fire Nation ships have a waterbender amongst them?" Sokka asked, eyes wide. "A waterbender who diverts currents, powerful enough to change the tides, or maybe there's more than one bender. This feat should be too grand for a single person." Azula sighed, shaking her head. "This is not good, Sokka." "It doesn't sound good, no," Sokka conceded, frowning. Azula stepped around the desk, sinking into her father's chair as she glared at the map before her. There was one obvious solution she could resort to, but with enemies as resourceful as whoever they were facing, she wasn't sure that would be enough to keep them at bay. "It's a bit like what the White Lotus did back in the day," Sokka mused, his thumb brushing over the stubble on his chin, "masquerading as soldiers so no one would know it was them. This is far sloppier. We keep careful track of all our ships," Azula said, shaking her head. "All ships in the mainland have been asked to locate these 2 missing ships already. There's no way they can hide amongst our navy without being caught." "Which means you won't be caught with your guard down, at the very least," Sokka said, trying to smile encouragingly, but Azula didn't soften up over those words. "If there's a waterbender, or several, this could be a bigger problem than we expected," Azula said, breathing out slowly and shaking her head. "But it has escalated enough, hasn't it?" "I suppose," Sokka said. Azula jerked a cabinet open, yanking a new fresh scroll open and readying the ink to scribble on it. "What's your plan?" "I'm closing the Great Gates of Azula," Azula said. Sokka raised his eyebrows, ever disapproving of hearing that name, yet grasping the usefulness of that massive defensive contraption far more clearly now, and even that might not be enough. "But if it were, then it's best if we do so. Whoever those people are, if they make it through the bay, they might put the civilian population of the Fire Nation at risk, and I won't allow that." "Good," Sokka said, nodding. "Sounds like the right way to proceed." "It will result in problems, even if it is the right way to proceed," Azula sighed, shaking her head. "Commerce between the colonies and the mainland will be halted, at the very least for a day or two, and that won't go down without consequences. Hopefully it will be but a small price to pay for the nation's safety, but I suspect I'll gain a few enemies with my actions anyhow." "You would, even if it's a matter of national security?" Sokka asked, grimacing. "Maybe ask that naval office, or whoever is in charge of the merchant ships, to send word about how urgent the situation is." "It's a thought," Azula admitted, as she began composing her first new letter. this one addressed to the Naval Coordination and Communication Office, and the next one would be addressed directly to the soldiers in charge of the barrier at the Great Gates of Ajalon. She couldn't even remember the last time that barrier was erected, surely shortly after the Earth Kingdom had fallen. To think this would be her first major act as Fire Lord, whoever was behind this damned stunt, stealing Navy ships in a likely attempt to break into the Fire Nation, was guaranteed to face her wrath once she finally caught them. Sokka proved even more helpful than he expected to be that day. He ran with the first 2 finished letters to the Royal Messenger's office, ensuring they would send the birds just as Ajala needed them to, while she stayed behind in her father's study, pondering the irregular situation further. Sokka was right to say there was a hint of the White Lotus's erratic, unpredictable behavior to this sudden occurrence. There had been no warning, no indication that anything was amiss in the capital until a sudden alarm rang across the city, back when they had attacked. Yet there had been a certain elegance to that plan, deliberation aided by whoever had served as a spy within Oze's very own palace. This felt far more sudden, forceful, impulsive, perhaps, was the right word for it. Yet Ajala knew better than to underestimate whatever this sudden catastrophe might wreak upon them. She had to be decisive, strong, and efficient. If this was the challenge she'd have to deal with to prove herself as a strong Fire Lord, she intended to overcome it with her head held high. As dangerous, wild, and unpleasant as life could be inside the Black Cliff's cavernous arena, it was surprisingly smooth and cheerful just above it, at the grassy surface of the strange island. Shania and his friends had adapted to their new lives surprisingly well, even if they were distant with most gladiators that dwelled inside the island. Amongst them, no one visited them quite as frequently as the Priestess of the Flames, who was genuinely fascinated and curious by the small farm Shania had erected for the koala sheep. She had stopped by on that afternoon, sitting by the fence while Fuma worked within, carefully gliding a sharp knife over a koala sheep's fluffy coat of wool. "Who'd have thought this farm of yours could be so useful, eh?" San said, rubbing the fresh wool that Fuma had sheared off one of the larger koala sheep between her index finger and thumb. "We can make bandages from that wool, to say one thing, as well as other kinds of fabrics," Fuma told her, proudly. "I know you like how the koala sheep taste, but they can have many other ways to help us, too. Plus, if what you want is more koala sheep to eat, this is better for you too," Shania said, as he gazed at the enclosure where he kept his new cattle. "If we promote their growth, we'll have more koala sheep than you know within just a few years, I promise." "Sounds good to me," San smiled, reaching into the enclosure to pat the head of one of the mild creatures. It was a peaceful place to live in, as long as they stayed within their farm for as long as possible. Unsurprisingly, Yukio, the most violent member of their group, had taken to joining the wild gladiators on occasion, and he often served as an envoy between both the pacifists atop the island and the proudly bloodthirsty warriors from the arena. Despite his frequent clashes with many gladiators, it seemed he had scarcely been any happier in recent times, so Shania and the rest of the group had encouraged him to follow his impulses if he truly wished to involve himself with the Dragon's Pit's very own version of gladiatorial combats. Yunra was the entire opposite of Yukio, however. He avoided the depths of the arena as best he could, and often scoured the horizon with a spyglass he had found discarded within the gladiators' caves. There was no doubt that, out of all the escaped gladiators, the young boy was the one most desperate to leave the island. Even so, he hadn't dared do as much yet. Even when ships stopped at the Black Cliffs, he would always choose to stay with Shania, fearful of losing what little stability he had found with their group. Yet he still dreamt, inevitably, of the day when he would return home, to a family he dreaded he might never see again. He was doing that again today, his vision expanded by the superposed glass, when he noticed the first strange happening of the day. Ships often passed by their island, whether cargo ships or Fire Nation Navy ships, which always sent chills down his spine whenever he identified them. Today, however, the waters had been surprisingly calm and scarcely transited. He was perplexed by such a strange happening, but he didn't expect it to be particularly important. Surely the mist had made it difficult to navigate the sea today, that was all. Though it was odd, he had been in the Black Cliffs for about half a year now, and Yunro couldn't remember mist rising in the heated waters and temperatures of the Fire Nation. Maybe a strange spike in the weather had caused this? He didn't know the exact conditions for mist to rise, though he hadn't felt the temperature dropping enough, the way it often needed to for mist to rise. Yet his casual wondering about weather went forgotten when he spotted a strange, sudden movement inland, at that creepy statue that, according to Sokka, was some sort of homage to a past Fire Lord Yunru knew very little about. He watched with confused curiosity at first, uncertain of what those strange, large, chain-like objects were, and then he yelped, astonished, when they caught fire. A massive net of fire was erected between the statue and the two shores it was linked to. Even after lowering the spyglass, Yunru could see the fire clearly from the black cliffs. "Guys!" he exclaimed, before jumping to his feet and running back to fetch Shania. "Guys! Oh? Something wrong, Yunru?" Shania asked, stopping on his tracks just as he had been about to start cleaning the koala sheep pens from the countless animal droppings left within them. "I don't know if it's wrong, but something's going on over there," Yunru exclaimed, pointing at the great gates. Despite she was generally unconcerned with whatever was happening within the Fire Nation, San frowned upon Yunru's words. She pushed herself up to her feet with one quick motion and strode towards the boy, passing him by as she scrutinized the horizon keenly, though she didn't have to study it too hard to understand what Yunru had been surprised by. "Whoa! Gates are lit," San said, hands on her hips as she watched the line of fire in the horizon. "The heck is going on?" "I think that's what Sokka told us about, remember?" Yunru said, guiding Fuma and Shania to where San stood now, and offering his spyglass to his group's leader readily. "The gates of, what was it?" "Great Gates of Ajalon," San finished, and Yunru nodded. "That. Exactly that," he exclaimed. "Looks damn nasty," said Shania, grimacing, and handing the spyglass to Fuma, who glanced through it with his only eye. "What is it, exactly?" "A net of fire." "Something like that," San said, before shrugging. "As far as I know, it's meant to be an impenetrable defense against any water-based attacks. If you can't get through the fire net, you'll be taken down by the patrolling ships nearby. Boring, simple, and straightforward that way. It's supposed to make the Fire Nation pretty damn invulnerable." "Ajalon was the previous Fire Lord, wasn't he?" Fuma asked, lowering the spyglass. San reached for it as she nodded. "Yep. Had a noodle mustache," San announced, startling the other three with the random fact. She didn't speak again as she studied the gates. It wasn't exactly common for the gates to be lit. She couldn't remember that happening ever since she had started living in the Black Cliffs. Were they expecting an invasion of some sort? A massive attack by the Northern Water Tribe, maybe? If so, why, they'd have first-rate seats for the spectacle, wouldn't they? San dared glance northwards with her spyglass, her curiosity getting the better of her. The men around her remained perplexed by her actions, for there was nothing at sea right now, as far as their eyes could scour. "I haven't seen a lot of ships today," Yunru commented, and San hummed, "Feels like they all took a break, or something. Kind of strange, I thought, but I don't know what weird decisions the Fire Lord would make." "Well, if he told everyone to stay home, sounds like a few people didn't listen," San said, locking the spyglass on one speck of black in the distance. Her words startled the others, and she handed the spyglass to them as they all took turns to study the small shape in the horizon. It might have been nothing, San reasoned, yet the small shape grew larger with each passing moment. Large enough that it became apparent it was two shapes, rather than one, before long. "Two Fire Nation ships," Shania confirmed, holding the spyglass again. "Well, I guess that's the patrol you were expecting, right, Yunru?" "Is it?" San asked, extending a hand towards Shania to request the spyglass. There was something strange about how those ships sailed, and it took San a moment to understand what it was, exactly. They moved far too quickly for their size, and for the amount of smoke pouring from the chimneys. For a ship of that magnitude to move that fast, well, frankly she had no idea what the conditions would have to be, but she suspected none of the Navy's ships were that versatile. "Weird. Very weird," she said, lowering the spyglass anew. Within the hour, the entire island was abuzz with rumors about the lit gates, and a few gladiators joined them at the top of the cliffs to get a better look. San, Shania, Fuma, and Yunru continued to watch the two ships keenly. They were but a few leagues away from the Black Cliffs by now. It was then that San spotted yet another strange happening with the ships. She raised the spyglass once more and gazed through it at the ships that moved together, as good as parallel to one another, yet it wasn't her imagination, was it? There was something in the water between the two ships. Or rather, someone? The hell is this? She muttered, but there was nothing to do other than watch as the two Fire Nation vessels traveled at remarkable speeds through the sea, directed straight towards the burning net weight. Shit, are they trying to go through the gates? What, those ships? Shania asked. They'd open up to them, right? They're their people, after all. I don't really know about that. San mumbled, frowning as she glared at the gates with uncertainty. They haven't closed those gates since the days when the war was at its worst, as far as I know. Why would they close them now? So much was amiss, so much was confusing, yet no one could seem to tear their eyes away, most of all, upon realizing that those two ships were traveling together, oriented towards the massive gates of Ajalon. Once again, San gazed through the spyglass once the space between both ships was visible, when they had passed the black cliffs altogether, and yes, she was sure something was floating there. But what on earth was it? A man? Were they keeping him there, punishing him in some extra twisted version of keel hauling? Or maybe? Oh, now, you've got to be kidding me, San said, with an awkward grin. What? Did you figure something out? Fuma asked. San huffed and pointed at the strange floating figure between the two ships. I think that thing there is a waterbender, she said, startling everyone within earshot, and that's why they're moving so fast. But, damn. I don't really know how much good a waterbender would be against a gate that big. I bet even if they take down the fire, it'll just start again moments later. Then what's their plan? Shania said, wordlessly asking for the spyglass to get a better look of the situation. 15 minutes passed, and the ships shrank in the orange waters that reflected the setting sun, as well as the burning flames before them. They loomed ever closer to the grandiose statue. Once they were close enough, a group of smaller boats were launched from the gates, towards the incoming ships. Yet. What's that? The ships are sinking. Shania asked, startled. San nabbed the spyglass out of his hands, eager to confirm his claim. And she was floored by discovering he wasn't merely seeing mirages. At this distance, the ships were slowly dipping into the water, surely by the waterbender's prowess, and then they were completely out of sight just before the incoming patrol ships could reach them. A collective gasp ran through the group of onlookers, and San blinked blankly as she gazed at the burning horizon in disbelief. The people sailing those ships were, without a doubt, most impressive for their prowess, especially that waterbender, but was it even possible for them to cross those gates? Could they do it underwater? It sounded rather unlikely. And that's that? They're gone? Asked Shania. San shrugged, offering the spyglass back to Yunru, who glanced through it eagerly. We might see them again soon, if they fail to cross the gates underwater, San said, but I dunno, might be they'll manage? No idea how those big chain nets work. Could be their plan is a sound one, though. The men around her shrugged, though Yunru scowled as he gazed through his spyglass anew. Was it his idea, or were there two dark stains floating just beyond the massive statue and its net of fire? It took the Stingray every last bit of effort to finally hoist himself onto the first stolen ship by the power of his waterbending. He slumped on the deck upon finally reaching it and, exhausted as he was, he smiled rather lazily at Roan, who knelt beside him, his spear in hand. Seems you're really not all talk, Roan acknowledged. The Stingray snickered and shrugged. How do you think I snuck in, all those years ago? He said to kill that same rotten bastard in that statue. Damn, I dunno who did him in, but I'll envy them forever. I so wanted to snap his bones myself. You'll get to break his sons, as long as the plan goes as expected, Roan said, but for now, we'll continue onwards. They'll know we're here soon, and I'd rather not unleash the spear until we're inland. You think it might attack us if you did? Asked one of his other allies. He tried to conceal the fear in his voice, but he failed to do so. Roan scowled at him. Yes. I do, he said, bluntly, don't give me reason to think you'll deserve it. The man shrank in his frame and said nothing else. Roan handled everyone in the group with uncompromising strictness, though perhaps the waterbender, for his usefulness, was earning his way into becoming his chosen lieutenant. Get as much rest as you can, Stingray, Roan said, breathing deeply. By morning, we strike. Sounds about right to me, said the waterbender, smiling blissfully as he closed his eyes. The skies above had gained an orange hue by now. They would gladly welcome the mantle of nighttime, as it would help conceal their approach to the Fire Nation capital. They would continue to progress slowly from now on, using only the ship's natural fuel, by Roan's command, and they would be ready to play their cards once dawn broke. The erected chains at the great gates, as well as the patrol ships that attempted to catch them, sent a pretty clear message to Roan's group. Their ships had already been singled out as targets that needed to be captured or defeated. While they hadn't been as stealthy as they could have been, Roan had hoped, to a fault, that the Fire Lord and his people would have very little warning of their approach. It seemed he wouldn't be so lucky. He had underestimated the tyrant, to a fault, but it shouldn't matter much in the long run, as long as the main parts of his plan bore fruit. In all honesty, Roan wasn't sure his next gamble would pay off. Knowing the cruelty of the Fire Nation as he did, the Fire Lord might just be willing to sacrifice the crew of the captured ship as long as it meant getting rid of an enemy. But if, by chance, the captured ship's captain was worth something to anyone of note within such a rotten nation, their plan would have a chance to succeed fully. Hostages were always the better manner to proceed, since negotiations meant the enemy would be willing to set down arms and find a compromise to save whoever was in danger. If only the hostages they'd found were weightier than this captain and his crew, their success would be guaranteed. Making an example of the second ship's captain, and threatening to do away with the members of his crew, one by one, should drive across to the Fire Nation authorities just how little regard Roan felt for their lives, and how perfectly willing he was to murder every last soldier and citizen of the accursed Fire Nation. He had been elated to tread across the deck of this very ship 2 nights ago, finding his spear had successfully slain every last one of its occupants. Doing it a second time would be ideal. Yet, even if the plan of holding the hostages happened to fail, he would still set the spear free at the capital's bay. On the next morning, the ultimate outcome would be difficult to predict, but whatever happened, Roan was certain there would be less Fire Nation people in the world after tomorrow. If just for that reason, Roan had no doubts his final plan would be worth its while. Chapter 223, Fire Lord for a Week 4. While we may not have been as quick about it as we had hoped to be, I'm proud to say the first raid on Fire Fountain City has been a resounding success. If there were any words that could ease Angela's distress over the current situation with the missing ships, Mason had just uttered them. The interim Fire Lord smiled and closed her eyes, savoring the report even before reading it thoroughly. The captain of the capital's enforcers had brought it to the palace's study as the sun started to set on Angela's third day substituting her father, knowing that the crown princess wouldn't have enough free time to visit the enforcers' headquarters until her week as Fire Lord ended. "Oh, it's good news, at last," she said, setting down the report on the desk. "I'll make sure to read it as soon as I have the time, but if you say it was successful, I trust most matters were dealt with deftly." Indeed, Mason smiled, nodding. While there were a few obstacles, they weren't anything we weren't prepared to handle. If anything, the citizens were far more compliant with the raid than expected, and there were less arrests this time around. "That's great. It's how it's supposed to be anyhow," Sokka commented. He stood by the study's draped window, listening to the conversation although he hadn't intervened much. It seemed Mason found his presence by Angela's side to be a completely natural and expected happening, so, to his relief, she hadn't even reproached him for his absence from the enforcers' training sessions as of late. "Do you truly believe so?" Mason asked. Sokka shrugged. "Well, all the previous raids have been successful, so by now people will know that the enforcers mean business." He said, "It's probably easier to break the laws when you don't think you'll pay a big price for it, right? But now that they know they can't get away with breaking the new laws, they're a lot more cautious than before. That should make things a lot smoother in the next operations. But these are also the kinds of people who are much likelier to obey the laws, right? You've moved up from crime dens to smaller villages until you are finally dealing with large cities, right? Crime dens are riddled with lawbreakers. It's their very premise," Angela admitted. "The higher you go in the social hierarchy, the likelier it is for them to abide by the laws, you think? Well, in theory, you'd expect it to be that way, but..." Sokka said, and Angela sighed and nodded. "But the high class is probably just as bad as the crime dens, actually," she finished. Mason nodded, thoughtfully. "Lawbreakers in crime dens expect the laws won't apply to them because they never did before, and the nobility believe they're above the law, instead. Arguably, the nobles are likely to be much worse. Attempts at corruption will be expected, Mei-sun. I'm aware, she said, nodding. I've done my best to prepare the soldiers for the trickery they might face, as well as the manipulations. It's not easy, however. Not everyone can remain strong and steadfast in the face of the schemes of a noble. Indeed, Angela said, breathing deeply, I wouldn't be surprised in the least if a few of the enforcers did succumb to such manipulations. You'll have to keep a keen eye open for any signs of foul play. You expect they could be threatened? Sokka asked, or just bribed, maybe. Indeed. Nobles are used to getting away with whatever they please, Mei-sun answered, and when their charms and empty promises fail, they try to use their connections as leverage to destroy whoever they hold responsible for their misfortunes. If it comes to that, you can just send them to me, Angela said, with a sharp grin. I'd like to think they'd know better than to play such dangerous games with the Fire Lord's daughter. Or the Fire Lord herself, seeing as that's what you are this week, Sokka smirked. Angela closed her eyes but nodded, still amused. Rest assured, we will handle this as best as we can, Mei-sun said. I'll send word if things grow complicated, but we intend to deal with these obstacles ourselves for now, at least. I'd be most pleased if you can handle everything yourselves. I won't deny that, Angela nodded sagely. As for the stealth division, it began operations about 2 weeks ago, as I've mentioned, Mei-sun nodded. We haven't made nearly enough progress yet, but we're finding promising leads, regardless. They trust they'll nab a clandestine slave supplier within another month, if all goes well. Good news, Angela said, grinning. Seems like everything is moving along quite smoothly for the enforcers, then. I'm pleased. I hoped you would be. Mei-sun smiled too, pushing herself to her feet. I'll send word if anything changes within the next 4 days, but I don't expect it will be necessary, frankly. Let's hope you're right, Angela said, nodding in her direction. Only then did Mei-sun pay specific attention to Sokka. He tensed up, smiling awkwardly as the tall woman raised an eyebrow carefully. Can we expect you to be back in the training grounds once the week is over, Instructor Sokka? She asked. His guilty grin spoke for itself. Why, yeah. That sounds about right, he said. To his relief, Mei-sun smiled sincerely at him. Good. We'll expect you by then, if so, she said, before performing an appropriate, deep reverence for Angela. The best of luck with your temporary duties, Interim Fire Lord. Thank you, Angela said, nodding once more. Mei-sun left the room with an agreeable smile. As soon as she closed the door behind herself, however, Angela sighed and lowered her gaze. I'm sure I'm going to need it. Hey, now, you've handled everything perfectly well so far, Sokka said, smiling, and stepping closer to Angela, rubbing her armored shoulder with a hand. I know, you're worried about the missing ships, but you did what you had to do. They're not going to get through the barrier at Ajalan's gates, right? It's not very likely, no, Angela conceded, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips, but the closed gates are still a source of trouble. They can't stay closed for too long, or else the economic consequences will be catastrophic, and that's the last thing I need when our future literally rides on how successful I am at handling this crisis. Come on, now, Sokka said, leaning on the desk right beside her. Without a care in the world, Angela raised a judgmental eyebrow at his rear, placed perfectly upon her father's flawless mahogany desk. You need to stop pressuring yourself further by thinking about that, okay? I know you can't really help it, but you're only going to drive yourself crazy if you obsess with how much we might lose if this goes wrong. I think it's too late for that by now, Angela sighed, returning her gaze to the papers right underneath the report Mei-sun had brought her, documents she had been working on before the captain's visit. I can't help what's happening with the damn ships, but I can do my best to protect this nation and ensure the consequences for this mess aren't as bad as they promise to be. If I work on tending to all the potential problems that might arise over this, I'll be less likely to risk my coveted future role as High Governor of the colonies, right? Sokka sighed and shook his head before reaching for her arm. He yanked her to her feet delicately, and Angela fell into his arms, setting her head on his shoulder, by sheer instinct. You need to get your mind off your problems. Again, he said. Angela sighed, and as it seems to be the entire universe's opinion that my current duty to you is to make sure you can clear your head, I'm going to do just that. We're not having sex in my father's study. Hey. I didn't say that we would. Sokka pouted, though Azula smiled. Well, now, if that's not what you had in mind, I'll be genuinely disappointed, she said, raising her head to glance at him. It's hard to believe you haven't thought of doing that today. Heh, trust me, I've wanted to do more than enough things I shouldn't with you, at every hour of every day, he said, smiling and cupping her face, but it's going to be dinner time soon, and if we keep acting up, we're definitely going to get caught by the wrong person eventually. True. Azula sighed dramatically, and Sokka chuckled before reaching for her hand. You and I, princess, are going to take a walk, and I'll say lots of ridiculous things to you the whole time, until you feel better, he said. She smiled, prodding his nose with hers. Just that proposal is enough to improve my mood, frankly. Good job, she said, and he snickered. See? I'm just that good at what I do, always have been. He teased her. Azula laughed, but allowed Sokka to steer her towards the door, letting go of her hand just before pushing it open. She certainly would welcome a break. After having spent hours on end cooped up in her father's study, she suspected Oze would be outraged if he knew she had eaten lunch on his desk while still working on finding solutions to the many arising predicaments, the consequences of closing the great gates of Ajalon. By now she had organized a feasible enough strategy of economic compensation to the ships that would likely struggle due to the closing of the gates, as well as a diagrammed, proposed solution to allow ships to disembark their cargo in secondary ports within the mainland's outer shores. It wouldn't be quite so safe, and if such a solution were implemented, she still had to manage all the details on how to transport the cargo throughout the more rural roads of the mainland. A simple act, even if made for the right reasons, carried countless consequences alongside it. Overlook anything, and the already precarious balance of the Fire Nation could falter altogether. Azula suspected her father hardly lost any sleep over what he'd deem the lesser consequences of his actions, but her strongest support was to be found in the common folk. Azula knew as much. While the nobility had appeared to grow fonder of her in recent years, her current work with the enforcers might just turn them against her, especially if she ensured any attempts to weave corruption into the enforcers' ranks failed. If she was already going to antagonize the ruling class, she couldn't afford doing the same thing with anyone else, for everything she had worked for might turn out to be in vain, if that happened. All right, enough with that grumpy-looking grimace, Azula. Sokka's voice broke through her thoughts, and his hand clasped her elbow as he guided her faster to the gardens. Come on. We can go check on Xin Long. He's out right now, Azula said, and Sokka froze, his eyebrow twitching. He assumed I won't be needing him too often through this week, so he spends most his days doing as he pleases, frolicking in plains and meadows, chasing cattle, all those wicked things that bring a smile to a dragon's face. We should go do those things, then. Aren't we dragons now too? Sokka teased her. The memory of their last journey brought a smile to Azula's face. It hardly feels real, sometimes, she said, not just what we found, but everything that happened while we were there. You could safely say it was magical, eh? Sokka grinned. I have to say, I have very few complaints about our last trip. Yeah, sure, getting chased by sandbenders and buzzard wasps wasn't fun, and I really hated that you got hurt by that rock Toph threw at you, and nearly freezing and drowning while we were in that tunnel wasn't fun. That's just a few complaints. Really? Azula smirked. Sokka chuckled. Okay, I'm just saying, the bad stuff can't even compare to the good stuff, he said, finally releasing her from his grip once their feet had left the long, marble halls and entered the garden's softer, grassy area instead. We should just keep talking about this too, this way you won't be able to overwhelm yourself with Fire Lord nonsense. Ugh, it's not nonsense, Azula sighed, shaking her head. There's so much I need to brace myself for, Sokka. Can't you try to focus on what's going well, at least while we're on this short break, and then worry about fixing everything when you go back to the study? Though, hey, it's pretty late by now. Might be a better idea to just go get some dinner and tuck into bed, right? Wrong, Azula groaned, shaking her head. I can't afford that, Sokka, no matter how nice the idea might be, but you have to be involved in everything, no matter what, Sokka finished, pouting. Azula gazed at him hopelessly. I know I'm not much fun these days, but once this mess with the missing ships is resolved, I promise I'll be better, she said, scarcely resisting the urge to squeeze his hand reassuringly. I can't help but wonder if my father has faced situations like this one before. Maybe he simply sent his assassin to deal with it, back then. I guess that makes matters a lot easier. Sokka said that way no one has to know something's out of control. Huh? He could have had that Cetus working more often than we realized. I've always assumed he did, even if I've also assumed we'll never know for sure. Azula sighed, continuing to walk beside Sokka, progressing slowly through the palace's gardens. Xian Long's refuge loomed ahead, empty, with most its gates wide open, as though waiting for the dragon to descend back home for a Fire Lord whose very rise to power was questionable. My father's rule has been remarkably smooth and peaceful. It's only logical that he would have silenced dissent and uprisings quietly, whenever they happened, just as he did those days. Sokka gritted his teeth, longing to hold Azula's hand as well. Memories of Oze's murder spree always darkened her mood, and as they were out in the open, Sokka couldn't quite comfort her as he often did. Taking this walk probably wasn't as good an idea as he had thought, initially. Azula's footsteps slowed to a halt gradually, though, just after they had walked past the refuge. Sokka stopped as well, turning to find his secret wife was frowning, once more sporting that familiar crease between her eyebrows. "What's wrong now?" Sokka asked, apprehensively. "Merely, the White Lotus has seemed to vanish ever since those days, didn't they?" she asked. "And I'm not saying they're the ones behind this mess with the ships, but, what if it weren't exactly them? What if it were?" She couldn't quite finish posing her thought to Sokka. A sudden crashing sound startled the Gladiator and his sponsor, who glanced quickly at the palace anew. The noise had come from the terrains concealed by the next corner of the building, it seemed. And it was accompanied by a familiar, female voice, though it was still too far away for her words to be understood. "Toph," Sokka said, raising an eyebrow as Azula sighed. "That little brat," she grunted, speeding her way towards the sounds of combat, followed closely by Sokka. "I thought we were under attack, for crying out loud." "Well, you're on edge, Azula. If this mess weren't happening you wouldn't have thought so," Sokka pointed out, and the princess released another breath, rolling her eyes. "I guess that's true, but I still need to give her a piece of my mind," she said. "At the very least she'd better promise she'll smooth over the grounds she's training at, right?" Sokka smiled a little, unsure Toph would show the palace such courtesy, especially if Azula demanded it harshly. The Earthbender's unruly behavior and natural urges to rebel against any figure of authority wouldn't be likely to recede now that Azula was Fire Lord for a week. Yet Azula's intent to scold her friend froze over quickly once the young Earthbender finally came into view, right behind the palace's main building. Toph was crafting massive rock attacks at vertiginous speeds, breaking whole chunks of the ground out of place and casting them at the true source of Azula's surprise. Iroh, dressed with light training garb, stood across Toph, launching potent fire-bending defenses against his gladiator's attacks. A proud smile spread over the Earthbender's face, though the firebender was fully focused instead. It seemed Toph was far too difficult an opponent to take lightly, despite she was most evidently enjoying herself to the fullest by sparring against her sponsor. As soon as she let down her barrage of speedy attacks, Iroh launched his own offensive, and it was Toph's turn to build sturdy shields of rock that would keep her safe from the inferno her partner would unleash upon her. Sokka and Azula stood side by side, watching the two benders fighting fiercely. It didn't escape Azula's notice that her uncle, as old and stocky as he always had been, appeared far more fit now than he had been during the race. This wasn't their first training session together, and it seemed the retired general was taking his fire-bending training far more seriously these days than he had in years. Iroh had been attacking Toph quite relentlessly, but at the slightest moment of hesitation, Toph launched her large, tall earthen shield against her sponsor. Iroh barely had a chance to jump out of the way of the rushing earth, following it with his gaze after it passed him by, to find the tall earth cluster was, most likely, going to crash against the two onlookers he hadn't noticed until then. Toph had been so focused on her training with Iroh she hadn't stopped to reason with the presences her feet had sensed, just behind her sponsor. She flinched, stretching her arms out to stop her attack, which rolled steadily towards them as a tidal wave might. Until it was shattered violently by a blast of charged, blue fire. Sokka shielded his eyes from the earth that pelted them, but Azula stood in place, ignoring the crumbling feat of earthbending as she glared at Toph. The earthbender flinched, despite she couldn't exactly see her friend's reaction. Sorry, Toph said, the corners of her lips twisting downwards. Angela scoffed. You will be sorry indeed, bandit, Angela declared, haughtily. Don't even think about wrapping up your training for the day without evening the palace grounds properly, you hear me? Oh? That's what you're mad about? Toph asked, raising her eyebrows. What, you thought this puny attack of yours would take me for surprise a second time? Not a chance, Angela smirked, prompting Sokka to chuckle at her boldness beside her. There was promised bad blood brewing between them after the race, or at least, that's what Toph had assumed, yet now Angela was behaving just as she had before that chaotic final stage of the race had unfolded. Maybe Sokka had been right when he had told her Angela wouldn't hold it against her. With that reassuring thought in mind, Toph smiled earnestly now. Yeah, as if you weren't awed by how much stronger I've gotten since we last crossed blows. Spicy, huh? Spicy Lord? Sounds weird, come to think of it. Well, you'll only have to call me that for about 4 more days. You don't have to get used to it, Angela said, smiling slightly. It was the first time they had bumped into each other since the race. Sokka realized, Iroh and Toph had, most likely, returned to the Fire Nation after the event had ended, whereas he and Angela had continued to travel across the large continent. Had the Earthbender devoted all that time to developing her skills further, just as he had taken the opportunity to craft the chi-blocking disperser to use against her? And, most importantly, had Iroh finally taken to training thoroughly with his Gladiator? He might have even started doing as much earlier than this, considering how long he and Toph had been away, searching for Zuko, and how he had been fit enough to fight and run throughout the race without betraying any considerable exhaustion. The old man's eyes were set on them right now, but whatever thoughts were crossing his mind were a complete mystery, as they often were for Sokka. Angela, clearly, would prefer focusing on Toph than on her uncle, but her eyes still darted towards him warily for a moment, as though weighing what Iroh's next move might be, if he made one at all. Anyways, it's not like you guys have much room to complain, Toph said, raising her hands so they'd rest behind her head. I've sensed you two sparring most mornings, right? It's the same thing, isn't it? We don't exactly tear the palace's grounds to pieces when we spar, however, Angela said, with a dry grin. Toph scoffed. Then you're doing it wrong, she declared, with a proud grin. Angela smirked as she shook her head. It's unusual for you guys to be training like this, though, Sokka said, finally daring to speak his mind rather than allowing Iroh's presence to daunt him into silence. Are you preparing for the next race already, by any chance? Heh, we might be, Toph said, stubbornly, and this time you guys are going down, for sure. What, you're sending us underground again? Sokka taunted her, with a smirk. You do realize that's why we won the last stage, don't you? That's not the point. Toph huffed, blushing as she tightened her fists at either side of her body. Both Angela and Sokka laughed as the Earthbender stormed up to them. Yeah, be as cocky as you wanna be, but you know what, dog? I'm getting stronger, way stronger than before, and I'm going to kick your ass the next time we fight. Which, by the way, is going to happen way sooner than you think. Ahaha, wait, what? Sokka's smile soured quickly at those confident words, and Toph smirked as she raised her head, her dark, disorderly bangs swaying with the movement. I'm fighting my final earthbending opponent in 2 weeks, she announced, proudly. Just one more victory under my belt, and then you two are going down again. As you always do. Heh, conveniently forgetting the race right now? Sokka asked. Toph shook her head. That was different. You, me, fighting one-on-one. That's what really counts, and you know it, dog, she smirked. For you, maybe. I'd much rather fight side by side with my sponsor, Sokka said, beaming. Sure, she's the tough one, after all. Hey. You take that back. The promised back and forth between Toph and Sokka could have been entertaining, but Angela's attention drifted towards Iroh by now. He had fetched a towel he had brought with him for the training session, and he was wiping his face clean from the sweat right now. The tension between them lingered still, but Angela wondered if perhaps some of it had dwindled after they had exteriorized some of it by fighting in the race. She didn't expect Iroh to like her, let alone would she want him to, but cordiality was better than hostility when it came to the old man, that much was true. She had no idea what Iroh might prove capable of, if he were to catch her with her guard down while she served as her father's substitute. "Is everything going well, Interim Fire Lord?" His question took her aback, and both Sokka and Toph fell silent as Iroh glanced at Azula, his clear eyes bearing into hers. The princess gritted her teeth but nodded, fearing she was wearing her emotions on her sleeve these days. Iroh was bound to realize something wasn't as right as it should be, wasn't he? "It has, in general," she replied, as soberly as possible. "The duties of a crown prince pale beside those of a fire lord, don't they?" Iroh said. Azula's eyebrows twitched at his words. "I never held the title for as long as you will, but I was interim fire lord myself a few times, during my father's rule." "It makes sense that you were," Azula said, trying to conceal her discomfort at the revelation. Having anything in common with the old man was deeply unsettling. "It's wise of you to clear your mind once in a while, if that's what your morning training sessions and this walk were about," Iroh said, setting down the towel anew. "It's far too easy to be swept up by the pressures of the role." "Well, Azula is handling things as well as possible," Sokka declared proudly, sending a flurry of mixed feelings through Azula's spine with his typical supportive words. She didn't need Iroh to return to his suspicions about their relationship, despite she rather appreciated that Sokka would constantly stand by her as he did. "If anything, I'm sure the whole Fire Nation will be damn sorry once her father returns." Considering the bulk of the Fire Nation doesn't even know my father isn't here right now, I doubt that," Azula said, raising her eyebrows in Sokka's direction. "Which is great, right? If they haven't even noticed there's been a brief change of management, it means you're keeping the peace so well they can go on with their merry lives without a care in the world," Sokka concluded, beaming. Azula grimaced but shrugged. "I guess that's one way to look at it. It's the only way you ought to look at it, damn. You're always so paranoid about the slightest thing that could go wrong." Sokka pouted. "Well, I don't know any other paths to success, so I'll continue to be paranoid if I must," Azula retorted. "It's paid off well enough with the enforcers so far." "Ah, see? Things with the enforcers are, undoubtedly, going well," Sokka exclaimed, grinning. "So there you go, one thing you can take pride on without." "True, but the enforcers aren't related to my current duties as interim Fire Lord," Azula said, raising her eyebrows matter-of-factly. Sokka grimaced, an eyebrow twitching. "You just don't know how to be happy, do you?" he asked. Despite knowing they weren't alone, Azula couldn't contain an affectionate smirk. "Not under circumstances like these, I don't," she said. "Is anything in particular going badly?" Iroh asked suddenly, startling Azula. "It would be most unexpected, coming from you." Despite bracing herself for hostility, she sensed very little of it, if any, in Iroh's tone right now. Azula glanced at her uncle, who had come to stand beside Toph. There was no hint of amusement in his voice or countenance, none of his relaxed, careless behavior. For a moment, Azula pondered if perhaps he was taking her seriously as a potential ruler of the Fire Nation, for the very first time. "It's nothing major, I hope," Azula said, before she could hold herself back. Sokka frowned. He hadn't expected her to show any vulnerabilities to Iroh. "Of all people, the measures I've taken to counter the problem should have worked, theoretically." That was what she told herself, and it was what she had to cling to, but the information Zhao had sent, that there was a waterbender in the group, that they were likely heading towards the capital, or at least to the inner Fire Nation, beyond the great gates of Ajalon, paired with her latest guess regarding who might be behind the disappearance of the ships, could easily chill the blood inside her body, overriding the influence of her powerful inner fire. She hadn't told Sokka about that guess just yet. She had been about to do so just as they found Toph and Iroh. Perhaps it was a good idea to take that chance now, if possible. "Either way, I don't think we should intrude on your training any longer," Azula said, nodding in Toph's direction. "If you'll be facing your last earthbending opponent, you certainly shouldn't be distracted." He's probably not going to be anything serious," Toph smirked. "None have been, so far. This training is for when I fight your dog, and Combustion Man afterwards." "Good to know you take me more seriously than you take other earthbenders," Sokka declared, beaming, and Toph stiffened. I didn't say that." "You implied it. That's enough for me," Sokka beamed, and Azula laughed before rolling her eyes. And this silly argument is enough for me too, Angela said. Make sure you smooth the grounds over before you finish up for the day, Toph. I won't have you tearing the palace to pieces under my watch. So boring. Your dad's not as stuffy about how I rearrange your garden as you are. Toph declared, stubbornly, and Angela sighed, shaking her head. I highly doubt that, but do as you wish. If you get in trouble for it once he comes home, I'll make sure he knows you're absolutely eager to face your punishment. Ha! You'll never take me alive, Spicy. The earthbender took up a playful combat stance, and Angela laughed at it at first, but her amusement dwindled when Toph lowered her fists, frowning as she sensed someone running their way. Princess. Wait, no, Interim Fire Lord. The voice came from a soldier, running at full speed towards them. He was currently at the level of the dragon's refuge, panting heavily as though he had been racing throughout the palace for far too long. Yet the one detail that caught Angela's attention was the closed scroll he held in his hand. It was fastened with a black ribbon. All her leisurely smiles were guaranteed to vanish at that sight. Angela frowned heavily and stepped towards the soldier, who finally slowed down before her, failing to announce or explain himself before the princess snatched the letter out of his hand in a single move. This, arrived, from the Naval Coordination and Office. He panted, and Angela nodded. Thank you. You're dismissed, Angela said, though the soldier sighed and dropped on his knees instead of leaving. He had spent the better part of 15 minutes searching the palace high and low, trying to track down the princess, only to glance out a window to discover, merely moments ago, that she was taking a stroll with her gladiator, rather than in her room, her father's study, or even the dining hall. Angela ignored his breathlessness, however, far too concerned by the letter to pay attention to whether the soldier would leave or stay. She tore it open in a hurry, immune, at least at the moment, to the many eyes that followed her every action. No one asked any questions as she read the report Zhao had sent her now, knowing better than to interrupt as she scoured the new letter at haste. Yet, where Sokka had fleetingly hoped the princess's reaction to new information would be positive, his heart sank upon finding the very opposite thing. She appeared more aghast as her eyes traveled frantically upon the text, and her breathing was uneven by the time she finally lowered the paper. Curse everything. I knew it had to be him, but I didn't want to believe it, Angela snarled, her free hand clenching into a tight fist. You knew it? Angela, what happened now? Sokka asked, despite dreading the answer long before she gave it. They made it past the gates, Angela said, her voice faint yet clear enough for Sokka to understand her words. He frowned, unease surging in his gut. The gates. Iroh repeated, and only then did Angela remember Iroh had been here, mere moments ago, asking whether matters were moving along smoothly in her job as interim Fire Lord or not. Curse her rotten luck, you closed them? For what reason? Angela sighed, wrapping the letter back into a scroll as she braced herself to reveal the truth to her uncle. A truth she certainly didn't wish to speak, let alone to him, but this was about much more than her reputation and her performance as interim Fire Lord. For, if her earlier guess and the letter's contents matched, her future assignment should be the least of her concerns right now. 2 patrol ships went missing earlier this week, Angela explained. Iroh's brow furrowed at the news. I've tasked Zhao with coordinating the search, yet the other patrol ships have failed to track them down until now. The last news we received was that, in all likelihood, there was a waterbender aiding them. Now we know for sure that there was one. She handed the letter to Sokka, who gritted his teeth as he yanked it open quickly. The waterbender seems to have submerged the ships safely underwater just as the sentries at the gates launched their attack, Angela explained. Hands on her hips, they resurfaced at the other side, and as all patrol ships were dispatched outside the gates, there was no way they could give chase once they had crossed underwater. They've breached our defenses. And now? What is this? Sokka said, his voice trembling, halfway through the report. Angela stiffened. The sentries still posted at the gates said, the waterbender seems to have some sort of prosthetic limb. Indeed, that's what it says, Angela said, gazing at him with uncertainty. And that's not all? Sokka frowned as she continued reading. It seemed most the men aboard the stolen ships were confirmed foreigners, with no sign of the Fire Nation soldiers anywhere. Most men appeared Earth Kingdom born, except for the apparent leader, who was seen giving orders to both ships as they continued to sail inland, a tall, muscular man with straight black hair, wielding a guandeo spear. Sokka nearly dropped the letter altogether, raising his eyes to find Angela's own, confused and concerned ones. He shook his head promptly, breathing deeply only to release the air in agitated huffs, but Angela couldn't lie to his face. She couldn't simply tell him their suspicions, their fears, the evidence, was completely wrong and misguided. "What the heck is the matter with you two?" Toph blurted out suddenly, confused and slightly disgruntled. "What's it to you that there's a waterbender with a prosthetic limb in those ships? Surely you can take down a waterbender no problem, can't you?" "Waterbenders are more dangerous than you might expect," Toph, Iroh said, but he eyed Sokka and Angela with suspicion all the same. "Yet that he has a prosthetic seems particularly important, doesn't it?" "It could be someone Sokka faced in the arena once before," Angela said, clenching her fists before folding her arms over her chest, "and that he'd ally himself with the likely main culprit for this whole mess seems perfectly fitting, actually. I pondered it might be him even before this, but I can scarcely believe it yet." "You already thought it could be Roan?" Sokka whispered, his heart sinking heavily as he spoke his question aloud. Toph appeared just as perplexed as before upon hearing the name, for she had never heard it until then. Iroh, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. "I know it probably is, but he was in the Northern Air Temple with a group of Earth Kingdom strangers several months ago, wasn't he?" Angela asked, frowning. "At least this way we know he won't be tormenting the Mechanist anymore." "Who's Roan?" Toph asked now, scratching her head. "Ugh, another former gladiator," Sokka said, rubbing his brow with his fingertips. "An old friend of mine who then turned into an enemy, who I thought would rethink his life's purpose after we last met, but if this is really him, I was definitely wrong to hope for that." "Is this the guy you mentioned the other day? When we reached Omashu?" Toph asked. Sokka sighed and nodded. "Yeesh. So, a bunch of people with a grudge on you decided to climb on a boat and charge at the Fire Nation? I don't get it." "It's worse than that," Angela said, breathing out slowly. "They may have a grudge against Sokka for their own reasons, but their main problem is with the Fire Nation itself. And, curses, the spear. If it's truly what we believed." A streak of panic crossed the princess's face before she turned and called for the soldier who was finally leaving, diligent and slowly. "I need you to send word back to Admiral Zhao," Angela exclaimed, striding up to the soldier, leaving Iroh and Toph behind with more questions than answers. "A spear," Iroh repeated, as Sokka tensed up. "What spear did she mean, Sokka?" We don't know for sure, okay? Maybe we're just rushing to conclusions," Sokka said, gritting his teeth. "But back in the swamp, I had a strange dream where I saw Roan with a group of unknown people and, the stingray wasn't there, come to think of it. Maybe he joined recently? Or maybe the dream is unreliable, and I told you the swamp has genuine power," Iroh said, though his voice was far more alarmed now. "Don't dismiss that dream for no reason, especially when it looks like it might be coming true. What happened in it?" "Well, I don't know for sure," Sokka said, grimacing. He certainly wasn't about to tell Angela's worst political enemy that she had wound up dead in his dream. For all he knew, Iroh might just decide to join forces with Roan to see that he succeeded at that goal. Perhaps he was too paranoid, just like her, but he wasn't willing to risk his lover's life in any way. "I had this horrible, foreboding feeling when I saw him. The spear was a guandeo, and when I told Angela about it, she remembered this creepy story her father told her when she was a kid, about a spear, the bloodlust spear. A spear of legends. You think that man, Roan, could have it?" Iroh asked, and for once, Sokka thought he'd seen genuine fear in his eyes. Well, at least he was taking the threat seriously. That can't be. "Why not? You just said I couldn't dismiss the swamp's visions, so?" Sokka asked, though he fell silent when Angela returned to them, after the soldier had taken off in a hurry once again. "What did you ask him to tell Zhao?" "I'm summoning him, actually," Angela said, gritting her teeth. "I've also ordered him to keep all our ships out of their way. I won't have him launching an attack on that damn ship until we know for sure what danger it poses. If this is truly the bloodlust spear, Roan could kill countless of our men without the slightest hesitation, if they so much as attempt to stand in his way. Wouldn't he have used the spear for that purpose already, though? Sokka reasoned, if he thought he'd get away with it, that is. Maybe Azula said who says he didn't? As much as the waterbender pushed many ships away, it's possible the crews of both the ships they took were slaughtered, whether with the spear or without it. I don't know just how bloodthirsty Roan can be, but considering his history. This only gets weirder and more convoluted by the minute, Toph said, grimacing. What's this weird spear and why are you all so paranoid about it? It's a spear of legends, Iroh said, startling Toph, from many ages past, born from another time of strife and war, far from the Fire Nation. You know about it, then? Azula asked. It was part of what little information on the air nomads has survived until our days, Iroh answered, surprising both Azula and Sokka. Wait, the spear belonged to the air nomads? Sokka asked, perplexed. Not quite, Iroh said, sighing, and shaking his head. As far as I understood, it was given to them, to be sealed and kept safe. At least, that's what the surviving documents state. It was a dangerous weapon, wielded in many wars of the Earth Kingdom, and it tipped the scales to any commander's favor, no matter the inferiority of his tactics or numbers. Well, as long as they could control the weapon, that is. The air nomads were said to have taken it into their custody precisely after a battle where the wielder of the spear lost control and was killed by it, and all his fellow soldiers followed. It was a massacre of both sides. The air nomads were supposed to take the spear away, lock it safely, so it might never be wielded again. Couldn't they just cut it or something? Sokka asked, grimacing. Slay the spear. Perhaps they didn't know how, Iroh said, with a shrug. It's not a weapon of this world. And weren't they supposed to have been the experts on matters that weren't from this world? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, which is why they kept it sealed, safely hidden away from any who might misuse it anew, Iroh said. When Zuko and I searched the air temples, many years ago, we learned of this story and saw no sign of the spear anywhere, so I assumed perhaps it truly was nothing but a legend, or it was sealed so safely there was no way it would ever be found anew. Though, we didn't search the northern air temple. You didn't? Sokka asked. Both him and Azula tensed up. Its exact location was still unknown when we set out, Iroh admitted, lowering his gaze. By the time Oze's war minister tracked it down, Zuko and I had been at sea for quite some time, and they weren't about to supply us with such information. But if you two have been there before. Well, we weren't exactly looking for a spear from hell while we were there, Sokka said, frowning. Not to mention, how would Roan know how to find it, or where? And, hey, he kept traveling outside the temple, from what Teo and the Mechanist explained, right? Then. Maybe they had sealed it elsewhere, and not within the temple itself, Azula suggested. The mountains nearby were large and confusing, remember? It's not impossible. You still haven't explained what's so damn fancy about this weird spear of yours, Toph asked. Is it as weird as the dog's sword that cuts through metal? Or the jewel's sword that bends fire? Worse, said Iroh, breathing deeply. The bloodlust spear was named for its evident thirst for blood. Yet my suspicion, upon reading about those legends, was that it chases after chi instead of blood. It's a corrupted spear, and spiritual corruption, from my understanding, pursues all that's living to make it rot. Azula frowned at Iroh's words. It sounded remarkably similar to Cephas's skills. Could there be a connection between both things? Or was Iroh merely guessing, and her association of both matters had no correlation altogether? I don't know this for sure, of course, Iroh admitted. It could be it does pursue blood instead, and the name is closer to its true behavior than my understanding of it. A weapon of such properties, it can only be the result of some manner of spiritual corruption. And spirits do not behave quite as humans do. Their priorities, their motivations, their course of action, they are considerably difficult to predict and understand. So, okay, I'm not surprised to hear you taking spirit nonsense this seriously, said Toph, waving a hand at Iroh before pointing at Azula and Sokka. But you too? I thought you were on my side, right? The skeptics who don't believe in cosmic mumbo-jumbo. We used to be, but... Sokka said, breathing deeply and shaking his head. I don't think we can afford being skeptical right now. If this is truly what's happening. If that spear is real, and it's in Roan's hands, of all people. Angela continued, clenching her fists at either side of her body. Then we need to figure out a plan to stop him, with the least casualties. At haste. Even if it's not the spear, he needs to be stopped, Sokka said, frowning. Whatever he already did to the ships must have been bad enough, whatever he might do next. I don't even want to imagine it. And he had to launch his attack just when my father leaves me in charge, Angela sighed, turning towards the palace's main building. If it were common knowledge that he's gone, I'd assume he was outright waiting for this chance. Not the first time you suspect someone's feeding information to the enemy, Sokka said, patting her armored shoulder before casting one more glance at the other pair of Gladiator and Sponsor. See you guys later, I figure. Wait, what? You drop this bomb on us and you'll just leave us to wait until you sort everything out yourselves? Toph asked, her eyebrow twitching. Not that I wouldn't welcome the help, Toph, but I'm not entirely sure you should get involved in a fight with a spear that, for all we know, could even fly of its own accord, Angela said, raising her eyebrows as both she and Sokka glanced at the short earthbender. You're better off. Do forgive me, but I can't say I'd be comfortable standing on the sidelines of this potential catastrophe. Iroha's sudden declaration stunned the others cold. Once again, his eyes gleamed as he stepped towards Angela. We have bad blood, and I doubt it will go away anytime soon, Iroha told her, but I'm willing to put it aside for now, if nothing else. This threat to the Fire Nation is not child's play, Angela. You cannot take it for granted, and you need all the help you can get. I wouldn't want to put Toph at risk either, but she certainly could be of help in sorting out this crisis, as could I. Angela couldn't give her eyes or ears any credit, despite she had heard and seen her uncle speaking those words earnestly. Was he that concerned by the threat the spear posed? Was it, perhaps, a way to imply he didn't expect her to overcome this challenge on her own? Or, worse yet, did he wish to sabotage her operation to annul the threat Roan represented, so the enemy could get away with whatever he was up to? Yet Angela questioned that last possibility. As antagonistic as Iroha could be towards her, he was underhanded in his tactics, manipulative, methodical. If he wanted her dead, he certainly would find a much classier way to get it done than through some supernatural spear. There weren't a lot of circumstances in which Iroha would willingly ally himself with Angela, especially after their latest conflicts. That he would offer his aid only revealed how dangerous and dire this situation truly was. It was possible he had some sort of agenda anyways. As far as Angela knew, he usually did. But it didn't seem to her that there was anything he'd gain from sabotaging her, in this situation. There was genuine fear in Iroha's usually unreadable eyes, and Angela tried to trust it, though she knew better than to lower her guard around Iroha altogether. You'd follow my leadership? Angela asked, point blank. Sokka tensed up beside her, astonished to discover she was pondering Iroha's offer of help after all. The question didn't sit easily with the old man, who scowled after Angela posed it. It was a natural point of contention between two royals, accustomed to making things go their way, yet, regardless of Angela's inexperience at the head of a nation, she was, unquestionably, the one with more political power at the moment. Hence, I will speak my mind. If I disagree with your decisions, Iroha said, startling both Sokka and Toph now. Was that submission? Surrender? I'd rather you did. Though you'll have to offer solid reasons for me to change my mind about anything I might want to do, Angela warned him, raising her eyebrows before casting a quick glance over the other two members of the group. Well, now, what's with those looks? Just. I'm surprised, is all. By the two of you, Sokka said, blinking blankly, his eyes shifting between Angela and Iroha. Truthfully, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise, Toph announced suddenly, grinning as her fists settled on her hips. You two helped us out once, without wanting to, sure, but you did, and we never paid you back, did we? Angela raised an eyebrow as she assessed Toph's words. Clever of her to act as though she hadn't already paid back her own debt long ago, by concealing their secret for years, as she had. It's only right for us to give you guys a hand. And it reminds me of better days, too, Toph said, grinning and shrugging. I don't know a damn thing about fighting creepy spears that fly on their own, but count me in, too. They were still facing a dire and grim threat that might upend the world as they knew it, but Angela managed to smile regardless and nod in Toph's direction. She couldn't deny it would be better to face this upcoming challenge with more allies on her side. Topha's skills would certainly allow further versatility in whatever strategies they could craft against Roan. He wouldn't be likely to plan ahead for a wild card as wild as Toph could be, after all. What are we going to do, then? Sokka asked, and Azula jerked her head towards the palace building, guiding him back to the marble halls through the nearest entrance. Iroh and Topha's footsteps followed them, a warning that they couldn't afford the same closeness they had basked in during the early days of the week. Even so, their presence proved slightly reassuring for the troubled princess. "We have a lot of planning to do," Azula said, softly. "I'm not taking Roan for granted. Whatever he's up to, he's made himself a full-blown enemy of the Fire Nation by capturing our ships. He'll be stopped, one way or another." Sokka nodded, and Azula shot an uncertain glance in his direction after she finished speaking. She only found determination in his countenance, despite his furrowed brow spoke plainly of how troubled he was. He had hoped Roan would turn over a new leaf, and his long absence had certainly made it appear as though he might do so, yet now it was clear his hopes had been unfounded. His unsettling swamp dream, instead, appeared to be closer to reality than he had ever wanted it to be. But he refused to let matters reach the same disturbing conclusion they had in his dream. His fists tightened as fierce fire, just like Azula's own, burned in his eyes. The princess watched him briefly, noticing how similar the hue in his irises was to her flames. She smiled to herself because of it as she turned towards her father's study. With Sokka standing by her side, so resolute and determined as he was, Azula's fears weren't louder than her own resolve to fight alongside the man she loved, even in the face of otherworldly dangers. She ordered the guard who stood by the study's door to summon 2 of her guards for the upcoming meeting too. Iroh took his seat patiently at the couch Sokka had lounged at over the past 3 days, while Toph wandered the room aimlessly, hands behind her head. Sokka couldn't seem to take his seat just yet, nervous and uneasy beside Azula as she studied another map of the Fire Nation on her desk, this time one that depicted the capital and the bay in detail. Within 10 minutes, Fei Li and Rui Shi had entered the room. "Is anything the matter?" Fei Li asked, immediately. "Do you need us for anything, princess?" "I likely will, yes. I need both the leaders of my guards right now," Azula said, with a slow sigh. Fei Li blushed underneath his helmet at her acknowledgement, that she would take him that seriously as a leader when he scarcely felt like one himself was an unexpected surprise. "Feel free to remove your helmets. You're not here as guards right now, but as commanders in your own right." Fei Li only seemed more tense and confused by Azula's words, but he obeyed the order, nonetheless. Rui Shi did as much without the same hesitation, though his brow was noticeably furrowed once his face was in display for everyone, but Toph, to see. "Is this related to the information from the Naval Coordination and Communication Office?" Rui Shi asked, immediately. Azula nodded, and the guard sighed, despite her confirmation alarmed him all the more. "What do you need of us?" "I'll explain everything thoroughly once the last member of our group arrives," Azula said. "It'll be for the best if I don't repeat myself needlessly." Fei Li and Rui Shi exchanged a quick glance with Sokka, who rested against the desk unceremoniously now. That the gladiator seemed to understand, and even share, the princess's apprehension, wasn't a good sign, as far as either guard could tell. The 2 guards took their seats on the chairs before Oze's mahogany desk. The silence and tension in the room affected their perception of time. They had only waited around 20 more minutes, yet it appeared to have been much longer than that, when the study's door burst open, revealing a confused and unsettled Zhao behind it. Without a hint of ceremony, his eyes found Azula, right behind Oze's desk. "Why did you order the troops to stand down?" he asked. "We can send ships to track down theirs at haste, and this time they'd have no escape." "They could just as well escape in the same way they entered our inner waters," Azula said, curtly, and Zhao scowled. "In as much as you fear otherwise, I did have reasons to give out that command, as well as to summon you here." "Chiang." "Yes, princess," said the guard by the study's open door, bowing his head towards her promptly. "Turn away anyone who wants to see me unless they bear any urgent messages," Azula commanded. "Anything with my father's seal or from the Naval Coordination and Communication Office, you will bring to me at haste, but otherwise." "It will be as you command, princess," Chiang replied, raising his head and nodding just before closing the door behind himself. The group within the study wasn't large, yet Angela couldn't remember seeing this room as crowded as it was today. She breathed deeply before pushing herself up to her feet, hoping to have organized her thoughts and ideas appropriately. Most of you already know there's been a security breach in the Fire Nation Navy, but for those who don't, I'll recap what we know. Angela started, wasting no time with pleasantries. 2 patrol ships have been captured by a hostile party. All attempts to track them down went awry. Through the prowess of a water-bending member of their group, these enemies have managed to cross the great gates of Ajalon from underneath them, according to the reports. Everything indicates their ultimate goal might be to strike at the heart of the Fire Nation, the capital itself. Her summary was short and blunt, and she conveyed it with level emotions, yet she could see Fei Li's horror increasing upon each of her new revelations. Rui Shi, the first to bring this matter to Angela's attention, clenched the armrest of his seat. I tasked Admiral Zhao with investigating the ship's disappearance, Angela continued. Today, he has procured information that may have finally revealed the actual culprit behind these attacks. Zhao didn't even bother to conceal his surprise, he had only conveyed the information just as it had been conveyed to him, in turn. While the waterbender with the prosthetic certainly sounded like something unusual, he couldn't imagine how Angela had unraveled the identities of the rogue group attacking the Fire Nation just with that. The waterbender with the prosthetic arm is, in all likelihood, a gladiator formerly known as the notorious Stingray, Angela said. Sokka gritted his teeth, and while we can't say for certain that we know who's one who wielded the spear, we have suspicions that he may be another former gladiator, also of water tribe origin, called the Kinslayer. The notorious Stingray, a prosthetic. Zhao repeated, and Sokka grimaced. Wait, were you responsible for that? If it is indeed the notorious Stingray, yes, my gladiator's fight with him had quite a gruesome result, but that's not what this is about, Angela said, breathing deeply while, yes, my gladiator does have a history with both the men I've mentioned. I don't believe their ultimate goal is some sort of petty revenge on him. Both the notorious Stingray and the Kinslayer have been known to hold strong grudges against the Fire Nation. The Stingray was responsible for an attempt on Fire Lord Ajalon's life, no less, recited Zhao. The words startled Iroh. Wait, it's not that waterbender, is it? He said. I was certain he had been killed. Fire Lord Ajalon preferred to keep his waterbenders imprisoned. Back in those days, Zhao answered, he was one of the only ones who survived long enough to become a slave, once the war against the Earth Kingdom was won. And this Kinslayer? Asked Fei Li, warily, does his story matter at all, or? He killed his own family, Sokka said, bluntly, and the entire room fell silent at his unusually serious tone. His parents betrayed the Southern Water Tribe by offering the Fire Nation classified information about us. While there's no tangible evidence of their crime, it seems they truly did betray the Southern Water Tribe. Roan killed them in retaliation for that betrayal, and he was banished from the Water Tribes ever since. Goodness. Fei Li said, swallowing hard. He was willing to kill his own family over his hatred of the Fire Nation? Then, there's no way he'll back down with whatever he's doing, right? It's not very likely, no, Angela said, sighing as she paced in the room slowly. The Kinslayer was known as a gladiator killer in the League, but he targeted fire-bending gladiators, specifically. That should speak for itself regarding how strong his grudge against our nation is, and why he would suddenly launch an attack upon us as he has. Still, as dangerous as 2 mad killers may be, they only have enough manpower to steal 2 ships, as far as I can tell, Zhao said, raising his eyebrows. I can understand caution, but there's little they could do if we retaliated with a force that could neutralize their ships. Which begs the question of why they'd launch such a fruitless attack in the first place, doesn't it? Angela said, coming to rest against the desk, at the opposite side of where Sokka stood. An invasion of such a small scale is, without a doubt, a waste of time and effort, isn't it? If he's looking to die as a hero fighting against the Fire Nation, he might as well have traveled north and stolen ships of our navy there, to aid the only nation that still stands against us. It would have, maybe, redeemed him in the eyes of his nation too. Iroh reasoned. Yet he chose to attack us, directly, Angela said, raising her eyebrows at Zhao. Don't you think this boldness suggests he's either incredibly stupid, or that he has a dangerous plan, one he's been executing flawlessly, up until now? Zhao frowned but fell silent this time. While, yes, he would gladly say the man behind this attack was a fool, the princess wasn't wrong about one thing: every element in the enemy's plan seemed to have gone smoothly. They had stolen the ships and invaded the Fire Nation without any known casualties. Even if the authorities and navy had caught notice of what was happening, their awareness of the problem and the defenses they implemented hadn't been enough to stop them. However complicated the execution might have been, the report said the waterbender wasn't in the best shape as he was brought aboard the ships that sailed into the Fire Nation's waters. The undeniable truth was that the enemy's plot had been completely successful so far, from the looks of it. Now then, I have no intentions of letting them get away with whatever they're up to, Angela said, breathing out slowly, but in order to devise a proper strategy, I need to account for the many strange variables that seem to have popped up in this unforeseen situation. That waterbender, for one thing, Feli mumbled softly. And the spear, for another, Iroh declared, startling half the room's occupants. I suppose you'd get to that next, Princess Angela. It was no surprise that he wouldn't address her as interim Fire Lord, but Angela had no time to focus on such details right now. She breathed deeply but nodded. Part of the reason why we've assumed the Kinslayer is the man helming this attack is, well, the Guandao spear he was reported to be holding, Angela said. Zhao nodded meekly. His physical description matches, too, and the likely animosity towards the Fire Nation, not to mention the potential assassination or capture of all sailors and soldiers aboard the ships, it all suits him perfectly well. Is he some sort of Guandao master, then? Rui Shi asked, but Sokka shook his head. Not that we know of, he revealed, gritting his teeth. This is probably the part where most of you will think we're completely paranoid and crazy, but the truth is that Roan never had a Guandao before, or at least, he didn't have one back when he was fighting in the Gladiator League. Still, we think it's him because of something that happened in the Gladiator and sponsor race, a few months ago. You bumped into that guy in the race? Feli exclaimed, eyes wide. Sokka shook his head again. No, it was, well, a dream I had, Sokka sighed, hanging his head as he waited for an onslaught of skeptical remarks and criticism, that didn't arrive. While no doubt Zhao, Feli, and Rui Shi appeared puzzled, none of them spoke up about their disbelief in Sokka's words. All right, well, the thing is, in this dream, he was surrounded by a group of strangers. I didn't know them, but I did recognize him, and he was holding a Guandao. After I talked to Angela about it, she mentioned it could be a certain creepy spear from Legends, but we chalked it down to nonsense because that sort of thing couldn't possibly exist, right? And I'd agree with that belief, Zhao said, raising a skeptical eyebrow. If you're talking about the Bloodlust spear, I highly doubt it can be real. Ah, I think people said that about a library in a desert too. Angela said, with an innocent smile. The blood drained from Zhao's face at her words. I'm not dismissing spirits altogether. But that spear wasn't a spirit, Zhao clarified. It's an old legend, one that I heard about a long time ago, and that could have only been a story. You searched for the Avatar with my brother, didn't you? Iroh asked, point blank, and Zhao froze on the spot. You read about the spear in old documents about air nomads, much as me and Zuko did, many years later. And you expected the spear to be found someplace in the air temples, which you explored for signs of the Avatar, first of all. At the lack of any signs of either thing, you assumed the spear simply could not exist. Well, yes, Zhao nodded, eyeing Iroh warily. You didn't search all the temples, though, did you? Iroh said, and Zhao frowned. My Gladiator and I visited the Northern Air Temple during our last stay in Ba Sing Se, Angela continued, and all eyes were set on her once more while we were there. The residents informed us that a group of men had freeloaded off them for months. At the end of last year, the leader was none other than Roan, and he took maps of the region with him as he ventured out into the mountains with his men, presumably searching for something. Without any warning, the day came when he didn't return again. It suggests that he gave up on his quest, or he succeeded, Sokka said, bitterly, and seeing as there's a man of a similar description to him, wielding a Guandao, on a stolen Fire Nation ship, heading our way now. You're not saying he truly found it? That he's wielding a weapon powerful enough to wipe out entire armies on its own? Zhao asked, but his words weren't permeated by dismissive derision, it was fear that rang in his voice. He had enough room to question Sokka and Angela's guesses, but he didn't dare do so. That was enough to reassure Angela, if just for now. As long as the people helping her sort out this catastrophe understood what was at stake in the worst-case scenario, they would have a chance to defeat Roan. Either that or he found a Guandeo that lacks those skills, but he wields it as though it were the real bloodlust spear. Ruishi suggested. Angela raised an eyebrow but shrugged. I won't rule that out, it's not impossible that he's bluffing. Why would this man know about that spear, though? Fei Li asked, puzzled, casting glances at Zhao and Iroh. Admiral Zhao, General Iroh, you learned of it because of what you investigated about the air nomads, right? That is correct, Iroh said. Was that guy some sort of air nomad fanboy, then? Fei Li asked Sokka. Why would he have known of the spear at all? Well, it is a legend, Sokka said, shrugging. He could have heard it in passing at some point during the years after his banishment, I don't know. As skeptical as I've always been of spiritual matters, I didn't give the story of that spear any more credit than anyone else does until Sokka had that strange dream. Azula said it's entirely possible that we're jumping to conclusions, and that our guesses are absolutely off base. If, as Ruishi says, the spear Roan wields is a common Guandeo he's passing off as a spear of legend, then defeating the Kinslayer shouldn't prove as complicated as I fear it might be. Yet, if this wretched spear does exist and he got his hands on it somehow, we will only harm ourselves, and the Fire Nation people, if we don't take the threat it represents as seriously as we should. The words served as a callback to reason, one to which Iroh nodded with surprising approval. Azula breathed deeply, her eyes scanning every member of the room carefully. First of all, we need to guess what Roan's next actions will be. If his spear is indeed capable of sapping out blood, or chi, or whatever it is it does, he could easily murder thousands, if not millions, within a short time span. Azula said, the possibility that he could be wielding this spear is why I ordered all the ships within the inner waters to stand down, if any of them attack Roan, and he wields the bloodlust spear. The entire crew of the ship would be sacrificed to no avail, Iroh finished. Azula nodded. If he's fought in solid land, his waterbender won't have such a vast advantage over us, Azula said, therefore, I'd propose we allow the Kinslayer free passage all the way to the bay. And then what? Asked Fei Li, eyes wide. Our people need to be evacuated, Zhao said, crossing his arms over his chest. Once again, Azula nodded. Both from the Bay Area, and the capital itself. The tunnels would do, she said, but Fei Li grimaced. Would they? If that guy enters the tunnels with the spear, he could easily kill our entire population underground. You can't enter those tunnels without the assistance of a firebender or an earthbender, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. It's highly unlikely that Roan would have secured a firebender's help, so an earthbender would have to do, and as far as I can tell, not every earthbender has the power Toph does. You mean, seeing with earthbending? Toph asked, finally speaking for the first time in the meeting. Azula nodded. I haven't seen or heard of anyone else who uses earthbending that way other than you, Azula continued. Therefore, it stands to reason that Roan wouldn't know how or where the evacuated population are hiding, as long as the process goes quick and smoothly. Yes, there's a risk that he could use the hypothetical bloodlust spear to chase after them, so an essential element in our defensive countermeasures will be keeping the spear above ground. And how would you pull that off? Toph asked, cocking her head sideways. Not sure. Some creepy spear like that will be intimidated by a bunch of soldiers, no matter if they're benders or wearing fancy armor. Surely the ones from all those ancient wars were wearing it too. It all depends on what Roan's genuine goal would be, Azula said, and Sokka's eyes narrowed in her direction. While I have no doubts he'd gladly butcher the entire population of the Fire Nation if we give him that chance, he could easily do that without help if he has that spear. While yes, it's possible he needed allies to sail the ships and enter the Fire Nation safely, he could have recruited the Stingray alone and passed through the gates with a fishing boat that 2 men could operate. It would have been a lot less suspicious, if he'd done that. Then you think he has all his cronies for a reason? Toph asked. I wouldn't rule it out, Azula said, shrugging. Maybe he wants them to worship him for tearing the Fire Nation apart, and nothing more. But just as with the spear, I'd rather plan for the worst-case scenario. And so, what could his real plan be? Sokka said, frowning. Well, if I were Roan, and I had a magical spear at the ready to kill anyone who pisses me off, I wouldn't jump out to use it at the first opportunity. I could use that weapon to threaten the enemy into doing whatever I want, right? Right, said Azula, frowning. So, It's likely he'll make an example of someone, maybe the crewmen from the ships, if he hasn't killed them already, just to prove his might. He could easily do that without a magical spear, too, Ruishi said, frowning. Prove you're perfectly capable of slitting a single throat without remorse, and thousands of people will beg you to spare their lives, for sure. And what would this Roan want, then? Zhao said, eyeing Sokka. You knew him in the past. If someone might understand his way of thinking, it's you. Well, Sokka said, gritting his teeth, he would want to take down the Fire Nation, for sure, but the question is what's the best way to do that? I mean, he could be aiming to attack the royal family, but that doesn't really eliminate the threat of the massive Fire Nation army, does it? Would he attack army and navy bases, then? Iroh asked. It would be a smart choice, if what he wants is to cripple the Fire Nation. Maybe not just bases, but also armories, factories, academies. Azula said, rounding the desk again to search through her father's cabinets for another map of the Fire Nation's mainland. She spread it in plain sight, revealing this map highlighted all the important military bastions of the Fire Nation. If Roan seeks to deliver a blow to the Fire Nation, there's no denying he would likely want to come for us, but he could easily send the rest of his group to attack any of these locations. So, we have to protect them, said Fei, nervously. Assign squads of the army, the domestic forces, maybe even the enforcers, princess. At this point, yes, I'd be willing to ask them for help, even if this isn't what they're trained to do, Azula said, breathing out slowly. This is also another way to thwart Roan's potentially nefarious plans. If our armed forces aren't focused on protecting the palace alone, or gathered at the bay, waiting for him to strike, his spear will have a harder time taking down the entirety of our army, if that's what he wants. Do you think you could take that spear away from him? Toph asked. If someone stole it, might be it won't be that much trouble anymore. I'm not sure it works that way. Iroh sighed. The spear is a source of dark corruption, as far as I understand. Whether caused by a spirit or any other strange phenomenon we have yet to understand, I can't say for sure that anyone would have a chance to hold that spear without losing their minds to its devices in the process. It's possible that the soul already needs to be corrupt, to a fault, to endure the vast corruption of the spear itself. And what's a corrupt soul, if that's the case? Ruishi asked, raising an eyebrow. How does someone's soul become corrupt enough to handle that spear without danger? I suppose killing your own family is a starting point. Sokka said, breathing out slowly. Anyways, if stealing the spear is too dangerous, I'd think slaying it could work. As much as it's a deadly thing, it's still a physical object, right? My sword might cut through it, in all likelihood. It's still a dangerous gamble, Azula warned him. Sokka shrugged. Not more dangerous than doing nothing, he said, simply. A physical attack might not be enough to defeat the spear, however. Iroh frowned, stroking his beard. It's hard to say if your sword, as extraordinary as it is, could cut through this corruption without being felled beforehand, too. You mean, it could rot my sword? Sokka asked, memories of Cephas's skills flashing back in his mind. Iroh shrugged. I wouldn't rule it out, he said. Another worldly power of the sort cannot be taken for granted. Then how does someone cut down another worldly power? Toph asked, grimacing. Can't I don't know, bury it underground, 1,000 miles away. Not the worst idea, though it might just rot through the earth as well. Iroh admitted. We don't exactly have other worldly powers of our own to counter such a strange skill. If this truly were the corrupt spear of legends, Zhao said, raising his eyebrows. If the gladiator's sword won't do, what would? I might know something that could. Confident as she had presented herself so far, Azula now appeared uneasy, unwilling to meet anyone else's gaze as she pondered this latest possibility. Sokka frowned, immediately put off by her unexpected claim. What do you mean? He asked. Was it she hoped to enlist the help of spirits? Wan Shi Tong, perhaps? How, when Roan's threat was on their doorstep? There was no way they could find spiritual help in time, regardless of whether the owl was willing to give it or not. Only, said Azula, casting an uncertain glance at him, it wouldn't be the first time we cross paths with a corrupt being, of some sort. Sokka forgot to breathe for a moment, as further memories of Cephas returned with full strength to his mind. The gold fire had kept the Black One at bay. and then the mix of gold and blue had pushed the killer back until he surrendered. Yet. No, he said, categorically, and his sudden deep, stern behavior, as well as the authority in his voice, took aback everyone within the room. You're not fighting that thing yourself, Angela. I'm not saying I'll fight it alone, Angela replied, unaffected by Sokka's more serious facade, for once, but if gold fire, and multicolored fire, once kept a similar being in check, it might work here, too. A similar being? Iroh asked. Angela shot a quick glance at her uncle upon his latest inquiry. What do you mean? It happened while you were abroad, Angela said. Half-truths would be for the best in this case. She wasn't sure it'd be a good idea for Iroh to know about some of the worst crimes her father had committed. We fought a man with strange powers. Those powers were akin to fire bending, at least to a fault, otherwise I wouldn't have sensed him, as I could. But he fought by quickly routing objects with his fire, turning them to ashes within moments. I see, Iroh hummed, though he crooked an eyebrow nonetheless, and you defeated him with your gold fire. It has had strange uses before. Ruishi said you saved Sokka's life with it once too, didn't you? By cauterizing his wound. Cauterizing with direct fire bending is notoriously known to be a bad idea, Zhao reminded them, frowning, yet it worked with the gold fire. Yeah. I wouldn't be standing here if it hadn't, Sokka said. Angela's fist tightened at his words. Then, curious, said Iroh, still stroking his beard, I know this isn't what you wish to hear, Sokka, but Princess Angela's skills might be the best suited ones for fighting the Bloodlust Spear. You can't be serious. Sokka said, frowning heavily. She's even the interim Fire Lord right now. She can't jump off and put herself at risk this way. Really? Even if this is the only way to put a stop to the spear? Angela asked him, point blank. Sokka snarled, shaking his head repeatedly. I'd sooner risk my sword than let you risk your life, Sokka said. Might as well end up risking both, if you jump out to fight a corrupt weapon without any means to counter that corruption, Angela said, with a shrug. Sokka huffed. Look, I don't understand our enemy any better than you do, but the precedent established by that fight against a firebender with corrupt fire indicates I might be able to at least put a stop to the spear, or deflect it, even if I don't know if I can destroy it altogether. If this is how it is, countless lives could be saved. And if it weren't? Sokka asked Angela, you've said it yourself. One of Roan's likeliest goals is to take down the Fire Nation's leadership, the royal family, and right now, you're bound to be his main target. At least, you will be once he knows your father's not here. Which sounds like a great reason for me to stand back and let everyone else handle this problem, doesn't it? Why, no, it actually doesn't sound like it to me, Angela said, sighing, and shaking her head. If I'm his main target, and I have the power to put a stop to his damn spear, I might as well meet him head on and try to do so. Are you certain of this? Zhao asked, frowning uneasily. It's undoubtedly courageous of you to try and face this enemy for the sake of your people, interim Fire Lord, but you're vital to this nation. The very concept of a Fire Nation could be at risk, if Roan gets away with what he's doing, Angela said, sternly. I'd much rather not be the Crown Princess or the interim Fire Lord of a ghost country, protected and kept safely under who knows how many layers of security while our entire population dies against a corrupt spear. Sokka gritted his teeth, but he held his silence this time around. Maybe this was where all his influence on Angela came back to bite him in the ass. She was willing to sacrifice herself for her people, just as he had constantly been ready to do the same for his own. For her. No doubt, he loved that she had such strong convictions on what her role as a leader was. He had always meant to respect that she would hold the Fire Nation amongst her highest priorities, and he wasn't trying to undermine her love for her people, in the least. But when the threat they faced was so strange, so vague, so dangerous. Well, all that's true as long as the creepy spear is as creepy as you say. Toph cut through the tense silence, though she didn't speak with her usual blunt shamelessness. Didn't you guys say maybe he's just bluffing? If he were, then there would be no need to worry about gold or multicolored fire, Angela said, nodding. He could be defeated without them, no matter how fearsome an enemy he might try to be. Then, what is our course of action? Zhao asked, frowning. I understand you want to attack the wielder of the spear yourself, whether he's bluffing or not. I think it would be the safest thing to do, For everyone in the Fire Nation, Angela said, simply. She pointedly ignored Sokka's obvious disapproval, but first of all, I'll need the armed forces to organize the evacuation of the capital, as well as that of everyone residing in the Bay Area. We want to avoid as much collateral damage as possible, so I'll task you with sending word to each army branch in the area that can aid us in this crisis, Admiral. Very well, Zhao said, nodding. Once that's dealt with, I would ask you to contact the Air Forces, Angela said, breathing out slowly. I know some of them have escorted my father in his journey, but surely it's not the entire fleet. If possible, I would want them to surveil the progress of Roan's ships from above, if possible, at a safe enough distance from the spear, whatever its reach may be. I'll send word for that as well. What did you want them to watch him for? Toph asked, confused. He took 2 ships, Angela said, frowning. If Sokka's previous guess is accurate, Roan will plan on diverting our attention through a frontal attack, while his allies strike at important military locations of the Fire Nation. I want at least 1 airship to watch the second ship, rather than Roan's. I want them to follow it, and to send word about what the enemy's likeliest target will be, depending on the direction they travel to. And what then? Asked Fei, uncertain. You said you wanted the armed forces protecting those locations too? Shouldn't there be brigades or even battalions already in position to defend them? Indeed, Angela nodded. The soldiers who are stationed closer to the locations that require protection should be tasked with defending them, for sure, but the purpose of the surveillance is that, once word reaches us about the actual target of Roan's second team, we'll be able to launch a counter-attack against them. The arrival of reinforcements should throw them off guard, and in all likelihood, defeat them without much trouble. Once that group is taken down, the only remaining problem would be, of course, Roan and his spear. This is in the chance that my guess about Roan's plans is spot on, though, Sokka said, frowning. What if he goes for a full-blown frontal attack instead, seeing as he might think himself all-powerful thanks to the spear? He might not split off his allies, in this case. The surveillance team would still send word to the reinforcements to confirm the second ship continues on course along with Roan's, and the reinforcements would merely join the fight against Roan and his people, likely taking him by surprise by arriving later than he'd expect, Angela said, with a shrug. I don't think Roan can plan ahead to defend himself against someone as unpredictable as Toph, can he? Sure he can't, she said, beaming. So I'll be part of the reinforcements. You ought to be in charge of paving the way for the reinforcements' big entrance, if anything, Angela said, with a smile. If he can't see the attack coming. Oh? So the reinforcements will arrive from underground, then? Toph snickered. Sounds good to me. Toph can build a new tunnel underground, right outside the crater, Angela said. This way the tunnel won't connect with the ones where the general population will be hiding, so if any of Roan's people decided to jump into your tunnel, they still wouldn't find them. Anyhow, striking this way will keep your approach hidden, whether it is to attack Roan or the rest of his team. Sounds nice, Toph said. Though, who's going to be with me? I'll need help, at least to read the letter about where to go. I summoned both Ruishi and Fei Li for this purpose, Angela said, breathing deeply. Ruishi, you'll be assigned to the reinforcement group as well. You'll take the second squad of Imperial Guards with you. As you command, Ruishi said, bowing his head in Angela's direction. Fei Li, you'll be joining me, with the third squad, she said. Fei Li's eyes widened. Wouldn't you rather Ruishi joins you, instead? He asked, astonished. Would you rather he did? Angela asked, blinking blankly. And no. I mean, I just thought you'd rather work alongside him, but I'm honored you'd choose me to support you in this endeavor. He said, lowering his head, his voice's strength decreasing as he spoke. Angela sighed and shook her head. Admiral, uncle. I believe it's best if one of you joins the reinforcements, and the other joins my group, Angela said. You're the more experienced commanding officers at hand in this crisis, so your advice can be valuable for either team. Iroh ought to come with me, right? Toph said, scratching the back of her head. We're used to working together, after all. If you'll have me, sure, Iroh said, smiling fondly at his gladiator. Then I'll be with your group, Princess, Zhao determined, with a nod. By the desk, Sokka sighed in relief at those last decisions. At this point, anything seemed a bad idea, but if Iroh wouldn't be in Azula's group, he'd certainly be more reassured. The man had been acting strangely the whole time, far too helpful for his usual self. This threat appeared to be so strong that Iroh was willing to put aside his hostilities towards Azula, yet he had seemed quick and ready to approve of Azula's potential self-sacrifice by offering to deal with the spear herself. If Iroh wasn't with Azula, however, it meant he wouldn't have a chance to stab his niece in the back somehow, if that could ever have been his intent. "Very well, then," Azula said, breathing deeply and breaking Sokka's ruminations with her words. It took him a moment to realize her eyes were on him. "I do realize this is about the most controversial decision I can make, but I'll have you leading the reinforcements, Sokka." Even after she finished speaking, Sokka held his silence. As did the rest of the group. Ruishi frowned, having assumed either himself or Iroh would be given that duty, due to their status as commanding officers within the Fire Nation's armed forces, yet it suited Azula perfectly to expect Sokka to do it, instead. Only, Sokka disagreed with her notion, and not for the reasons the soldiers might. "What the hell, no!" he exclaimed, aghast. "Azula, I'm going with you. That's not negotiable." "Oh, for crying out loud!" Azula groaned, shaking her head as she glanced at the rest of the group. "Admiral, please send word for the evacuations to begin. The rest of you, prepare yourselves for your respective missions." "Hey. Doesn't matter if you ignore me, I'm not going with the reinforcements just because you decided that all of a sudden, you hear me?" Sokka growled. Azula rolled her eyes and shot him a glare. "Oh, I hear you, and clearly, I need to knock some sense into you. I'd rather we save our shouting match for after the people who can follow orders are out of here," she said, waving a hand at the rest of the group. This will take time, won't it?" Ruishi said, grimacing. "If you'd like, Fei, Admiral Zhao, General Iroh and myself can take to organizing the defenses of the main military bastions of the island while you two argue." "That would be quite helpful," Azula said, with a curt grin. She rolled the map of military resources into a scroll and handed it to Ruishi, who pushed himself to his feet. "Though I do hope it won't take that long." "Heh. Right," Ruishi said, breathing out and shaking his head. This already promised to be a rather long night, and it had only just begun. It wasn't long before the room was empty again, save for the two of them. By the wary glances the others cast towards them before leaving, it seemed the promised argument between the princess and her gladiator was about as much of a source of concern for the rest of the group as Roan and his mysterious spear could be. By the time the door was closed, Sokka was outright fuming, arms folded over his chest as he breathed out heavily, as an angry bull might. Azula sighed and rolled her eyes again, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. "Can you try, at the very least, to understand what I'm trying to do here?" she asked. Sokka scoffed. "If this is some attempt to protect me from Roan, your concern is completely misplaced," he growled. "You'd be safer with me than without me. I've already told you before, if he even tries to touch you, I'll run him through, so why the hell would you send me away?" "Because, as much as I trust Ruishi, as much as I may trust Toph," Azula said, leaning with a hand on the desk as she gazed pleadingly at Sokka. "There's only one person in this entire world that I trust with my life, and that's you. I can't be in two places at once, as much as I'd love to, but you can be where I can't. You can fight the fights I can't. That's how it always has been, isn't it?" "But this isn't the Gladiator League, Azula," Sokka exclaimed, turning to her, aghast and disbelieving. "I know you think Roan is a meaningless threat against you, and you think now that maybe your Goldfire can keep the spear at bay, if it's really the dim bloodlust spear, but that's only a guess. If he has a spear that can kill anyone, the first person he'll try to kill is you, and if I can't be there to help you, I'm not so helpless that I'd die against the first threat that rises against me," Azula said, bluntly. Sokka huffed and shook his head. "And if you're that worried about the spear, pray tell, what is your plan to dispose of it?" "Beyond, of course, potentially sacrificing your sword the same way I'd potentially sacrifice my life in case my fire fails. If Space Sword can't cut through the demmed thing, you'll be just as defenseless as I would be if my fire can't fight back against it. And then we'd both be dead. And if only you die, I might as well be dead too," Sokka growled, his fists tightening at either side of his body. His words, blunt, honest and straightforward, gave Azula pause. His eyes, blue and blazing like her fire, bore into her own. When was the last time they had held each other's gaze so intensely, their very souls clashing and colliding instead of flowing freely, smoothly, around each other? She understood his reservations. If the situation was any different, she would only feel safe tackling it with him by her side. But they would be facing a battle with so many variables, so many complications she barely knew how to handle. I won't face this by myself, Angela said, swallowing hard. Xin Long will be with me too. He's already on his way back and I've let him know I need him. Is that any better yet? Not really, Sokka said, and Angela sighed. I know, Sokka. I understand, she said, stepping closer to him, raising a hand in hopes to offer what little comfort she could by touching him, but I. She was silenced abruptly when his hand caught hers, yanking her towards himself only to engulf her in a tight yet fragile embrace. His body was trembling, and for once, it was out of fear rather than anticipation or excitement. Angela didn't like the change one bit. She could feel his tension, his outrage, his frustrations. Was he even feeling slightly betrayed, for she didn't want him by her side when she faced Roan? Perhaps he was. Angela gritted her teeth, burying her face in his neck, breathing him in, basking in the strength of his warm, scarred body. If anything went wrong in this fight against Roan and the spear, none of the scars he already bore would likely hold a torch to the one that would be inflicted upon his heart. You know what I really saw in that dream, Sokka said, quietly. Angela's fingers tightened over his clothes, as did his embrace. I was too late, Angela. I couldn't do anything. If you send me away, I can't help you. I can't prevent what I saw. If I won't be alone, Angela repeated, but Sokka shook his head. Sokka, I don't care if you're his main target. I could be a good enough distraction too, he said. I know why you think it should be you. I know you're trying to protect me, in your own way, but Angela. The princess pulled away from him, yet it was only to fist his wolf tail as she reeled him in, her lips crashing into his just as wildly as he had embraced her earlier. Despite he wanted to convince her with his words, Sokka deepened the kiss immediately, in hopes that would do it. Instead, he angled his head to the side, his nose brushing hers, his breath escaping as he took in hers instead. To this day, to this very moment, he knew they were connected, their chi attuned, their souls blended together so closely that it was impossible to tell where his ended and hers began. They belonged together, just as the sea belonged to the shores it washed against, as the mountains belonged to the heights of the sky that welcomed their tallest peaks, just as the morning sun belonged in the horizon, shining golden light and cleansing blue skies anew, breaking apart briefly, even if just to confront a two-faced threat, was more painful an idea today than it ever had been. Angela sighed against his lips once their kiss ended, and Sokka gritted his teeth as he pressed his brow to hers. Despite his previous refusals, he suddenly felt powerless, helpless. Angela caressed his cheeks with the hands that rose to cup his face delicately, her thumbs rubbing gentle circles upon his skin. Listen to me, Sokka, Angela said, her voice soft, despite he feared her words wouldn't be the ones he wanted to hear. It's entirely possible that you've misread him. That he will be just as foolish as to commit to a frontal attack alone. If that's the case, you would join me in the fight right away. If it's not, you will lead the others to defeat the enemy and rejoin me anyways as soon as you're able. If it's within my power, I'll see to it that he wastes time, a lot of it, if it's possible, until you can face him by my side. Can you accept this? That's not much of a compromise, Sokka said. Angela sighed, gazing into his set eyes. I have something to live for. Many things, actually, she said. I won't throw my life away in a fight against Roan. If anything, I'm set on making sure he regrets the day he came up with this damn plan to strike against the Fire Nation. I know why you're afraid, but I'm not weak. I won't fight him alone, no matter what. You'll be by my side in time, too, and who knows? Maybe, by the time you get there, I'll have dealt with him and his spear already. I can only hope so, Sokka said, gritting his teeth before tightening his grip around her body. Swear you'll come back to me, if you truly won't let me go with you. Whether the spear is real or not, whether Roan is out to get you or not, my nightmare won't come true. You'll see to it, right? As will Xin Long. As will my guards, too, Angela said, smiling weakly before pulling away. "I promise you, whatever comes next, I'll make it through, as will you. We will see this disaster to its very end, whatever that might be. And by the time that end comes, we'll be standing side by side, proving to yet another fool that he could never stand a chance against the two of us." Sokka swallowed hard but nodded. At last, a surrender. Azula sighed, relieved yet racked with consternation all the same. No doubt, she meant her reassuring words. If it came to it, she would fight Roan by Sokka's side, and she highly doubted that even his corrupted spear would prove a match to their combined fighting strength. Yet her actual plans were rather different. Capturing Roan and subjecting him to Fire Nation justice would be, she knew, the ideal way to deal with this matter. Yet she wasn't sure he would allow anyone to capture him at all. And if he didn't, then it would be up to Azula to execute the man herself. She had never killed before, but if this was as far as she had to go, she'd do it. She knew Sokka was determined to deliver Roan's demise if it came to that, but there were countless things Azula hoped to protect him from. Killing again, after years of being free from that particular burden, might just shatter Sokka's soul, especially when the victim would be none other than the friend he had lost so long ago, whose downfall he surely still blamed himself for. It was up to her to protect his heart from breaking anew, both by overcoming this challenge as safely as possible, as well as defeating Roan without Sokka's involvement. She knew she faced a difficult challenge, but Azula's resolve had never been stronger. She wouldn't break her promise to the man she loved, and she would save the nation she belonged to, no matter the cost. Chapter 224, Fire Lord for a Week 5. The steamed buns were delicious, as were the pickled vegetables and the cold noodles. Fortunately, the four had finished eating the feast by the time they heard a startling knock on the house's front door. "Were you expecting anyone else?" Shoji asked, glancing at Ty Lee with curiosity. The young woman's unusual frown answered the question all on its own. Shoji had visited Ran often, as he was asked to by Haru and Ty Lee, while they were abroad. The Earth Kingdom woman had enjoyed his company so much that she ensured he would stop by their house for dinner at least once a week even after her son and daughter-in-law had returned, and the young man had been delighted to comply. At this point, he almost felt he was part of their family. Thus, he knew they weren't visited that often by anyone but himself, especially when it was long past dusk. "I'll go see who it is," Haru offered, pushing himself up from his cushion at the dining table and walking steadily to the door. Ran hadn't known sudden visits would be so dreaded in the Fire Nation, too. The ones she had received in her home village, in the Earth Kingdom, had never been welcome, for she had wanted nothing to do with the cruel soldiers who had taken her husband away from home. Yet where she initially thought she would be overreacting over her traumatic past, her body had trembled instantly, and she had instinctively wondered whether they could safely hide if need be until the threat was gone. She didn't expect Ty Lee would bear a confused and fearful expression on her face as well. Haru sensed noise outside the house even before opening the door. 2 soldiers of the domestic forces stood behind it, and from the looks of it, there were many more such soldiers calling on the residents of the nearby houses. Haru was instinctively apprehensive, yet resolved to show no fear. He was an honorary citizen by now, and they would have to respect him as such, whatever their purpose might be. "Is something wrong?" Haru asked, stern. "We apologize for interfering with your evening," said the man of the pair, bowing his head in Haru's direction, "but an emergency has presented itself. We are here to guide you to evacuate into the underground tunnels for your safety." "What?" Haru's eyes widened. It wasn't the first time this had happened, but why on earth was it happening again? Had the White Lotus staged a new attack? "What's going on?" Ty Lee asked, rushing to the door to Haru's side. The soldiers bowed respectfully in her direction. "Please, gather everyone in your house and bring them to the tunnel's entrance as soon as possible," said the female soldier this time, speaking to Ty Lee. "The Fire Lord has commanded it." Ty Lee swallowed hard but nodded in compliance. And she had been enjoying today's dinner so much, too. "We will be there shortly," she said. The soldiers bowed their heads respectfully before moving on to the next house. Haru cast an uncertain glance at Ty Lee, finding she was scanning the street with unrestrained concern. There were soldiers knocking on every door, conveying the order directly. Whatever was happening wasn't quite as sudden as the last time an emergency had required them to head underground, she supposed, otherwise they would use the usual alarm instead. Or was the risk even greater this time, and soldiers had been sent to see to the successful evacuation of every household? Ty-Lee! Haru called her. His wife whipped her head towards him quickly, catching movement behind them from the corner of her eye. Shoji and Ran had approached as well, surely confused after overhearing the soldiers' orders. Surely something serious happened. Shoji said, softly, otherwise, there's no way the Fire Lord would give an order like this one. Yeah. Said Ty-Lee, biting her lip, and I bet Angela won't be evacuated with us this time either, so we won't be able to ask her anything. Whatever's going on, she's crown princess now, so, she's probably dealing with it herself. And we'll help her more if we obey the soldiers' orders, I take it? Haru asked. Ty-Lee gritted her teeth but nodded. Yeah. Hopefully this will be over soon, whatever it is. Ty-Lee smiled as enthusiastically as she could at her three companions. After a quick check to ensure the oven wasn't lit, and that all their most prized valuables were stored away safely, the group gathered a few water canteens by Haru's suggestion and left the house. Ty-Lee locked the house's entrances safely before joining Haru, Shoji, and Ran, who waited for her before filing towards the nearest tunnel entrance. Soldiers were guiding the gathering people inside the tunnels carefully, and they would have to wait in line shortly before heading underground, still plagued with uncertainties regarding what might have been the cause of this sudden evacuation order. The instructions arrived as well at the buildings closer to the palace. Mai had only just finished tucking Ueda in bed. The restless boy had requested a story, and he was still wide awake as his mother struggled to think of one, when Ruonji barged into the room at haste, agitated. Soldiers just stopped by, he told his wife, who frowned immediately. We have to evacuate to the tunnels, again. Why? Mai said, frowning, though, they never do say why until it's over, do they? It must be serious, if they're sending soldiers to check everyone's evacuating as ordered, Ruonji said, swallowing hard. I'm afraid it will be a long night. Mai sighed in agreement, leaning down to scoop up her restless son, who giggled in delight at the prospect of not going to bed just yet. He was far too young to understand something dangerous was happening, far too young to realize, too, that evacuating underground wasn't going to be a fun adventure, but a tedious, confusing one instead. Yet, as he was so enthusiastic now, Mai certainly had no plans of wasting the opportunity to change him out of his sleep clothes and into casual ones all over again. Then, she led him to join his father and their house's servants, all of them nervous and waiting until they could head underground together. The call, of course, reached the two-story house where the rehabilitation center was hosted. They had obeyed the order quickly, rushing to the nearest tunnel entrance, swarmed by sleepy residents of the city. Yet Yang stood with his back turned to the tunnel, his eyes set upon the silhouette of the city's tallest building, perfectly contrasted against the moonlight. Yang. Hien called him, and he frowned before turning towards his wife with a reassuring, yet half-hearted, smile. It's all right. I'm just wondering what's happening, like everyone is, he said, wondering if they're okay. You're the one who always says the princess and the blue wolf are the strongest people in the world, aren't you? Hien smiled, clasping his hand in her own. If we don't find them underground, then it will mean that they'll face this threat themselves, I suppose? And, if that's the case, I'm sure whoever's caused this latest emergency will be very sorry to have them as their enemies. Yeah, Yang said, grinning back at his wife, they are the strongest combination of gladiator and sponsor, after all. Hien smiled, reeling her husband closer so they could join the line to head underground. There were many entrances, but those at the main streets were largely crowded, and theirs was one of them. As chaotic and complicated as the evacuation appeared so far, Yang and Hien knew that, within hours, the city would be completely deserted, for everyone would be hiding within the safety of the tunnels, just as it had been years ago. At the other end of the city, Song had only just rushed to the door enthusiastically, beaming despite the lateness of the knock she heard on her door. Her smile faded immediately when she found a domestic forces officer standing outside instead of Ruishi. She had already thought he was surprisingly late, but this? The Fire Lord has issued an order for immediate, emergency evacuations for the entire city, as well as the Bay Area, the soldier spoke bluntly. Song's brow furrowed. The interim Fire Lord. She repeated. The man blinked blankly before nodding, puzzled that a commoner, and a foreigner at that, would know that the actual Fire Lord wasn't in the city at the moment. Indeed. Please, be quick about your evacuation. Your nearest entrance to the tunnels is 2 streets down, you'll find more soldiers ready to guide you there, he said. I see, I suppose I can't ask what's going on, can I? Song said. The officer shook his head. Well, if you happen to see the Imperial Guard, Ruishi, please let him know I'm safe, just in case he worries about me. Oh, sure, said the man, blinking blankly at Song's unknowing revelation. Song dodged back indoors too, gathering a few supplies, just in case their time underground would extend beyond what anyone expected. She had scarcely seen Sokka over the course of this week, and every nightly visit by Ruishi had been perfectly calm, as though nothing was going on. Then again, surely Ruishi had refrained from sharing any serious problems that had arisen during Azula's tenure as Fire Lord, if just to soothe Song's concerns. Yet why she would feel the need to evacuate the entire city, as well as nearby settlements? Were they truly facing a threat so dangerous that something like this would be necessary? Song breathed deeply and closed her eyes, elevating a quick prayer to any spirits who might listen. She didn't know if there was any power in such thoughts, in such faith, but she deeply hoped the man she loved, and her 2 dearest friends, would be safe and sound when facing whatever menace they were about to battle. Heavy, marching footsteps could be heard all across the terrains surrounding the Fire Nation's royal palace. The gates were fully open, allowing the many soldiers, whether of the army, the domestic forces and even the occasional enforcers, to stride inside and offer their squad's reports to their commanding officers. After years of tranquility, this new threat had stirred up much fear and unrest, yet the firmness in the orders each group received, the certainty in the voice of their current, temporary leader, reassured many restless hearts, filling them with determination and resolve to defend their nation against whatever this new threat might be. It rubbed her the wrong way to withhold important information from her officers, but Azula had refrained from sharing her suspicions about Roan's weapon with anyone outside the group she had summoned to her father's study earlier. She had no doubts some of the soldiers suspected her of unnecessary paranoia already, but others appeared to take the threat seriously precisely because she did. At this point, if the first group wound up being right, she'd be profoundly grateful, yet she highly doubted she would be so fortunate. Azula stood before a temporary war table, erected at the entrance of the palace's building. She took to instructing squad leaders there, pointing to the main locations they had to defend, as well as developing the strategic response against the potential invasion group Sokka had suggested Roan might split his forces into. We have requested assistance from the Air Force as well, though it's hard to say whether they'll arrive on time or not, Azula explained, breathing deeply. If they didn't, it'd fall to her, or rather, to her armored dragon, to fly and identify the direction and objective of the secondary group. If they do, the Air Force's captain will send word for the strike team to attack, once we've determined the enemy's position and likely goals. As there will be a total of 27 different locations to protect, and it's quite unlikely the enemy will be able to attack them all, those of you who are within the general area of the enemy's objective will, if possible, rally together with the forces stationed there. If you can ambush the enemy, all the better. Therefore, if the location you are guarding isn't attacked, your objective will be to stand ready to reinforce the 2 groups that will deal with the enemy's assault. We do have superiority in numbers, said one of the domestic forces captains, nodding. We will do best to use it. Indeed. These provisional reinforcements will only take action after the 2 enemy groups have been identified and tracked down. Azula finished. Do you have the total numbers of domestic forces officers currently dispatched to protect the civilians in the underground bunkers? Ah, yes, currently there are 12 squads underground, said the captain. Is it enough? It better be, Azula said, sighing. 12 squads or 20, it might make no difference if the Dem spear reached them. Yet she would be a fool if she left her people defenseless underground. Very well, then, the forces that are closer to the Bay Area than to the general objective will rejoin with the group I'll command only if I request for backup. Otherwise, you will hold your positions. If the spear was ordinary, a mere bluff, Azula would certainly feel rather foolish for the complicated orders she was giving, but if it weren't, her only logical course of action would be to keep the damned otherworldly weapon from claiming as many victims as it wished to. It was hard to say if she would be successful, and she knew it would be far too reckless to charge forth alone, but if she could successfully protect the lives of those under her command by doing so, she'd certainly consider it. The commanding officers around her seemed to agree with her orders. At the very least, they voiced no opposition against them. Once Angela raised her head, meaning to ask if they had any lingering questions, she found a large, armored airship in the distance. It caught the eye of many soldiers, who watched it eagerly as it descended slowly by the palace's gates. A long, rope ladder dropped from the airship's cabin, and a new arrival dashed down the ladder at haste, to meet up with his previous commanding officer, who waited for him on solid ground. Within moments, the two men were striding towards their table, commanding admiration and respect from their fellow soldiers. "Admiral Zhao, and Captain Zhen," Angela said, smiling subtly. The other captains and commanders standing by her table stepped back, allowing room for the new officers to stop before the princess's table. "It seems you were successful in recruiting the Air Force, Admiral." "Well, it's only me for now. I turned my airship around at haste once the Admiral's message arrived," Zhen said. "He didn't say he needed too many airships, though." "We don't, truthfully," Angela admitted. "Your job will be to scout the enemy from above. One ship is likely to continue onwards, to the port, but the second ship could, presumably, travel elsewhere. If the second ship does diverge from the first, you will send word to the strike force about where they've headed to, so that they may move in and help protect the likely objectives the enemy might attack. The strike force will be lying in wait on the city's entrance, at the top of the crater." "I understand," said Zhen, nodding. "And if the situation were, spirits forbid, more dire than you anticipate, would my airship be expected to join the battle as well?" "I would hope it doesn't come to that," Angela said, gritting her teeth. "At any rate, I would rather you don't join the fray unless all groups succumb to the enemy somehow, and even then, I'd sooner suggest you retreat than launch a reckless attack on the enemy. You're tasked with surveillance and assistance for this mission. You will enable proper communication between our many forces so that groups can reinforce each other, if need be." "I understand," said Captain Zhen, frowning. That the princess would speak as though it was possible that all groups would fail against this threat. What sort of dreadful menace were they about to face? "If I may, I believe it would be wise for Captain Zhen to inform both sides of how each battle is unfolding." Zhao suggested to Angela. "I wouldn't expect that we'll need much backup or that the battle will take much time at all, if your tactics pay off, but I suspect the leader you've assigned to the reinforcements group will appreciate the occasional update on your status." "He might," Angela admitted, with a grimace. "If he knows you have the situation under control, he'll be less likely to act out," Zhao said, and Angela shrugged before nodding. "I hope you're right," she said, breathing deeply and glancing at all the military leaders, crowded around her table. "Very well, then. Are there any further questions?" Standing at the center of a Fire Nation military operation should have been an unfamiliar, confusing, conflicting situation for Sokka, yet he knew he stood where he had to, watching at a fair distance as Angela finished her instruction of the officials at her table. Within moments, Zhen rushed back to the airship, climbing the ladder expertly. The other commanding officers spread out too, ready to move out with their respective squads. A group of soldiers was assigned to stay behind and guard the palace, even in these circumstances. Everyone else, however, would be dispatched to their next locations to await an attack that, with any luck, wouldn't begin until everyone was in position. Sokka breathed out and gathered more courage than he thought he'd need before walking towards Angela, as she rolled the maps she'd just used in her latest briefing. The set of her shoulders, the heavy frown over her brow, the shift of her eyes as she likely pondered every possible factor that could backfire today. Those eyes softened, however, when they rose to meet his own. The crease between her eyebrows eased up, and her tense shoulders seemed to relax slightly. He was in his full gladiatorial garb right now. His black-blue armor, his arm guards, his helmet were all in place, just as his weapons had been slung over his shoulders, save for the bombs he carried on his belt. He had brought all his smoke bombs along when he had rushed to his empty house merely an hour or two after midnight, uncertain of whether they'd come in handy or not. He couldn't take anything for granted. All the weapons he had brought wouldn't seem enough when he considered he might be powerless to help the woman before him, if danger came her way. "All done?" he asked her. Angela nodded slowly, stepping away from the table. "You?" she asked. "Ruishi has already gathered the second squad, hasn't he? They don't look too happy that both him and I appear to outrank them, if just for now," Sokka commented, casting a quick glance at the unfamiliar Imperial guards. I only hope they know better than to rebel against us halfway through this operation. They've sworn to serve the Fire Lord, and the Fire Lord has handed me his authority, if only momentarily. They have to obey me, whether they like it or not, Angela said, releasing a breath as she glanced at the soldiers who stood out most. Those red robes and armor, often lined with gold highlights, demanded respect and intimidated enemies who might oppose them. Angela knew her decision to grant Sokka leadership above their exclusive group would likely sit ill with them, and it would be another challenge for Sokka to handle, yet there was no one else she dared entrust with that kind of responsibility. Why me, though? Sokka asked, glancing at her with uncertainty. If you wanted to force me to go with them, you could still do it without making me their temporary leader. Ruishi could have done it just fine. Ruishi needs to watch his own back around Xiaofeng's men, Angela sighed. Sokka raised an eyebrow. The general has been hostile to him for years, and I have no way of knowing if he has given any orders to his loyal guards to strike him down if he makes any moves he doesn't like. And if they were to interpret this situation as though Ruishi was making some sort of power grab amongst the guards. And you think they won't interpret it that way as long as he's not the one wielding the position of authority? Sokka asked. Angela shrugged but nodded. It's the best I can hope for. I'm still sending him with you because I trust the two of you most of all, but I'm also hoping that, as long as he's not the figure of authority in your group, he'll be safe from any foul play his fellow guards might have been instructed to deal him, in Xiaofeng's absence. Is this why you haven't tried to have him reinstated as captain, too? Sokka asked. Angela nodded. As many jokes as we've made at his expenses, Fei Li has done fine at the role. Angela said he's a good enough shield for Ruishi without even knowing it. As long as Ruishi has little political power, no matter what influence he may have on me, Xiaofeng shouldn't act against him. So, I have to protect him too by taking on this mission's leadership myself, Sokka said, scratching the back of his head. I'm sure they'll find themselves respecting you before they know it, Angela smiled. No point in asking why you wouldn't entrust the leadership to Iroh, either. Sokka said, and Angela shook her head. You could have sent Zhao with us instead, though I'd rather keep Iroh away from you anyhow. And it's also better if Iroh can be with Toph. He shouldn't do anything that would bring her harm, Angela said. I know I didn't deal you the nicest mahjong hand, Sokka, but I do think you're capable of this. Of even more than this, if you ask me. Hey, now Sokka smiled a little, for the first time in hours. Angela grinned too. I'm not as experienced as most those people, I'd say, but, if you truly think I can do this, I'll give it my all. You're experienced in many ways they're not, Angela said, and your insight in dangerous situations is unparalleled. Before they know it, they'll be looking to you for guidance, and you won't lead them astray. You might put too much faith in me, Sokka sighed. Angela chuckled and shook her head. Just the right amount of it, I'd say. Aren't we supposed to be the greatest team there is? She asked him, her golden eyes gleaming. Even in the darkness, this is but another way to prove it, I suspect. Sokka's smile strengthened, though he averted his gaze from the princess. Standing so close to her, yet knowing she was currently out of bounds, out of reach, his limbs grew heavy just to think of it. She meant to face deadly peril, trusting he was strong enough to lead a mission on his own, and every bone in his body screamed that he wasn't. Without her, he felt bare even in his armor. He needed her, he always had known he did, but never before had he felt that keen need clawing into his chest, as though tearing his heart out, at the thought of watching Angela walk away, knowing he wouldn't be able to follow. But he understood. Despite his feelings, he understood. So, he raised his head again, taking a deep breath. We'll be waiting for the orders on where to go at the city's entrance, then. He confirmed. Angela nodded again. It should make it easier and faster for you to reach the second ship's attack, or to join me at the bay, depending on the situation, Angela said. All right, then, Sokka said, breathing deeply. Be very careful, okay? I promise I will be too, so. We can't guess the outcome of this mess for certain just yet, Angela said, though she offered him another reassuring smile. But, whatever the cost, I'll keep this nation safe. Even if the cost is, of course, my future assignment, but at this point I've long lost any hopes of becoming High Governor of the colonies. Really? Sokka asked, disheartened. Azula shook her head. It makes no matter right now, Sokka, she said. We'll deal with the consequences when they catch up to us. As we are, the one thing I have in mind is protecting this city, this nation, as best I can. That's what matters. Sokka released his breath, but he smiled fondly at her after she spoke those words. He nodded in approval, and the princess smiled back. I don't know what's going to happen next either, he said, but you prove again, and again, that you're the worthiest Fire Lord this nation has ever had. I don't. Azula said, but she laughed as Sokka shook his head, allowing no retorts. Doesn't matter if your father would have dealt with this faster, as far as we know, with that assassin of his. He said you're doing your damnedest to protect your people, and you're ready to fight the threat yourself if that's what it takes. He wishes he were half the Fire Lord you've proven to be in only 3 days. Soon to be 4. Azula said, but she sighed before nodding anew. I'll accept your flattery, even if I disagree profoundly with it. Heh, color me surprised, Sokka smirked. Azula laughed too, but she raised her head again, a proud, genuine smile on her face now. Do your best. With how effective and efficient you always are, I'm sure we'll be fighting side by side within moments anyhow, Azula said. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. Surely not, you're 1,000 times more efficient than I am. By the time I catch up with you, you'll probably have blasted that spear into the depths of an active volcano. Not the worst idea, come to think of it. Azula said, stroking her chin. I wonder why the air nomads didn't think of doing that. Sokka laughed, the light-hearted moment easing their hearts ever so slightly. It wasn't enough, of course, it scarcely compared with holding each other intimately, to speaking the words they always needed to convey and thrived in hearing. Yet they couldn't afford anything else. For the second time that week, Sokka brought his hands to his chest, in the proper position for a reverence, and he bowed his torso towards Azula. She was taken aback, though she smiled at the gesture all the same, shaking her head lightly. Bowing still doesn't suit you, her voice was barely a whisper, as tightness spread over her throat. Suits me fine when I do it to the one person in this world who warrants this much respect, Sokka said, smiling as he held his position. I won't let you down, Fire Lord Azula. He rose again, uttering her title with strength and conviction that was soon reflected by his sincere, heartfelt azure eyes. Azula's smile was far more fragile than she intended. It took all her willpower not to jump in his arms, right then and there. I know you won't. She whispered, though her smile grew stronger before uttering her next words. That's why I entrusted you with this mission after all. Commander Sokka. His grin faded, replaced by cluelessness. Azula's grin strengthened as she turned, though her eyes didn't leave his just yet. One more visual of the man she loved, one more chance to see those handsome features, puzzled by her latest words. His eyes, still so earnest, followed her even if he remained frozen where he stood. Azula watched him from over her shoulder, just for a little longer. And then she turned her head forward, a hand on the sword hilt on her waist, ready to face her newest challenge. Her guards awaited her, together with 2 squads of the domestic forces that Zhao had assembled to further bulk up their group. Standing near them, almost blended with the night, was her armor-clad dragon, whose attention seemed focused on her and nothing more. It was, altogether, far more people than Azula wanted to risk in a fight against Roan and his spear, but she knew she was in no position to argue about it. Even if she believed she was the best equipped individual to deal with Roan, she was, as well, the interim Fire Lord. Risking her life recklessly in battles against the enemy was, no doubt, a behavior she had learned from Sokka, but it was one she shouldn't cling to so tightly when the nation's stability hinged on her performance for at least 3 more days. Is everything ready for us to march to the bay? Azula asked Fei, who nodded promptly. Admiral Zhao, only a few steps away, nodded as well. Whenever you're ready, Prindash. I mean, Fire Lord Fei said, bowing his head remorsefully after his slip of tongue. Azula ignored the mistake, however. It was not the time to be hung up on lesser matters. She walked to her dragon, who regarded her with keen eyes that seemed to glow under the moonlight. Azula dared caress his armored snout for a moment, conveying her full trust in him as well, before stepping closer, to climb on his saddle. The Imperial Guard squad led the march, followed by the walking, armored dragon. The domestic forces under Zhao's command were the last of the troops assigned to defend the capital's bay. They marched gradually, guided by the lanterns that had been lit in the palace and city by the domestic forces many hours ago. Even in the darkness of the night, their shapes were visible, and they would be far more visible within no time, too. Despite being no firebender, Sokka could already tell dawn would break soon. They had no more time to waste. His group waited not far from where Azula's own had been. 2 other squads of domestic forces officers had been assigned to them as well, and they flocked to Iroh instinctively, just as the others had been under Zhao's direct command. The Imperial Guards standing close to Ruishi, however, lacked the distinct, reassuring presence of the 3rd squad. "Ah, are we moving out already?" Iroh asked, once Sokka reached them. Toph had been lounging lazily on the ground, but she jumped to her feet at Iroh's words. "The interim Fire Lord wants us to wait for the airship scout's report at the city's entrance, overlooking the bay," Sokka said. His serious, professional tone surprised both Ruishi and Toph, though it seemed to reassure Iroh, instead. "Such a complicated operation just to cut down a few enemies," said one of the Imperial Guards, stepping forward. One glance revealed his uniform had light alterations, namely at his helmet. Was he the appointed captain of the 2nd squad, then? And it's been entrusted to a foreigner. Is this the princess's idea of a bad joke? "Stick around if you want to find out," Sokka retorted, still without a hint of amusement in his voice. "If you'd rather not find out, however, step aside right now. I have no use for soldiers who won't follow orders, whether out of sheer negligence or disregard for their roles as protectors of their nation." "Why we're supposed to go with you," the captain retorted, taken aback by Sokka's sharp answer. "We were assigned to." "Then you'll do your duty and keep your judgment of the situation to yourself," Sokka said, bluntly. "If this is a waste of time, all the better for everyone. If it's not, I won't risk the safety of your people by leaving their fate in the hands of troops who can't do as they're told." Sokka had no doubts the captain would have more to say, whether to dismiss Sokka's words, or to defend his honor as a soldier, but the Blue Wolf was entirely unconcerned with it. He stepped forward, confirming with a glance that Toph, Iroh, Ruishi, and the domestic forces were ready. Everyone stared at him expectantly, and he knew better than to keep them waiting. "Move out!" he shouted, his back towards the troops. At first, he suspected no one would follow. That would have been fine by him too, for he would have gladly stormed single-handedly against Roan's group if need be. Yet after his 2nd step, he heard the unequivocal sound of boots against the ground, falling into the perfect rhythm, right behind him. He breathed in, and the power of the air filling his lungs somehow offered him renewed vigor. The military stride he had rehearsed with Azula long ago returned to his mind, and he marched at the head of his group without betraying the slightest hesitation. Without fretting about how terribly out of place he was amongst all those firebenders who, in another world, would have likely been his mortal enemies. For there was a firebender, marching far ahead, so far he could scarcely see Xian Long's silhouette in the shadows of the city anymore, who had trusted him with a duty he would uphold, for her sake above all else. Whether her future as governor was at risk or not, she marched towards danger, ready to fight it off with her own hands if need be. Sokka would honor her trust, the responsibility she had bequeathed to him, by doing the same. Darkness turned brighter with each step that brought them closer to their destination. An hour after beginning their march from the palace at the very center of the capital, the group leading the defense against Roan's invasion had reached the bay. A line of light in the horizon colored the sky in the distance. The sunrise was merely moments away. The Imperial Guards slowed to a halt at the port, right before the piers. Empty cargo ships and smaller fishing boats were docked amongst the armored navy vessels. At this hour, under any other circumstances, fishermen would already rush their boats into the water, hoping to haul in the first catches of the day, but for today there was nothing but silence in the port, silence that was only interrupted by the marching boots that had finally stopped moving. Azula's guards distributed themselves in a horizontal line, in front of Xian Long. Zhao instructed the men under his command to stand at either of the dragon's flanks, further protecting the princess. High above them, so far it would have been near impossible to identify if the night were still young, floated an airship, hopefully at enough distance to perform its duty as expected. Azula frowned heavily, glancing at it only briefly before setting her eyes on the horizon instead. The very entrance of the capital was defended with a barrier that the soldiers in charge had raised, a barrier to block any hostile ship's path, that seldom saw any use in current times, just like the great gates of Ajalon. A burst of light signaled the sun was finally rising, yet, just at the very center of that bright line, was a dark stain. Ajalon narrowed her eyes, disregarding all caution pertaining not watching the sun directly. It was too far away still to tell whether it was a single ship or not, but Ajala's blood boiled upon assuming, immediately, that this could only be Roan. Xin Long, underneath her, was the one to caution her not to behave recklessly, for once. The role reversal might have been amusing in any other circumstances, but the princess couldn't tear her eyes off the horizon. Neither could the soldiers who, despite having a less clear view than she did atop her dragon, were finally glimpsing the enemy ahead. "How shall we proceed?" Zhao asked Ajala. She breathed deeply. "If he uses the spear at once, I'll try to counter it myself," she said. "If he's slightly more intellectually inclined than that, I want everyone to stand their ground until combat is imminent. We don't need to start a battle right away, especially when we don't know what his actual resources are." "You'll try to deter him from whatever he's doing?" Zhao asked. "Not truly. I've already assumed there's no persuading the likes of him," Ajala said, "but if we can win some time, all the better. It means the reinforcement group might have a chance to join with us sooner, if Roan isn't alone." Her words were no surprise. Not truly, yet Zhao raised his head and glanced at the determined princess, finding she remained completely focused on the horizon. She would feel safer once the reinforcements were free to join up with them, then. Even though it was apparent the reinforcements wouldn't have a better chance at overcoming this enemy, if their current group failed to do so. Did she truly rely on her gladiator that much? Zhao had pondered if perhaps the princess had sent him to lead the other mission to spare him the pain of fighting someone he knew personally, yet suddenly a new variable arose in the complicated, unpredictable relationship between his best friend's daughter and her personal fighter. She had pushed him away, possibly for his own sake, but she wanted him by her side, all the same. She might even feel she was at her best, as long as he was with her. The possibilities that surged in his mind were no priority in the face of the incoming menace, so Zhao silenced them quickly, turning his head forward anew. He had learned his lesson long ago. Ajala's personal life was her business, and hers alone. The sun rose gradually, and the shadow that crossed it loomed closer. By now, Ajala had little doubts left. It was only one ship. Sokka's interpretation of Roan's likely actions had been spot on. She hoped, deeply, that he would be able to defeat the group riding on the second ship efficiently, leaving him with enough time to spare to assist them at the bay. While there was a part of her that truly hoped to finish off Roan alone, there was something remarkably unpleasant in the air, in the very circumstances that had brought them here, that convinced her she would fare better if she faced this challenge with her closest partner. 3 blaring, loud, interrupted sounds of a horn tore across the silent morning. The soldiers stationed at the barrier were conveying a message that Zhao recognized immediately. He snapped his tongue before glancing at Ajala. "There appear to be hostages aboard the ship," he said. Ajala scowled. "Unsurprising, and expected," Ajala said, shaking her head. "Send word to the soldiers, lower that barrier. The more survivors we can salvage from those ships, the better. I don't want to imagine what Roan might do to them, or the soldiers, if we don't let him through right away." Zhao sighed but nodded. The bay was too far from the barrier, after all. If the enemy started his attack at such a distance, he would have the chance not only to kill whatever hostages he had aboard his ship, but, if that spear was truly what it was supposed to be, he might even be free to attack the soldiers stationed in the nearby towers and the barrier before anyone but the princess and her dragon could reach him. If the plan was to overpower the enemy through superior numbers, they had to allow him into the port, whether they liked it or not. Zhao conveyed the princess's order to a member of the domestic forces. Within a matter of minutes, the appointed messenger of the domestic forces group had sent a bird to those at the barrier. The barrier sank underwater, enabling the looming ship free passage through the bay to meet his doom at the shores, as long as Ajala's hopes and plans didn't backfire completely. "Hold your positions," Ajala ordered. "Upon sensing fidgeting from the domestic forces soldiers, there may be only one ship, but we won't take our victory for granted. Show no weaknesses, and remain resolute. We will see this through to the end." The short speech served to settle some of the restlessness. the ship was easier to distinguish against the bright sky as it crossed the space of the barrier without a hitch, and the sun had risen high enough to tower above the ship at this point. It was a medium-sized vessel, carrying one catapult that hadn't been armed. Why wouldn't he arm it? Attacking the port with a siege weapon could provide Roan with a potential source of chaos to splinter through the forces that meant to repel him, but perhaps he wasn't expecting any forces to be ready for him, altogether. Let alone for those forces to include a large, armored dragon. Or, perhaps, he had a much better source of chaos up his sleeve. One far better than a catapult could hope to be. Angela gritted her teeth, the sinking feeling in her stomach intensifying as the distance shortened between her group and the slowly approaching vessel. For it was moving slowly, even if constantly, as though their enemy wasn't in a rush at all. Perhaps that was for the better, Angela reasoned. If Roan had pushed through at full speed, chances were he would have arrived far sooner than they had, perhaps halfway through the evacuations, and that would have been catastrophic for the Fire Nation. From her vantage position atop her dragon, Angela could see more of the deck than the soldiers on foot could. She narrowed her eyes, identifying a few more shapes near the cabin, aside from the catapult, though they weren't moving. A foreboding feeling rose inside her chest as she pondered whether the soldiers at the barrier had seen corpses or actual hostages, but she contained her emotions for now. Panicking out of outrage over Roan's crimes would only harm their operation, in the long run. Then, suddenly, a moving shape. At first, it was but a shadow, yet as the ship progressed, Angela's narrow eyes identified the body's bulky shape, the sleek, black hair, too. The dark armor atop the black clothes. The weapons, protruding from his belt or dangling on his back, save for one. The sunlight reflected off that serrated blade, so its silver shone gold instead. The handle had a handful of adornments, protruding out of the weapon as though to protect the hands that held it. It was all the easier to see its details as the man waved the spear to the side, allowing further light to reflect off the metal. As glorious the weapon appeared, it only instilled a sense of desolate foreboding in Angela's chest. Xian Long's growling brought her back to her senses only to realize the enemy's ship was closer, so close he was nearly at the longest pier, at the very center of the bay. And it still hadn't slowed down. "Princess!" called Feli. Angela huffed. The pier was solid rock. If Roan had no intentions of slowing down his ship, it would crash for sure. "Steady," she said, raising her hand to the sword at her hilt. It wasn't as though she had much of an opportunity to use it right now, but it was reassuring, at least, to hold her weapon as she waited for Roan's impending next move. Everyone at port watched with horror as Roan's ship continued its progress without the slightest hesitation. The loud screeching noise was almost deafening as the ship rammed into the solid pier. No doubt, he had damaged the structure of the pier, just as he had torn open the hull of his ship. Angela's eyes narrowed further. Roan's carelessness sent many messages, but the main one she could recognize right now was that he didn't expect to need this ship again, if he was so willing to discard it. Either he was certain he would be victorious, or he didn't care, either way, whether he was or wasn't. It took a moment for Angela to realize her men had followed her orders, even though the ship's crashing into the stone dock was far from a calming sight. No doubt everyone felt the urge to rush and attack, but they had stayed put, watching the slanted ship just as their princess and leader did, without jumping into action recklessly. Within another moment, the same man Angela had identified at a distance had stepped up to the ship's tilted prow, climbing atop it with ease as he scowled down at the Fire Nation's forces from his own vantage point. By then, Xian Long's fierce grunting was louder yet. His attention was focused on the weapon, Angela realized. His reaction starkly reminded her of his behavior in the spirit library. It was further reason to take that spear to be exactly what they dreaded it might be. The cold-blooded eyes scanned the port slowly, his grip on the spear tightening. They had predicted his moves, had they? A nation as proud of its navy as this one would always be far more active than this on any given morning. The lack of fishing boats outside the barrier, and the fact that patrol ships now seemed to clear out of their way rather than attempt to stop them, had already been a tip-off, yet the entire bay area appeared empty, save for the soldiers and himself. Well, their safety precautions would amount to nothing in the end. He would see to that. His eyes finally settled on the figure at the very center of the soldiers. The large dragon would have likely daunted any lesser threats than himself, but Roan had been acquainted with worse beasts than that. It took more than rows of sharp teeth to daunt him, and it certainly took much more than a princess, clad in a pretentious golden armor, to do so as well. "Nice welcome you've arranged for me, Ashmaker Princess," Roan spoke loud and clearly. Had the port been as busy as it ever was, his voice would have been lost within the noise, yet, in the silence only broken by the rocking ships in the rolling sea waves, his words could be understood perfectly. "You've made enough of a fuss to earn it," Angela retorted, tightening her hold on Xin Long's reins and her own sword. She suppressed the urge to jump into battle right away, wary of the weapon and of any other unpleasant secrets Roan might still be hiding. "I doubt I should waste my time advising you to surrender, should I?" "Surrender? The threat you attempt to pose is meaningless," Roan replied, "though, by the time you realize how meaningless it is, I hope you won't be cowardly enough to beg for mercy." "I won't grant it." The Imperial Guards at the front of the formation tensed up at the man's insult. As much as Angela had ordered them to stand down, Fairly raised his hands into a position of preparation, and the others followed. Within moments, all members of the domestic forces had followed with his example, whether they were firebenders or non-benders, readying themselves for the promised battle. "I will say, I had thought it'd take longer to smoke you out," Roan declared. "I had a perfect plan for it and everything, you see." With those words, he leaned down on the deck. His voice didn't break through the silence anew for that short moment, and the tense soldiers only grew more anxious for it. Angela gritted her teeth. She had to see that they wouldn't rush to attack Roan until that damn spear was out of the way, at the very least. Yet holding back the troops would become a difficult challenge once Roan rose to his feet again, for he wasn't alone anymore. Help us." The man, dressed in the traditional Navy uniform's armor, could only have been one of the ship's soldiers, perhaps even the captain, yet he could barely stand upright. Roan held him by the nape of the neck with his free hand, displaying him before his enemies blatantly, taunting them openly, most of all when he raised the blade of his guandao to the man's pulse point in his exposed neck. "Roan!" Angela shouted. Even at this distance, she could see his lips curving into a cruel smirk. "I thought I'd have to make an example of a few of your soldiers, you see, to get past that first barrier, but you opened the gates just fine, didn't you?" He said. "I suppose I underestimated you, Ashmaker Princess. I didn't expect you or your father to ever lower yourselves to fight for your own to this extent. I was sure I'd have to kill even more people for you to so much as hear I was coming your way. And even then, you'd stay tucked safely in your palace, waiting for everyone else to solve your problems for you." Although she had been the one to command they should hold their position, the one who ushered her men not to put themselves at risk unnecessarily, it was taking every ounce of Angela's willpower to contain her urge to jump at Roan right now. That man, begging for help, the one underneath the White Lotus hideout, his limbs rotten away by Cephas's power, had begged for help just like this. As had the slaves her father had executed, just as the fires had started to scorch their skin, she could hear them, see them, in the soldier who writhed in Roan's hold. And her soul shattered, for she knew no matter what she did, the man was condemned, just as those other men had been. If she made the slightest move, Roan would cut him down. And as Ruishi had put it the previous evening, Roan would certainly want to make an example of someone to prove the power of his spear and intimidate his enemies. The life of the man before her would go to waste. Again, she would be powerless to save him. "I guess Sokka's not so wrong about you, after all," Roan continued, and the blood boiled in her veins to hear him speak her lover's name. "Though he's still wrong to believe your lot can amend the wrong you've wrought upon the world. It's too late to amend anyone's sins." "It's far too late for you, no doubt," Angela said, frowning heavily. "Set down that spear and release that man at once." "Wouldn't you like to know what I did to the crew of the first ship?" Roan asked, raising his eyebrows. "It was over in a second for them. Just as it will be for you, and for everyone around you. Please, let me go." The man whimpered pitifully, stretching his neck as far from the tip of the spear as he possibly could. "Roan!" Angela shouted again, "This is your last chance. You're in no position to threaten me, Ashmaker Princess." Roan growled, "Unless, of course, you'd like to switch places with my hostages." A collective gasp ran through the group of soldiers. The proposal was terrifying, and the worst possible deal Angela could throw herself into. The princess knew so as well, despite she nearly accepted it at once. "Don't even think about it." Zhao snapped, his small eyes streaked with panic as he glanced at her. "Ah? Your life matters more than his," does it? Roan asked, smirking proudly. Sounds just like the Fire Nation's creed, after all. Why you, kill me, then? The hostage soldier's sudden shout caught everyone by surprise, including the princess who had been halfway through crafting a plan to see the man released safely. Her eyes widened. The previously terrified man had found unexpected courage and resilience upon Roan's threats and words. No. Don't do it. Angela shouted, damn near jumping off her saddle as she pushed herself up at haste, her feet firmly set on the stirrups. Well, isn't that touching? Roan said, though it seemed all amusement was gone from his face. The princess doesn't want you to die, but you'd like to die for her sake, wouldn't you, Captain? Seems about right to me, not like I had any real plans of turning you in for her, in the first place. Roan. Angela's last shout was accompanied by a jerk of Xin Long's reins. The dragon rose on his hind legs, gathering the power needed to jump forward at the princess's command, but before the princess could give out any orders, the spear cut through the man's exposed flesh. The entire battalion froze when a visible, black cloud seemed to ooze out from the spear. It was akin to smoke, but far too corporeal, with too much purpose. And that purpose was fulfilled when the blackness slid into the wound, attracted by the light bleeding of his neck. Xin Long jumped into the air as Angela watched the scene before her, in powerless horror and anguish. The face of the man who had refused to be traded for her had dried in a matter of seconds. His body decayed at a terrifying rate. The blood, the chi, everything that kept him alive and breathing was immediately sapped by the power of the bloodlust spear that remained lodged in his neck. In a matter of seconds, the drying body had become a corpse, all traces of life vanishing into oblivion. Roan's eyes never left Angela's shape. He had wielded the spear for months, used it when it suited him, longing for the moment when he would introduce it to the princess and her father, hoping to use it to end their worthless lives in the blink of an eye. And in that frozen moment in time, where fear shot fast into the hearts of all those soldiers, Roan savored the future he had built himself with the spear, however short it might be. But this was his purpose. This was why he had survived that cave, that world, so many years ago. Everything he had endured in this miserable life would allow him to fulfill his only true purpose. Afterwards, he would welcome nothingness gladly. Roan released the dry corpse, letting it collapse on the ground. Xin Long, suspended yet frozen in shock after what they'd seen, offered Angela a vantage point from which she could see the ship's deck perfectly. Despite her previous shock, she now could see the same shapes she had seen earlier by the ship's cabin, shapes she had initially thought belonged to corpses. Yet they still had flesh, fully corporeal bodies, their mouths gagged, their limbs tied. Their eyes gazed back at her. Panicked, wide eyes. The realization shook her further. He had kept more than one hostage, expecting he would have to make further examples, killing them one by one as he waited for either Angela or her father to finally come to him. Fury like none she had experienced until then overtook her. She would kill him. She would put an end to Roan, and to the massacre he had planned to unleash upon her nation. She would stop that damn spear, no matter if it was the last thing she ever did. Men! Angela shouted, and Roan frowned. Had she snapped out of her surprise so fast? Was she planning on giving orders, to board that ship, at once? Roan scowled, flipping the bloodlust spear from one hand to the other, finding the perfect angle with which to aim and toss the weapon at the remaining survivors. They were the second ship's crew, the ones he had wanted to capture for this express objective. They were cannon fodder, nothing more than bait, and he wouldn't allow the princess to rescue them. The soldiers barely had a chance to react yet when Angela charged an electric attack, her outstretched arms shifting fast within the very window of time Roan had used to switch the spear from his left hand to his right. The princess stretched her fingers just as Roan tossed the weapon towards his next victims. The lightning blast blinded Roan for a moment, flashing right past him. The spear, inches away from its next victim, was blasted by a force powerful enough to cast it into the sky, spinning in circles. Instead, he has more hostages. Angela roared, using the small opportunity to explain her last order to her men, who, with the ship's current, slanted angle, couldn't possibly spot the remaining survivors. Unsurprisingly, the first to jump forward into action were Angela's guards. Shuren, Taro, and Taiwei launched themselves forward, hoping to jump on deck by propelling themselves with firebending. The others ran down the pier instead, though there was no doubt they planned on flying themselves aboard as well, once they were closer to the ship. Yet Angela took off first, carried by Xian Long, who roared ferocious, blue flames at the weapon that had stopped spinning, in midair, and was once again aiming at the trembling humans on the deck. The dragon urged Angela to take care of the spear's wielder. He would push the weapon away from the ship and the armed forces while she dealt with the man responsible for this mess instead. As much as Angela wasn't in complete agreement with such a plan, she clenched her fists and jumped off the saddle once they were flying above the ship's deck. Her dragon shot off to the sky, shooting further fire to divert the spear from its path. The shock of watching a man rapidly decaying in front of their eyes had been too much to process for most of the soldiers at first, even for a seasoned one like Zhao. The others had no forewarning. He did. He had known this weapon could truly be the otherworldly legendary spear, responsible for millions of deaths in battlefields of old, but deep down he had believed it was impossible. He had trusted it was, truly, just a legend. He gritted his teeth and glanced back at the soldiers at his command. "You heard the princess. We're securing the hostages," he shouted, hoping to jumpstart them with his order. He knew he certainly needed a few slaps of reality after witnessing the monstrous skills of the spear, too. Yet, to his relief, his men obeyed his words. They marched down the pier, following him as he, in turn, followed Angela's soldiers. Taro, Tai Wei, and Shuren had already landed on the deck. Right behind Angela, the princess released Wolf's Bane just in time to parry the Daidao sword Roan had slammed down upon her. Unbridled rage shone in both their eyes. The meeting of Gold and Cerulean was a clash of fierce coldness, as violent as the swords that collided between them. Nothing in those eyes evoked the feelings another set of blue could elicit within Angela. They evoked the exact opposite sensations, if anything. Sokka had cut down Roan's previous Daidao sword. This was a replacement, and how Angela wished Wolf's Bane could cut through the blade exactly as Sokka had cut its predecessor. She could withstand Roan's attempt to overpower her, however, and that offered the 3 guards already on deck the opportunity to strike. 3 fire blasts were launched at Roan consecutively, strategically, so that even an attempt to dodge would find him in the path of fire anew. Roan leapt back, struggling to shield himself from the fire with his arm guards, and afterwards, he shot a hand upwards at haste. Angela gasped, letting her gaze travel towards Xian Long, who had been chasing the spear away, but the weapon had answered its summons, shooting downwards so fast, so suddenly that her dragon couldn't have kept up. The weapon was in Roan's hands within instants, and when the 3 firebenders attacked anew, each attack dissolved against the spear. The fire failed to harm it. It had dissipated, and it seemed whatever powers the bloodlust spear held as good as made Roan invulnerable, so long as he was holding it. Angela gritted her teeth. She had seen this power, once before. Cephas had been able to fight off bending, to deflect common attacks, but maybe she had one ace up her sleeve Roan wouldn't be able to counter. Yet she couldn't summon Goldfire as easily as that. Her heart was too troubled, her mind clouded with hatred. The attempt failed, the fire was blue, and she clenched her teeth as she tried to focus into producing a proper gold flame this time. Too late. Taking the confusion of the firebenders as an advantage, Roan drew his metal boomerang, tossing it at them. No, it hadn't even come close to his 4 opponents. The boomerang soared around them, fast, in a circle. It caught one of the hostages, just as Jiang Huo, who had successfully climbed aboard by then, had been attempting to undo his bindings. The blood that splattered out of the wound beckoned the spear far more powerfully than Roan's previous call had. Roan allowed himself a proud smirk, releasing the spear anew. This time he didn't toss it at all, for it merely soared on its own accord, attracted powerfully by the scent of blood. "Jiang Huo!" shouted Tai Wei. The guard managed to glance back just in time to watch a massive dragon falling atop the monstrous weapon. They crashed so hard, so loudly, they tore the ship's deck open, falling into the ship's lower levels, caught in a fierce struggle that neither weapon nor dragon were willing to relinquish. Roan snapped his tongue, catching the bloody boomerang effortlessly as it returned to him. He launched it at his 4 enemies next, but a shield of condensed blue fire broke the weapon's planned trajectory. Again, thwarted by the princess. She had far too much experience fighting boomerangs, of course she did. Yet there was nothing she could do. The blood would beckon the spear back to the man who had been cut by the boomerang, no matter if Roan wasn't close enough to aid it in reaching its target. As soon as it shook off the pesky dragon, that man's fate would be sealed, and the same was true for everyone else's within the demmed dock. It was the perfect chance for the 4 firebenders to attack Roan, yet he leapt back, sweeping his sword to block their flames before rushing towards those who were obeying the princess's orders to release the hostages. "Fei, he's coming!" shouted Chiang, as he struggled to help one of the hostages to climb off deck, aided by planks Zhao's soldiers had provided them with. Fei gritted his teeth, gathering a charged fire-bending attack and tossing it at the enemy. Yet Roan was nimble, inching out of the way of the attack, only to get caught square in the back by a blast of blue flames that scorched his hair, too. Turning his back on an enemy as dangerous as Azula was an obvious mistake, one that might be amongst the last he made if he dared do it again. Roan snarled, switching his directions abruptly in the hopes to tackle Azula away, yet, once he launched himself at her, the princess leapt above him, landing right before the hostages she intended to save somehow. "Cover me!" Azula ordered her men. Haoran and Wuhan leapt between the princess and Roan, launching new attacks on him as the princess knelt before the wounded man. He was trembling violently, eyes wide in dread and fear. Who knew what sorts of horrors he had witnessed even before watching the captain of his ship decaying into nothingness? Azula gritted her teeth and focused, "Gold fire!" She had to soothe her wild heart. Think of Sokka, he would be here soon. He would be finished with his own mission, and then he'd be right here to help. By then, Roan wouldn't stand a chance. They would fight together, win together, and spend the rest of their days together. The gold fire danced in her hands only for a second before she pressed it to the wounded man's shoulder. He cried out in pain, startling the hostages that lingered on deck, as well as a few soldiers, but Azula didn't stop. The man did his best not to squirm away, regardless of the pain, understanding exactly what the princess was doing. "Hurry, hurry, now!" Azula could hear Zhao's voice down at the port. He was organizing the safe evacuation of the hostages. By now, only 5 remained on deck. The rest of them were already down at the docks, guided away by the domestic forces. It wouldn't be an absolute victory over Roan, but if they kept him from killing the rest of his hostages, it'd certainly count for something. Azula drew her hand away, studying the red, bright, and painful skin of the man before her. The bloody gash was fully cauterized. He gazed at her in disbelieving wonder, and Azula offered him an encouraging nod. "Go, now. Get yourselves to safety, all of you," she said, pushing herself back to her feet. Azula didn't wait to confirm the hostages had obeyed her order. Xian Long seemed to struggle underneath the ship's deck, noticeable by the violent sounds of his large body clashing with the metal. Azula could only hope he was winning, though her mental connection with her dragon was so chaotic she couldn't quite tell who had the upper hand at all. The confusion on the ship's chaotic deck was far too much to keep up with. Once the spear was summoned anew, Roan had snatched his boomerang, tucked it into its scabbard, before raising a hand to await the return of his new weapon. It tore its way out of the deck, and to everyone's surprise, it didn't stop dashing upwards once Roan clasped it. The non-bender flew into the sky with the weapon, carried well out of the range of their strongest fire-bending. Azula snarled, charging lightning with far more strength than before, and she aimed it in their direction. Yet, even when the metallic weapon should have drawn the lightning to itself, it shot out of the lightning's path and the bolt merely continued upwards, into the sky. Roan's body had jerked like a feeble doll in the hands of a violent child as the weapon shifted fast and carelessly to avoid damage. At such point, it was inevitable to ponder who was the mastermind and who the weapon. As the legends had claimed, the bloodlust spear had a will of its own. Perhaps its desires, its interests, aligned perfectly with Roan's. Perhaps it merely used Roan as a vessel to perpetuate its chase for blood, chi, or whatever it sought. Whatever the truth of their bond might be, though, the spear suddenly jerked away from the ship, aiming, instead, for the hostages and domestic forces members rushing down the dock. "Run!" Fei shouted at the soldiers, despite dreading it might be too late. A sudden, fast blast of fire rushed out of the pandemonium at the dock, aimed straight at Roan and the spear. Too fast for the spear to protect itself, and Roan, from the attack. Roan released the spear when the flames reached him and fell straight into the water. The fire that had spread over his clothes, concealed underneath his armor, was muffled quickly by the liquid before it could deal him further damage. The spear lunged down into the water as well, seeking out its wielder for a second time, offering a chance for further hostages to flee the scene while domestic forces soldiers crowded around the Imperial Guard responsible for the latest attack on Roan and the spear, raising their weapons and fists in preparation to defend the escaping hostages from the enemies, once they resurfaced. Angela released a relieved breath before gathering her wits. It wasn't the time to be blown away by Renkai's surprisingly efficient firebending. She could commend him for it later, if need be. For now, she had to see to it that everyone was evacuated as fast as possible. "Admiral!" Angela shouted, rushing to the edge of the damaged ship. Zhao had been directing the evacuation of the hostages so far, and he glanced at Angela as soon as he heard her voice. "See that the hostages are taken safely underground. My men and I will hold off the spear for as long as possible." "I will, but," said Zhao, panic crossing his eyes before resignation took its place. "Just be careful, princess. I'll be back to assist you as soon as possible." Angela nodded before rushing to the hole at the center of the ship. She didn't need to check on Xianlong with her own eyes to know he was still unharmed, as their bond offered her a good enough understanding of her dragon's status, yet she was soothed soon enough once she glimpsed the large creature at the bottom of the ship, climbing through debris and torn metal floors on his way back to her. "What should we do, princess?" Taro asked, hands raised preemptively towards the water, wary of Roan's potential return. He had been underwater for too long, so the likelihood was that he might have resurfaced someplace unexpected by now, ready to strike. "Everyone needs to get off the ship once the last hostage is out," Angela said, climbing on Xianlong's saddle anew. "We'll try to fight him on solid ground, together. Once Admiral Zhao is finished, there will be more firepower. We can focus on either Roan or the spear, or both. For now, our job is to save as many lives as we can before." A splashing sound, by the other side of the dock, silenced her immediately. Xianlong wasted no time dashing off the ship. The soldiers on the dock scrambled out of the spear's reach, yet it was too close. One domestic forces soldier screamed as the weapon rammed into his arm. Xianlong threw himself at the spear recklessly, forcing it out of the soldier's arm before it could do further damage. Even so, it was plenty of it. The soldier's arm had decayed rapidly, just as the Captain Roan had killed with the spear earlier. Although his face retained its pale color, grayness had spread over the skin of the blackened wound, and the man's arm hung limply on his side. He couldn't seem to stop screaming. "Move! Get going, fast!" exclaimed Zhao, ordering the soldiers to return to their duties at haste. The dragon had offered them an opening, and saved one more life before it was irremediably lost. Despite, as he inspected the panicked man's arm, Zhao knew his limb would require amputation, at the very least. If whatever the spear had done happened to spread further in his body, the man's life might no longer be salvaged. But there was, Zhao hoped, one possibility to put a stop to the corruption. It might not work, but it was better than nothing. He glanced to the side, an arm still around the trembling, panicked man who couldn't seem to stop repeating. I can't feel my arm, I can't feel my arm. Princess!" Zhao shouted. Angela had plunged into the water with her dragon as he wrestled with the spear. He hoped she had taken a deep breath before falling underwater, yet he also hoped the dragon would have the sense to return to the surface soon. Zhao didn't know if dragons could withstand being underwater for long, but there was no doubt two firebenders would be a lot more helpless in that kind of environment than in solid ground or midair. After a few tense moments, they resurfaced again, flying upwards at vertiginous speed. The dragon wrestled with the spear, smacking it with his massive, deadly claws while the princess, atop him, coughed to cleanse her lungs. Yet the fight was so fast, each move of her dragon and the enemy so sudden, she could barely breathe at all. "Princess!" Zhao's voice did reach her this time. In the midst of the agitated battle, Angela glanced towards the pier to find only a few soldiers and Imperial guards lingered near Zhao, who held a wounded officer in his arms. Angela gritted her teeth upon recognizing the officer as the one the spear had attacked before Xianlong could stop it. Asking Xianlong to help her reach the wounded man was a bad idea, especially when he was completely embroiled with his struggle against the weapon, coating it with his blue fire as it attempted to shake off the dragon's hold. If Xianlong didn't keep the spear at bay, that officer's injury might pale next to the damage their forces would receive. And as long as Angela sat on this saddle, she had a chance to fight the otherworldly spear just the same. She cast a quick glance at it. She could attempt to cast her gold fire at it, blend it with Xianlong's blue, and perhaps nullify the spear's corruption? Yet she knew, without needing to test her powers, that any fire she produced right now would have very slim odds of being gold. Especially when she could scarcely aim at the enemy, when she could hear Zhao calling for her, when the officer's desperate voice reached her too. She gritted her teeth before making up her mind to trust her dragon, to try out using her gold fire against the spear after the wounded soldier was safe, and she pushed herself off the saddle. All the onlookers gasped as the princess turned in midair, arms fully outstretched at either side of her body to generate twin jets of fire that propelled her back to the pier where the wounded officer waited. Despite knowing he shouldn't rely on Angela to resolve all their problems, especially when she was no less than interim Fire Lord at the moment, Zhao was profoundly relieved to see her returning to the pier. Angela eased her fire gradually and descended with unusual clumsiness on the damaged dock, nearly stumbling as she knelt before the frantic officer. The rest of the soldiers and guards spread out, offering her the room she'd need to work on the wound. Though, as she stared at it, Angela wasn't quite sure this would work as easily as it had with the previous injured soldier. I don't know if I can fix it, Angela admitted, but Zhao shook his head. Your gold fire is unique. He said if there's a chance he can be saved, it can only be by your hand. I know it's not much help to pressure you, but princess. I know. I'll try, Angela said, raising her hands until they hovered right above the infected, black wound. The veins that crisscrossed over the man's arm were highlighted by blackness. Even though the contact between the spear and the soldier was brief, it had done an unimaginable amount of damage. Angela breathed deeply, trying to still her heart, and yet she couldn't seem to do so. Her hands trembled, and her mind couldn't focus. Not when the only image across it was that of the decaying captain drying up in Roan's hold. Princess Zhao called her again, bringing her back to reality as she raised her head with a start, meeting his dark brown eyes. Are you unable to summon the gold fire? And no. I can, I think I can, Angela said. Zhao nodded. I don't know how you conjure it, exactly, but clear your mind. Breathe, he said. She blinked blankly. Focus on your inner fire and breathe. Angela gritted her teeth before nodding too. She followed Zhao's example, simple principles of fire bending that she had been unable to return to over the piling, insurmountable pressure squeezing her very soul. She was soaked after riding into the sea with Xin Long, which hadn't helped with conjuring fire either, but she could do it. All she had to do was think of the source of gold fire, of the man who had inspired her into discovering it. He would rush to the port, hoping to give her a hand in this battle. She meant to ensure it was over long before he could arrive. He wouldn't have to sacrifice his soul any longer, not for her sake or anyone else's. Fire glowed in her hands, the brightness of the gold as blinding as the sunrise had been, and she pressed it to the man's wound. She braced herself for screams, for writhing, as did Zhao, who held down the injured man to ensure he wouldn't wrestle out of Angela's cauterization over pain, yet the man hardly reacted to the fire. His whimpering changed from outright terror to confusion, but he wasn't in pain, which only meant that his arm had been damaged to such an extent that he could barely feel pain anymore. Angela gritted her teeth but continued, knowing there was a chance she wouldn't be able to salvage his limb, but at least she could stop the wound from necrotizing the rest of his body any further. She continued to work, focused on the man and nothing more, at least for the time being. She had chosen to save his life, come what may. Defeating the enemy was important, but so was surviving the massacre it was attempting to unleash upon them. The less injuries, the less casualties, the truer their victory would be. Finally, the man started to writhe, shivering and shuddering in Zhao's hold. His complaints became much more earnest now. His arm, with those dark, unsettling webs of blackened veins, was now charred all the way to his elbow and shoulder. His arm would never be what it used to be, Angela suspected, and that was unsettling to acknowledge, but she hoped it would be usable again someday, regardless. She reduced the power of the fire and withdrew her hands at last. The wound was red instead of black now, but his arm had been salvaged, to a fault. The soldier was near tears, and Angela didn't know whether they were born of gratefulness or fear. Whichever it might be, she couldn't stick around to find out. "Where's Roan?" she asked, raising her head to glance at the Imperial Guard nearest to her position, Qiang. "We haven't located him again yet," Qiang admitted, as Angela jumped to her feet and glanced around herself with uncertainty. Her men had spread out across the port, surveilling the water, in case the behemoth of a non-bender reappeared. Could he have drowned, deep underwater? Angela doubted it. They weren't bound to be so lucky. Clear out the dock, now. Angela commanded the remaining domestic forces soldiers, who had already been lifting the soldier to his feet, with Zhao's help. I'll see this injured soldier and the hostages to safety, Zhao promised her. We'll come back to your aid as soon as that's done. Just as I'd have it, Angela said, nodding. Go, now. Zhao nodded in her direction and led the way across the damaged pier at haste. The torn ship was empty now, and most of the hostages had been guided away. Angela's guards were perfectly positioned to keep tabs on Roan once he broke out of the water. All through the docks, and Xian Long continued to wrestle the spear in midair. Yet, Angela frowned, noticing something was different in that last combat. Instead of pushing the spear and deflecting its movements, as he had so far, Xian Long no longer appeared to be in control of the situation. Instead, the spear was pushing Xian Long, all its spiritual corruption poised to overpower the mighty dragon. Xian! Angela shouted, and Xian Long, for all his fierceness, seemed to welcome her input. What could he do? How was he supposed to fight back? It seemed that, for all his scales and armor, the spear had suddenly decided he was a worthy target to cut into. Angela clenched her fist before giving Xian Long a new idea. A temporary solution, she hoped, that might keep the wretched, otherworldly weapon at bay. Xian Long exerted all his strength into shoving the spear off him before flying back towards the dock, at haste. Unsurprisingly, the spear followed. Angela breathed deeply, conjuring a blast of gold fire steadily. The guards near her watched the spear giving chase after the dragon, raising their hands as well to attack, if it were needed, though they suspected nothing they did would be of use. So far, only the princess's lightning blast had kept the spear away from its intended purposes, and so far, only gold fire seemed strong enough to overcome the spear's corruption. Their duty, naturally, was to back up the princess. To defend her, if the spear targeted her next, to give their lives if need be and ensure she would have a clear shot at undoing the spear's corruption. The obvious enemy loomed ahead, and, with most eyes raking the water or the skies, no one ventured a glance at the seemingly empty ship until it was too late. The spear was close enough to strike it, so Angela gathered her firepower and raised her left arm, meaning to unleash the attack with one precise, powerful blow as she jumped forward. A loud, crashing sound by her left ear broke her stance and intent. The world seemed to freeze for just one moment before confusion took hold of her completely. She knew, despite not understanding just yet what had happened, that she should be feeling pain, and that she might just be unable to move, once she did. The gold flame in her hand, packed and ready to be launched at the spear that chased her dragon, dissipated into nothingness. Her arm flopped down heavily, as if it were made of lead, no matter if she willed it to stay upright. She had lost control of her entire arm, and it was no surprise why, once she glanced towards her limb to find a large, silver blade lodged in her left shoulder. Even then, she couldn't understand what had happened to her. She couldn't understand that she had failed to save her dragon from the clutches of the spear, that she had been attacked from behind by an opponent who had used the momentum of a jump to tear through her golden armor with his Dedeo sword, that her men were currently roaring with outrage as they rushed to attack the man who had just delivered more physical damage to the princess than any opponent she had faced, up to date. Climbing his way through the sinking, torn ship hadn't been easy, but Roan had guessed, quite correctly, that the princess would want the ship emptied as soon as possible. The likelihood that any of her men would return to the useless vessel to search for him underneath the deck was low, so he had lain in wait, concealed by the shadows of the broken ship until the perfect opportunity to strike had arrived. Once the admiral and his retinue of soldiers was gone, the princess, even if she wasn't entirely alone, was vulnerable, with only 4 of her guards nearby, her back towards a ship that she had wrongfully assumed wouldn't represent a threat to her anymore. Now she collapsed as she lost her balance, the heavy blade still lodged on her armor, her blood breaking out of her body through this wound, and pouring down on the pier chaotically once her enemy reeled back the blade in her shoulder to defend himself against the onslaught of fire that had assaulted him. Yet it was too late for them to amend the damage, and they knew it just as well as Roan did. He damn near smiled as he hacked away at the soldier by the princess's right. His fire caught Roan in the face, but the non-bender charged onwards, crashing against his enemy before diving into the water anew, where those firebenders would never be able to reach him, and the fire that had caught his face, hair, and armor would be muffled away before the damage was too severe. Chaos, the worst kind of chaos, would wreak across the Fire Nation's armed forces now. Their strong defenses, their strategies, their hopes to protect their people, all gone to waste. For the one devising those plans had been annulled in one fell sweep, their daring, royal leader had been wounded, severely. Her injury was akin to severing the head of the serpent. No matter how they might writhe and struggle against him, ultimately, Roan would see to it that the Fire Nation would fall if she wasn't there to stop him. The damage sustained by the princess had resonated with the dragon immediately. He had slowed in midair, horror struck upon understanding why his rider's plan had failed, and upon doing so, the dragon found that the spear had lost all interest in him, drawn to something else entirely. In the end, it seemed Princess Azula would succeed at saving her dragon from the bloodlust spear, just as she had intended to, by inadvertently drawing the weapon to herself, with her very own blood. Chapter 225, Fire Lord for a Week 6. That single ship, sailing towards the coast, had been the most unwelcome sight for Sokka, all the way back at his vantage point at the top of the capital's crater. He had clenched his fists, fingernails digging into his gloves, as he turned his back on the bay and tried to ignore his heart's urges to run straight towards the bay and help Azula as the sun rose in the horizon. She had given him an important responsibility, one he meant to uphold, by putting him in charge of the reinforcements' strike force. Whatever was happening with the second hijacked ship, Sokka had to take care of it, no matter what. He had no doubts his behavior was just as unsettling for the strike force as the situation itself was. Even Toph had refrained from joking around, and Iroh settled for speaking with the soldiers, even if he had followed Sokka without complaint. So far, Sokka had expected far more dissent within his troops, but it seemed his last exchange with the captain of the Imperial Guard's second squad had been harsh enough to solidify his authority over them. Only one ship, Ruishi confirmed, lowering the spyglass. He had borrowed the utensil from soldiers poised at the towers that flanked the road into the Fire Nation capital's crater. Sokka sighed and nodded. "We can't back them up yet," he said, his brow heavily furrowed. "You know to trust the princess," Ruishi said, softly. "As otherworldly as the opponent may be, she is stronger than anyone else in this nation. It will take more than a malicious spear to stop her." And she would be fighting more than a malicious spear, Sokka thought, though he refrained from speaking his mind. He didn't doubt Azula's strength, but he didn't doubt Roan's eagerness for bloodshed either, especially if he thought he'd finally slay a member of the Fire Nation's royal family. Even if it cost him his life, Roan wouldn't be likely to stop until he had dragged Azula to hell along with him, and with a weapon as powerful as the Bloodlust Spear to aid him, there was no telling whether all the might of the armed forces of the Fire Nation would be enough to save the princess from such a fate. Would Sokka be any more help than them? At least, he ought to be a good enough distraction to steal Roan's attention from Azula. He was just as prepared to sacrifice his life to stop Roan as Roan probably was prepared to die, if that was what it took to kill Azula. The gladiator clenched his fists, wondering if it truly could come to that. Hoping it wouldn't. A bird. The exclamation came from one of the Imperial Guards, pointing at the south. Sokka whipped his head around with a start, spotting the hawk as it sped its way towards them. It had to be a message from the scouts. If it was, perhaps they could finish their job and rush back to help Azula before Roan even reached her. Going by the slow speed of the ship they could see in the distance, it wouldn't be that surprising if that were the case. "Faster than I thought, but all the better, if so," Iroh said, breathing deeply as Toph, sitting on a nearby rock, cracked her knuckles and pushed herself off her seat. Ruishi stepped forward, raising his gloved hand expertly, allowing the hawk to perch on his forearm. The message, marked with a black ribbon, could only be the one they had been waiting for. Ruishi withdrew the letter and handed it to Sokka immediately. The gladiator took the scroll, surprised that Ruishi would defer to him without a sign of hesitation, but he nodded in Ruishi's direction before unfolding the message. The contents of the small letter wasted no time with pleasantries. The enemy disembarked in the southern shores. Forces stationed nearby have attempted to repel the attack unsuccessfully. The most important strategic building nearby is the airship factory. Make haste. Sokka gritted his teeth, and once he finished reading the letter's contents, a distant sound of a horn reached him, 3 interrupted sounds. The soldiers around him tensed up and he frowned in their direction. Hostages. Ruishi answered his wordless question. The sentries by the barrier have identified hostages on that ship. Sokka snarled, clenching a fist with his empty hand. Brilliant. His heart begged him to rush down to the port at haste, knowing Angela was headed to a dangerous struggle without the slightest advantage. If Roan had hostages, the princess was certain to attempt to set them free. If the strike team rushed in when the enemy didn't expect an attack from any other sources, it was possible that Roan's plans would fail altogether. Yet, this wasn't what Angela had asked of him. She had been clear with her request and expectations of him. He had to defeat the attackers on the second ship. And the message they'd received urged them to make haste, for the Fire Nation's forces seemed to struggle in that battle. It killed him inside to make this decision. It did, on every level possible. Yet he swallowed hard and turned towards his troops. It seems the target may be the airship factory, Sokka said, his voice steadier than his heart felt. At the time, we'll march at haste in that direction and, once we've closed in on the enemy, Toph, you'll build us an underground tunnel and we'll attack them from below. Huh, sounds about right, Toph said, nodding in Sokka's direction. Lead the way, dog. His chest ached with every step he knew would put distance between himself and the woman he loved, but he tightened his fists and started his way down the crater's paths, on his way to the southern roads of the Fire Nation mainland. The troops followed him, dutifully, and Sokka clenched his jaw. They would finish this fight against the opponents in the south as fast as possible, and once they did, he would return to Angela's side, right away. As long as they were quick and efficient, and used their advantages to their favor, there was nothing Roan's allies could do to defeat them, or so he hoped. Toph was on his right, and Ruishi marched to his left, followed by the rest of the Imperial Guards. Behind the large group, Iroh guided the domestic forces, marching at the frantic walking rhythm Sokka had imposed upon the group. The official rhythm for the army was far slower than that, meant to help the soldiers preserve strength and energies rather than spending them all merely walking places, but there was no time to waste. And at that quick pace, it only took 10 minutes before they could glimpse the airship factory, in the distance. All right, that's where we're headed, Toph, Sokka said, breathing deeply and glancing at his friend. It's still far, but... I can sense something in the distance. It's not that far away, she said, cracking her knuckles. Want me to make my tunnel here? Seems like the right place. Yeah, Sokka said, breathing out slowly as the earthbender began to work, waiting for no further orders to crack the ground open. She endeavored to make a massive enough gap in the ground for their forces to fit through, though the soldiers would be forced to walk in line instead of in the blocks they'd been formed in so far. It was Toph who led the group for natural reasons now, shoving the earth forcefully out of the way, compressing the ground with each step she took as she tore open the path with which they'd take the waiting enemy by surprise. The group's progress slowed down now that they needed the earthbender to carve the way for everyone, but every step forward meant they were closer to the position they had to defend. And that meant that, paradoxically, each step further away still brought Sokka closer to the moment when he would be fighting alongside Angela. For he knew he was reckless, and he hoped his urgency was unfounded, but deep down, Sokka couldn't shake off the conviction that he was walking away from the very place he should be in right now. Princess! The shouts came from so many different sources, and hands reached down to clasp her before she could topple, face down, onto the stone dock. And not a single one of those voices, not a single movement, registered in her mind. The shock was so great that, albeit her eyes were open, Angela's mind could not process images, or sounds, or sensations in general. Was it the promised pain's fault? She couldn't feel it yet. Was it because she hadn't expected an attack to come from behind her? Perhaps, yet even now, the realization that the sword had cracked through her armor and slashed into her skin, tearing muscles, and perhaps even hitting her collarbone, had not dawned upon her. Her mind was blank, more blank than ever before. And it would fall to her men to defend their position against the dangerous, deadly enemies who continued to fight against them. Roan had escaped, chased away by Taro's searing flames, but he had jumped into the water once more. Fighting by the shore wouldn't end well for the firebenders, not when the enemy was as quick to hide underwater as Roan had proven to be so far. We have to fight inland, shouted Tai Wei, as the guards rushed to Angela's side. Her labored breathing, and the color that drained from her face, wasn't a promising sight as she nestled in Wuhan's arms, trembling violently. Neither was the spear that flew in their direction, aiming directly towards the wounded princess. "It's coming!" shouted Feli, forcing his fellow soldiers to face the upcoming threat. It would aim for Angela first, that much was clear. And it would seek to sap her from her blood. If it reached her, even if briefly, the chances of saving her from the corruption wouldn't be in her favor, for, naturally, the only person with the power to annul said corruption was Angela herself. If the spear successfully reached the princess, it would take the rest of them next. The promised massacre that she had tried to avoid, as best as she could, would happen unless her guards fought back. "Shield!" roared an unexpected voice. Renkai stepped forward, raising his fists in the spear's direction. His shout served to clear away all their minds of the helplessness and confusion that had seized them, now that the princess was in such serious danger. As many as 7 guards joined Renkai, and together they launched a combined fire attack so strong, so bright, it could have blinded them. Every single one of them cast condensed flames, crafting a barrier to defend the princess that the spear would have to overcome if it wanted to reach her. It was possible that their defense wouldn't withstand the power of such a fierce opponent, and they knew as much, but they refused to let the otherworldly weapon get away with reaping away Angela's life. And so, the spear rushed towards them, chased by a frantic dragon that could only panic at the confusing, dreadful shape his rider was in. The blade sank into the shield of constantly pouring flames, but it couldn't breach it. The remaining guards rushed down the port and joined in defending against the spear save for Wuhan, adding their power to the flaring condensed flames to back up their fellow soldiers. An orange inferno engulfed the weapon, and it seemed fated to stay at bay, no matter how powerful its urges to steal the princess's blood might be. And then the spear was shoved underwater anew, by a ferocious, wrathful dragon that roared before sinking into the sea. The soldiers could lower their defense now, but only temporarily. They needed to leave the pier at haste, for their princess's sake most of all. "Can you carry her?" Wuhan asked Feli, and the tallest member of their squad nodded, slipping an arm underneath Angela's knees and holding her against his chest. The blood was already trickling out of the bottom of her armor, droplets staining the once immaculate white stones of the pier as the group ran towards the shore at haste. Half the group ran ahead of Wuhan, and the other half lingered behind him, cautious of Roan's potential resurfacing. Wherever the bastard was, they hoped to ensure he wouldn't make it out of this scuffle alive after his latest sin. Finally, they reached the end of the pier and Wuhan sped towards a nearby wall, erected against the natural grassy ridges that hugged the port. He deposited Angela carefully against the wall, uncertain of how to proceed now. It didn't seem the princess was conscious, although her eyes were open. "Princess!" Wuhan called her, as Feli dropped beside them, eyes wide with terror. "Princess, can you hear me?" "Princess, we'll protect you," Feli vowed, though the words felt faint to him all the same. Even if their condensed fire shield had worked just now, it was hard to say whether it would pay off anew, especially if the spear's wielder reappeared. The other guards took their stances near the princess, focusing on protecting her and nothing else. Yet self-doubt and disappointment clung to their very souls. This was the one time the princess had needed them, and they had failed to sense a threat that could have taken her life. Even if they had kept the spear at bay so far, would they block it successfully anew if it slipped out of the dragon's control? Sudden, violent intakes of breath startled the guards. Wuhan and Feli gasped upon glimpsing a return of consciousness in the princess's gold eyes. She couldn't see anything, dark stains swam before her eyes, and she blinked repeatedly until they were chased away, if only enough to understand where she was, and who was with her. She had been fighting, she knew, and she had to continue fighting, though she barely remembered why anymore. What was going on? Why on earth was she so weak she could barely move? And why was there a surging feeling inside her gut that someone dear to her was in danger? XXIN. W where's? She managed to say, her voice weaker than they had ever heard it before. "Princess, you're wounded," said Feli, gritting his teeth. "We need to get you to safety at once. Maybe once the Admiral returns you can be taken to the tunnels with the rest of the hostages." "And no, XIN Long is." She gasped, gritting her teeth until she shook her head. Violent pain sprung in her neck at it, and she cried out for it. Why did it hurt so badly? Feli said she was wounded, surely that was it, but what on earth had happened to her? "Help XIN Long, he's in danger." XIN is. On cue, the dragon shot out of the water with a loud splashing sound, and every guard glanced in his direction. Roan had reappeared, legs wrapped around Xin Long's neck, while Xin Long restrained the spear with his talons. "Oh, hell!" Fei Li said, snarling as he dashed forward with the rest of the men. Yet how could they attack? Xin Long seemed to have been targeted by both the human and the weapon, and he writhed in midair as he attempted to shake them off. He swung his body violently, but Roan, despite it all, wouldn't let go, swinging his massive sword towards Xin Long in hopes to cut into his armor and pierce the scales of his skin. Crash! Xin Long, crash him into the ground! Shouted Haoran, uncertain if the dragon would understand him. "And what do we do?" asked Jiang Huo, as Haoran huffed and raised his arms. "We make another condensed shield, if the spear comes our way. And if he manages to shake off that man, we'll kill him," shouted Tai Wei, standing alongside Haoran, arms raised in preparation. Despite Haoran's initial fears, it seemed the dragon had understood his strategy. He dove down, aiming to land at a short distance from where the guards were gathered, and he turned in the air just in time to ensure Roan's body would take the worst of the fall. Roan tried to stay latched to the dragon's neck, but it was impossible after an impact as violent as that one, powerful enough that his head crashed against the ground and the air fled his lungs once the massive creature's weight was crushing him. In the crash, however, the spear in Xion's talons went free. Again, Azula's blood seemed to summon it, and it charged against her. The group of guards crafted another condensed, tight shield that successfully held the spear off from its main target. Xion Long groaned, struggling to stand up anew, his eyes set on the spear, his heart set on his rider. She was wounded, badly wounded, because she hadn't noticed the lurking enemy behind her when she was focused only on trying to save him. He should have worked harder, he should have given his all to fighting for her sake, undeterred by the damned, spiritually charged spear that stank of death. If it was his death instead of Azula's, Xion Long would certainly consider it an acceptable trade-off. And no, it's not, don't even. Xion! Azula called, as her dragon gathered his strength, hoping to tackle the spear again. Everything was so difficult to understand, yet her dragon's thoughts were loud and clear in her head. If she stopped focusing on herself, and focused on him instead, perhaps she could find enough clarity to resolve this problem. To find a way to defeat their enemies. As shaken as he had been by the crash landing, Roan lunged for the dragon when he had the chance, slashing at the armor with his sword. The impact was strong enough to knock Xion Long off target, and just so, one of the guards faltered. The spear breached the shield of condensed fire, even when a new guard stepped up to block and push back the flying weapon. They couldn't hold the condensed fire shield forever, as jumbled as Azula's thoughts were, that much was a certainty. No one could outdo that damned spear, not without gold fire, and she was the only one who could conjure it. Even if, right now, she didn't think she could conjure anything at all. Yet her ability to fight back the corruption with gold fire made her a threat for the spear. Her blood attracted it, too. Roan wanted no one's death as badly as hers, she suspected. Hence, wasn't there a single, obvious choice to be made? One that would see to it that her men, some blocking the spear while others attacked Roan, helping Xion Long against him, would survive this ordeal safely? She wasn't sure how she managed to move, leaning her body forward to gather enough momentum and rise to her feet. Her left shoulder sent strange, foreign pulsations across her body, and she briefly wondered if her heart would leak out of the wound she had yet to see for herself. Her armor had never felt so heavy, so difficult to breathe in, but she still exerted strength enough in her feet and knees to rise up, her right hand clasping the wall behind her for further support. Her efforts, however, didn't go unnoticed. "Princess!" shouted Tai Wei, watching her from the corner of his eye. "You're injured. You mustn't move yet." "What?" exclaimed Fei Li next to him, shooting a wary glance over his shoulder to find Azula was, indeed, on her feet. Her head hung as she held up an awkward, unstable posture against the wall. "Princess, we will protect you. Stay behind us." She heard their words, but knew she'd have to ignore them. Just as she had often ignored them in the past, them, and the man who typically spoke them. Oh, Ruishi, he would be so cross once he heard of what had happened to her. Azula only hoped he wouldn't blame the rest of the guards. She had planned, despite everything, to fight by their side this time around. Yet, Princess. Tai Wei's voice rang with warning, and Angela breathed out slowly as she pondered her next course of action, as she sent those plans in her dragon's direction, too. His armor was dented and in bad shape. It seemed Roan had dedicated himself, both while underwater and during their current scuffle, to slamming the armor. He attempted to carve numerous paths for his spear to attack the dragon, knowing that, with Angela disabled, Xian Long would be the only opponent who could keep the deadly weapon at bay, and he would likely falter eventually too, if Roan's plan paid off. Xian. Angela called softly, her voice broken, hoarse and unnoticeable in the midst of such chaos. Her dragon could feel her calling for him, but try as though he might, he couldn't seem to shake off the large man who clung to his armor, undeterred by the fire the large creature could unleash upon him. Yet Xian Long restrained his flames, for he risked hurting Angela's guards if he behaved recklessly. Just so, the guards who weren't in the shield's formation in front of Angela would try to give Roan hell, but they remained unwilling to cast fire when there was a chance that they might hurt the dragon. Angela clenched her right fist, watching through the orange flames as her dragon swung in a circle, dodging Roan's newest attack. The kinslayer leapt out of the reach of his closing jaws. With strength Angela hardly knew still lingered inside her, the princess raised her right arm, 2 trembling fingers stretched out of her tight fist, and a sudden, clumsy blast of blue fire shot at haste, catching Roan on his exposed back. The impact saw him losing his footing, but he didn't loosen his grip on his weapons. Xian Long had to jump to avoid being cut by Roan on the underside of his body, for his crumbling armor no longer protected him as well as it had before. Princess! Shouted Haoran, one of the guards who had taken the duty of fighting back against Roan. Angela didn't have the luxury of waiting around to know whether Haoran was surprised, worried, or even rejoicing in her sudden return to the fray. She knew the last option was the least likely one. She was, after all, in worse shape than she remembered being up to date, but she wouldn't hold back from her new, chosen course of action, no matter if her guards begged her to. If she hoped to spare them the consequences of the very worst outcome of this battle, she only had one chance to do so. Stay back. Princess! Haoran shouted, watching as she took a step forward, her right hand raised towards the dragon that had darted away from Roan and now trotted towards his rider at haste. He knew what she had in mind, and he agreed with her choice wholeheartedly. This wasn't working. And even though the battle might not be any better after her plan was put into effect, at least the collateral damage wouldn't be so great. Xian Long stopped before Angela, lowering his body as he urged her to sling her leg over his saddle. Never before had such a simple, practiced motion been such a challenge for the princess, but she clasped the protective tubes of the saddle with her right hand and hoisted herself with what strength she could muster. Princess! No! Shouted Fei, at the condensed fire barrier that now threatened to break, both because the guards were losing their focus and because the spear was suddenly changing its angle. Still chasing Angela's blood, we can protect you. It's our job to. Careful! Fei! Shouted Han, pouring further strength into the barrier to save his captain from being cut by the weapon. Such mishaps would only continue to occur. It wouldn't be long before the spear reached one of them. And as much as they might be willing to give their lives to fulfill their duty to Angela, she wouldn't allow the spear to reap them. Go, go! She shouted at her dragon, clutching at the saddle as her body slumped forward. Her voice sounded scarred, as though it had been torn, just as her shoulder was. Xian Long didn't waste another second. He leapt towards the shore and angled his body in the direction of the water, baiting the spear away from the guards at last as it glided against each barrage of fire until it was free to chase after the speeding dragon, who was already gaining momentum to jump into flight with his hind legs. A pair of hands caught the dragon's long tail, gripping the scaled skin and the light blue hair as tightly as could be. The guards lowered their shield, and those fighting Roan now launched no shortage of fire blasts at the man dangling on the flying dragon's tail. Yet, even though the fire scorched his face, arms, and legs, he wouldn't let go. He roared furiously, a sign that the pain was reaching him indeed, yet his hold on the dragon's tail was unyielding, even after Xian Long's flight pattern had been diverted by the extra weight. He's getting away, the spear. The enemy! Fei shouted, casting further fire towards the man that clung to the dragon's tail, but his fire couldn't reach them once they had flown too far from the shore. Horror clenched all their souls as the dragon continued to ascend through the sky, chased by the spear, with Roan refusing to let go of the dragon's tail. Angela gritted her teeth, not even daring to raise her head to direct her dragon. She would have to leave this to him, she was no use right now. All she had meant to do was ensure Roan and the spear would leave her guards alone, so none of them would wind up as she was. Where to, though? Xian Long asked the question only to roar in frustration. The hairs on his tail were being pulled at violently by the enemy. To Angela's surprise, Xian Long dove downwards, slowing just at the level of the sea, sinking his tail underwater. If Roan wouldn't let go so easily, Xian Long would merely need to make it even harder for the enemy to clutch at him this way. Yet, even when submerged against his will, Roan still clung to him tightly. Water wouldn't deter him much, even if reason said he would lose his breath before long. Yet, before they could have kept him underwater for enough time to drown, another enemy was sure to catch them. The spear, as Angela had planned and expected, was following them across the sky at full speed, giving chase to the fleeing dragon. "Can't let it reach Roan," Angela said, gritting her teeth. "Shake it off, Xian." Xian Long groaned before shooting upwards anew, just in time for the spear to submerge underwater while giving them chase. Angela cried out painfully as she turned her head. The muscles on her neck sent no end of torment right to her brain as she overexerted them. Still, as much as Xian Long kept shaking his tail as he flew in wild directions, with no set pattern, Angela noticed Roan's hand was stretched out. He was summoning the spear. As long as he held onto the dragon's tail, the spear would fly after them, and if it ever reached his hand. "Xian," she called, turning her head forward again and leaning close to the dragon's neck. Her right hand clasped the reins with whatever strength she could still muster. She was lightheaded now. How much blood had she lost? Her plan was to summon the spear away from her men at first, but now, what was she to do? Were they merely going to fly for hours, with no set goals, no plans, until the damnable spear finally caught up with them? As hopeless as his rider felt, Xian Long refused to let the enemies get away with any sort of victory over them. He asked Angela to hold on as tightly as she could, for his flight was about to get far bumpier, and the princess's legs clutched at his body over the saddle, even if not with the strength she guessed would be necessary or preferable for the dragon. And so, Xian Long dove to the sea anew, avoiding the spear, whipping Roan's body wildly by swinging his tail in countless directions. A whirl, a full-body wheel, sudden sharp rises in speed paired with abrupt stops that caused the spear to shoot ahead, missing its target. All the while, Angela clung to Xian Long desperately, hoping this wouldn't be the end. As dignified as it might be to die astride her dragon, she had so much left to do, so many promises to fulfill. There was someone waiting for her, someone who needed her by his side, just as badly as she needed him by hers. As weak as she felt, as helpless as the situation might be, the Fire Nation's crown princess would cling to life with every ounce of strength she had left, trusting her dragon would guide her out of the darkness that seemed to envelop her senses with each passing moment. The aerial battle was the most desperate spectacle to watch from the Fire Nation's bay. Fei Li had fallen to his knees, breathing agitatedly as the dragon's serpentine shape struggled to shake off both the man clinging to his tail and the spear that wouldn't stop giving him chase. And Fei Li was far from the only guard who couldn't cope with the sense of helplessness that permeated them right now. "We have to do something, we have to," said Taro, shaking his head. "The princesses. What is there for us to do?" asked Haoran, gritting his teeth. She did it to save us, damn it. She knew we would die too, if the spear broke through the fire shield for good. She's our royal. It should be us protecting her." Fei Li shouted, slamming a fist into the ground as tears welled in his eyes. If Ruishi were here, If Ruishi were here, he'd be pissed as hell because she ditched us when she needs us most. Tai Wei finished, startling Fei Li, but he's not. "So, it's our turn to be angry. And our turn to give chase." Wait, we'll charge into the water?" asked Chiang, astonished. "Hell, no, we'll run along the shore, as fast as we can, as far as we must go," Tai Wei said, gritting his teeth. "If they return to shore, we'll be there to help. Doesn't matter if we die, does it? That's what we're here for. Our lives, we give to our nation. And our hands fight for our Fire Lord. Fire Lord Angela." Tai Wei's words landed in each of the guards' hearts, filling them with strength they hadn't expected to find in such a convoluted crisis. Fei Li breathed slowly to still himself, but he rose to his feet again after a moment, holding Tai Wei's defiant gaze with his own. "You're right," Fei Li said, before turning to the rest of the guards. Those who had fallen on the ground out of sheer despair were rising too, just as he had. This is our duty. Our purpose. Maybe we won't be able to help at all, but if there's any chance we can, we will. The guards nodded, with some voicing their approval earnestly. Though, before Fei Li could give out the order to move out. What's happened? All their heads whipped back to find Admiral Zhao, as well as a group of domestic forces soldiers had returned. That the princess, the dragon, the water tribesmen and the spear would be absent couldn't have been more foreboding. The sinking feeling in the pit of Zhao's stomach grew stronger as the worst-case scenario presented itself in his mind. The princess took off, to divert the spear's attention. "Admiral," Fei Li said, gritting his teeth before he acknowledged his failure. "We failed to protect her. The Kinslayer attacked her and has injured her badly, but still. She's being reckless and taking advantage of her bleeding to direct the spear away from the lot of you." Zhao asked, his voice deep and trembling. "Not the worst-case scenario just yet, then, merely the preamble, before the worst-case scenario finally unfolded." Fei Li nodded. "We tried to keep the spear off her afterwards, and it was working, but she chose to take matters into her own hands." He said, "We're going after her now, though. No matter if she might not need us. So, what are we wasting our time here for, if that's the case?" Zhao said, raising his eyes to the struggle between the dragon and the spear in the distance. "Let's go." With Fei Li and Zhao at the helm, the group of soldiers dashed through the port at haste. On their way to the south, the spear was chasing the dragon in that direction, though they still hovered in the sky, above the blue waters of the Fire Nation. The guards and soldiers weren't the only ones who witnessed the airborne struggle between the weapon and Xin Long. In his armored airship, further inland, Captain Zhen lowered his spyglass, lips parted as he failed to give the situation credit. That was, he knew, the princess's dragon, and the gold armor he had glimpsed on the creature's back meant she was with him. But she wasn't fighting back. The only fire in sight was that of the dragon. Whenever he turned his head back to shoot blue fire blasts in the hopes of breaking the spear's progress somehow. And every now and then the dragon's tail shook violently. When Zhen finally focused on it, it became clear there was something, or rather, someone, stubbornly clinging to the dragon regardless of Xin Long's continuous attempts to shake him off. It was near impossible to tell what was happening, but it was clear the spear was, as Admiral Zhao had warned him, an otherworldly weapon. Zhen gritted his teeth. What was he to do in this situation? How could he be of assistance to the princess? She had expressly ordered him not to act at all, to serve for scouting purposes and nothing more, and frankly, Zhen wasn't sure his airship could serve any other purpose anyhow. He would be a liability if he joined the fight somehow, for that spear might be able to tear through the airship's metal balloon and send them plummeting to the ground, which was, of course, the reason why the princess had ordered him to stay out of reach. But was this truly the full extent of what he could do for her? Was he so powerless he could only watch the princess fight against near-certain doom? "Captain Zhen!" exclaimed one of his trusted deputies, "a hot air balloon is coming towards us." The unexpected claim caused the tense captain to frown and tear his gaze away from the mid-air struggle between the princess and the spear at last. A hot air balloon? Was it friend or foe? The enemies had been headed for the airship factory. After all, could they have steered a hot air balloon all the way here, to strike down their airship? Dreading they would have to fight an enemy of their own, regardless of the princess's orders, Zhen wasted no time rushing to the other end of the cabin, raising his spyglass quickly anew, hoping to identify whoever rode the hot air balloon in question. After what had felt like hours of walking underground, despite it hadn't been quite so long, Toph finally stopped bending. As experienced a bender as she might be, the quick pace with which she'd had to open her way through this underground tunnel hadn't done her stamina any favors. She breathed heavily once she finally halted, though she offered Iroh a reassuring grin once he placed a supportive hand on her shoulder. The firebenders had ensured the way through the tunnel would be lit, holding out plums of fire so no one would trip on stray roots or rocks. Toph would have made a remark on how pitiful it was to need a light source to navigate the underground, but the situation was so tense she didn't dare. Not when Sokka was at his most humorless mood ever. "This is it?" he asked, stepping forward. Toph nodded. "At least, Feels like it, she said, confirming her suspicions after stepping hard on the ground. The vibrations of the earth told her that they were right below the factory's entrance. Though they also revealed something else, something she hadn't noticed until now. They're already fighting, Sokka. There's a struggle. We've got to get in there. Yeah, we do, Sokka said, breathing out and nodding. Can you do the honors? Want me to exploit the element of surprise that much, eh? Toph said, smiling as she raised her hands and carved their path through the tunnel once again. Be ready, Sokka warned the soldiers behind him. As soon as Toph breaks us out, we're to seize all the rebels immediately. If they resist capture, I'm sure you'll know what to do. Iroha's eyebrows rose as he cast a quick glance at Sokka. Had the foreigner truly given the Fire Nation soldiers full-blown permission to kill? And here he had thought he'd be more restrained in his approach to this situation. Then again, it wasn't merely that his sponsor, princess, and closest associate was likely in danger. Sokka knew the people they would be fighting. He had crossed paths with the waterbender who had attempted to assassinate Fire Lord Ajalon, after all. Perhaps he understood that, whoever these foes might be, they might not be willing to surrender at all. It was better to hope that was the truth than to assume Sokka had grown to embrace Fire Nation violence fully, as some people suspected he had. Iroha swallowed hard but focused on Toph anew. She had crafted a new stretch of tunnel, and the walls around them were trembling lightly. The battle waged above them. Here we go. Toph said, flexing her arms before shooting herself out of the underground with an explosion that shattered the earth underneath the enemy's feet. Go! Sokka shouted, rushing out through the gap Toph had left in her wake. The striding soldiers followed him. The scene outside was confusing at first, yet once Sokka took in the pandemonium of the battle, he realized Toph had calculated her earthen explosion perfectly. The earth had splattered towards the enemies, saving the struggling Fire Nation soldiers from the vicious attacks of their foes. There were far more of them than Sokka expected, though. About 10 enemies still stood near the tree line by the outskirts of the factory, at enough distance of the earthen explosion that they hadn't been knocked down, but around 15 more had either fallen to their knees or been flung to the ground with the impact. He was sure there weren't so many of them in his vision, back at the swamp, but the stingray hadn't been there either, and Sokka was just staring the stumbling man in the face right now. Perhaps Roan had recruited more supporters on his way to the Fire Nation. It seemed the stingray had recovered from Sokka's savage triumph over him. All those years ago, a wooden prosthetic had taken the place of his right hand, and there were tight bandages around his left, where Sokka had stabbed him. Perhaps there were similar bandages on his legs too, which he had crushed with his club. Yet the man could stand, and he could bend, so the damage he had sustained that day no longer fazed him. Oh, yes, ahahaha. Roan's going to be so mad I got to you first, Wolfie. He shouted, a savage grin across his face as he raised his hands. The trees weren't so far away, but it seemed the stingray's power could affect them anyways, to Sokka's utter disbelief. He watched in chagrin as the waterbender brought his hands forward, and a sudden, unexpected onslaught of water poured out of the trees, leaving them dead and dry in the wake of being sapped of all their water. Well, that was definitely a technique Sokka had never seen before. He snarled and leapt back just in time for the water to crash into the ground, just where Sokka had been moments ago. The stingray reeled back his newly acquired water, smiling with mad abandon as he geared up to strike again. Sokka was prepared to jump out of the way, but to his surprise, he wouldn't have to. A blur of red suddenly leapt in front of him, and a massive barrage of orange fire shot into the water, evaporating the blast just before it could reach them. I guess you're used to fighting these kinds of people by yourself, Sokka. Ruishi said, as Sokka gasped behind him, but you don't have to do that today. As dire as the situation was, Sokka actually found it in himself to smile as Ruishi glanced back at him to offer him a reassuring nod. He had a full team of firebenders with him, of soldiers prepared to swarm Roan's men. Suddenly, facing around 25 or 30 enemies mattered little. For the Imperial Guards were attacking the Stingray's group, whether the Earthbenders or non-benders, while the domestic forces officers rushed to the aid of the forces who had been fighting back against the invaders so far. There were several wounded, some in terrible shape, with frost clinging to their open wounds, without a doubt, the Stingray's doing, while others continued to fight even with bleeding gashes across their faces or arms. Were there any casualties so far? Sokka clenched his teeth, guessing he would only know for sure once the battle was over. For now, his job was to ensure that there wouldn't be any more deaths on the Fire Nation's side. As for the opponents, he highly doubted the Stingray had come here with any intentions of surrendering. If it came down to that, he would see to putting an end to the man's life today. Versatile as she ever was, even an exhausted Toph was capable of wrecking the enemy's forces with her earthbending. She could wrestle Earth out of the opposing earthbenders' control, stopping their attacks just before they could reach her allies, and if she couldn't counter-attack yet, Iroh would do it for her. He dashed out with timed, controlled firebending, shooting the necessary fire blasts to force the enemy to falter. "Push them back! Push them back!" roared one of the soldiers who had been part of the Fire Nation's initial defenses. He had been disheartened merely a minute ago, but now, with their numbers bolstered to this extent, it seemed they weren't fated to lose this battle today. "We have to get to the dim building." "Stupid eel, weren't you supposed to get us there?" shouted one of the non-benders in the enemy's ranks. The Stingray ignored him, or perhaps failed to hear him. Of all enemies, no one was being pushed back as effectively as him. He had to rush to the forest, seeking more water with which to attack the ferocious firebender who had targeted him. One non-bending invader realized the leader of their squad was in a tight spot now. Drawing an arrow and knocking it to his bow, he was ready to shoot the enemy, until his bow snapped in half, his hands bleeding after a blue boomerang had cut over his fingers. Sokka caught the boomerang again, aiming it towards the next earthbender who attempted to assist the Stingray. Yet, as soon as he had cast it, another non-bender aimed an arrow in his direction. Sokka heard the whipping sound of the released string and dropped flat on the ground, hoping to avert the arrow that way, and it soared above him safely enough. The archer responsible for the arrow had been fierce as he attacked, but now that the blue wolf's attention was on him, his face was contorted with fear. He even seemed ready to shout as Sokka jumped back to his feet, raising a hand to catch his boomerang expertly and toss it anew. Although the archer avoided the first half of the boomerang's trajectory, an Imperial guard shot a fistful of flames into the man's armored stomach. Stumbling back, the boomerang hit him on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious as he fell forward into the shifted earth underneath their feet. As desperate as the situation had been for the soldiers, there was no doubt anymore that, through the combined power of a surprise attack and the bolstering of their numbers through reinforcements, the Fire Nation forces were winning now. That was enough to quell some of Sokka's discomfort. Azula would be proud that they had put a stop to Roan's secondary faction, just as she had asked of them. And the sooner they were finished here, the sooner she would have a chance to feel that pride. Sokka clenched his boomerang as it returned to his hand and aimed for another foe. While the majority of the invaders were trying to keep the Fire Nation soldiers off the Stingray extended no such courtesy for his allies, Sokka noticed. He fought alone, for himself, gathering water from plants as he backed further into the forest without the slightest hesitation, launching barrages of attacks at Ruishi, who so far had managed to evaporate every attack, and dodge the ones he couldn't finish off. "We've managed to salvage 15 wounded soldiers," exclaimed one of the domestic forces officers, approaching Sokka as the Gladiator scanned the battlefield, watching attentively for further dangerous moves by the enemies, though for now, only about 5 foes were still standing. Aside from the Stingray, some are in dreadful shape, too. "What should we do?" "Well." Sokka gritted his teeth before launching his boomerang one more time. The boomerang was remarkably more useful than any of his other weapons in this situation, where ranged combat was inevitable and frequent. Either take them back through the tunnels as fast as you can or use one of the airships in the factory to carry them away, if you know how to use them. There must be a few in the hangar, so I'll ask around. "Maybe someone learned to pilot them," said the officer, gritting his teeth as he returned to his group. The injured soldiers, as well as those who had retreated to the factory mostly unharmed, had gathered right past the building's front door. Whatever quick first aid they were receiving, it wasn't likely to be enough to save them all. But perhaps the Blue Wolf had offered a good enough solution for their predicament, a solution that, however, hinged on the unlikely hopes that someone in their ranks knew how to handle the aircrafts. Meanwhile, the strike force continued to keep the enemy at bay. Most of them were already unmoving, lying flat on the ground while the battle waged around them. The Stingray wouldn't fall as easily as others, however, and retreated deeper into the forest. Sokka and Ruishi gave chase right away, following the Stingray easily through the path of dry trees and vegetation he left in his wake. Yet it wasn't long before they realized that there was something unusual on several of the dry trees in question. Sokka froze when his mind finally translated what his eyes were seeing. Terribly injured officers, in domestic forces uniform, had been pinned to the dry trees, either with melting ice spikes or earthen ones. The first responders had done their duty as best as they could, Sokka didn't doubt it, but the Stingray and his group had been more than happy to kill as many of them as possible. He snarled in outrage. Ruishi! The trees! He exclaimed. Ruishi hadn't stopped attacking the Stingray, but he frowned at Sokka's call. He had noticed the soldiers too, but he hadn't known if it would be wise to let down his fire barrage when the enemy might take that as an advantage to strike away at him. Get help from the others. Ruishi said, I'll keep the waterbender at bay. Yet it was obvious that the Stingray's attacks were no longer as earnest as before. He had understood Ruishi's firebending was far too potent, and the amounts of water he had procured from the trees wouldn't prove enough to fight back. Yet there were fun ways to resolve this particular problem posed by the persistent firebender. The Stingray engineered, with his prosthetic and real hand, a large enough ice spike that he aimed at his enemy. Ruishi knew he couldn't melt it fast enough to avoid damage, dodging it would be his only choice, then. Yet, just as the Stingray launched it, he realized he had stepped right past a tree with a pinned, squirming soldier that hadn't perished from his wounds yet. If he dodged, that soldier would receive the blow. If he tried to melt it, he wouldn't do it fast enough, and if the water splashed him, the Stingray would take his chances to freeze him alive. The second option, dangerous as it was, might be the easiest one to cope with. Ruishi breathed quickly, packing a fire blast with all his might, but he didn't launch it. For the ice spike was shattered violently by a water tribe club, slamming into the ice projectile and ensuring it wouldn't reach either the Imperial Guard or the soldier pinned to the tree behind them. Sokka's agile intervention had taken the Stingray by surprise, but the waterbender only smirked in delight for it as he continued to run backwards across the forest. Ruishi made to follow, but Sokka clasped his shoulder with a hand. Wait a minute, Ruishi, he said, breathing out slowly. What he's done to these soldiers, he surely did it with many others down that path. If you chase after him again, he'll keep doing what he just did. And he keeps running. Maybe back to the bay, Ruishi reasoned, gritting his teeth, or maybe there's a stream nearby. He probably wants more water at his disposal. It'll be damn bad if he finds more, I know, but if we give chase without thinking it through, we could risk the lives of the survivors. Sokka said, casting glances at the trees nearby. A few of the soldiers stuck to the trees with plasters of earth were still moving, though all of them appeared to be in bad shape. The ones in worst shape were those impaled by ice. Most of them seemed to have stopped breathing by now. Sokka gritted his teeth as he approached the nearest one. We need to help them. There's a chance we could save their lives still. Don't. Sokka hadn't raised a hand to the ice spike yet, but Iroha's voice stopped him on his tracks all the same. The old general and Toph had rushed towards them, though where Toph appeared confused, unsettled by what little she could understand of the trees surrounding them, Iroha was determined and serious. The surviving, pinned soldiers groaned and whimpered, as though begging to be released. If you remove those spikes, they will bleed to death, Iroha said, eyeing the closest ice-impaled soldier with a remorseful frown. There's still a chance they might not survive even if we don't remove the spikes until they're treated, but, doing it now, without thinking, would be a death sentence. Sokka gritted his teeth but nodded. It did appear as though the path of the ice spikes had been perfectly calculated to break the main bloodstreams and organs of the body. The Stingray knew just what to attack, how to shatter the Kai's natural pathways as well as the flow of blood. As insane as the man might be, he was a highly efficient killer all the same. What do we do, then? Sokka asked. How do we get them out of here, and what do we do about that bastard? Ruishi said, shooting a glare into the forest. The Stingray was nowhere in sight anymore. Have the others been defeated yet? Pretty much all of them, yeah, Toph said, wiping the sweat off her brow with her forearm guard. Wasn't that much trouble. I think that Splasher is the bigger deal of this group. He needs to be stopped. There's no telling how much worse he's going to be if he finds more water, Ruishi said, scowling. Then, we should split up, I'd say, Sokka suggested. One group should take care of removing these soldiers from the trees, and the others will chase after the Stingray. They need to be taken care of, at haste, Iroh said, gazing at the closest one though I don't think they can afford being carried through that tunnel, truthfully. Then what do we do? Ruishi asked, scowling. Are you saying it'll be pointless to try to save them, or? Hey, we're at the airship factory, Sokka said, whipping his head back towards the large building. We could load the injured on hot air balloons and fly them to safety. It'll be far faster than traveling through the tunnels. Sounds great, but are those things easy to drive? Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. I sure as hell can't steer one, might just get myself and the soldiers killed. I don't think you'd be the one doing it. Ruishi blinked blankly and Toph shrugged, though, it probably ought to be you, Sokka. What, me? The gladiator said, astonished. I know you have bad blood with this waterbender, Ruishi said, but you're the expert on hot air balloons. If you teach other soldiers how to steer them, the injured will be safe that much sooner. I guess, Sokka said, frowning, but it's a risk too, isn't it? It's not that easy and the situation is delicate enough. Inexperienced pilots could make it worse if, wait. Captain Gen. He's in his airship, he sent us that bird. Surely he's got his full crew aboard, he can load the injured with him, and he might even have a few medics in his squad who can start treating the ones in worst shape. That's actually a decent idea, Ruishi acknowledged, though, someone needs to send word to them. We left their bird at the capital's towers, didn't we? You designed and can drive those aircrafts, right? Iroh asked Sokka. Can you drive one by yourself? Well, I mainly helped with the designs of the hot air balloons, but yeah, I can, Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. I can try to catch up to Gen, then. Very well, sounds like a wild plan, but it should pay off nonetheless, said Ruishi, nodding in Sokka's direction. By then, several of the Imperial Guards had caught up with them. The captain of the second squad was amongst them, casting wary glances at the pinned soldiers. The factory is safe. All the enemies have been defeated, he announced. Sokka sighed in relief. Good. Well, all save one, he said. A few of them were carrying explosives, rudimentary ones, but still. Said the captain, we suspect they were hoping to use them to destroy the factory. We've already taken their explosives, though, so there's no more danger that they'll use them before they're safely disposed of. Well done, Iroh said, nodding in his direction, though the worst isn't over yet. Sokka. I know, Sokka said, gritting his teeth as he glanced at the closest victim on a tree. All right, you, Captain, gather about half your guards and join Ruishi, Iroh, and Toph. You guys will take down the waterbender. Oh. Very well, said the captain. No doubt he was surprised the gladiator would relinquish the flashiest of fights to him, when it was clear they barely trusted each other. The other half of the guards will keep watch on the surviving enemies. They should be taken as prisoners, I figure, Sokka said. I'll help the domestic forces with releasing the wounded from these trees, all right? And after that I'll take a hot air balloon and ask Captain Gen for his assistance with the injured. Very well, said Ruishi, nodding. We'll handle the waterbender. The Imperial Guard's captain rushed out to convey the orders to the larger group that remained by the factory. By the time the first few domestic forces soldiers had joined him, Sokka had already whipped out his sword and expertly slashed the spikes that kept a soldier pinned to the tree, without removing them from the body. The damage was extensive, seeing as the ice spikes had ruptured important blood vessels. Most the men attacked with earthen spikes hadn't often been hurt in vital locations. Even so, it was only right to get all the survivors to safety at haste, and to see to their healing as soon as possible. Sokka deeply hoped Gen's airship would be carrying enough healers to save as many of the injured as possible. Still, there was no point in dwelling on the matter when he had that much work to do. Ruishi, Iroh, Toph, and the Imperial Guards had chased after the stingray, leaving him and the domestic forces officers to save as many pinned soldiers as they possibly could. Surprisingly, a few of them had barely been injured, kept in place with earthen spikes that had only pierced their clothes. By the time Sokka had released the final officer from the trees, he had taken down about 20 injured men as well as 12 who hadn't survived long enough to be saved. They had also found several corpses on the forest's path, to his chagrin. They had arrived on time to prevent a full-blown massacre, from the looks of it, but it hadn't been soon enough to salvage several officers. They had underestimated the stingray's bloodthirst, though, as it was, Sokka couldn't think of any better strategies they could have followed with their available resources. It didn't mean the lives the stingray had stolen would hurt any less, though. Is that everyone? Sokka asked, once the last of the injured had been carried to the apparent safety of the empty factory. The lieutenant of the domestic forces group nodded. The survivors, and the dead, too, he said, gritting his teeth, those bastards will pay. They will, but the injured need to be helped first, Sokka assured the man, frowning. I've talked with the others, they suggested I should seek aid from the scout airship so they can help transport the injured away from here. They might even have healers aboard, I don't know. Oh. Great. Said the lieutenant, though we don't have any messenger hawks here, how will you reach them? I helped design the hot air balloons this very factory builds, Sokka said. I'll take one and fly to the airship, get their help as soon as possible. Right, said the lieutenant, his eyes gleaming with hope. Now please, be safe, Gladiator. We'll protect the wounded here, so make sure we can save as many lives as possible. That's the plan, Sokka said, with a half-hearted grin, before racing towards the factory's hangar. That he still remembered the building's layout after all these years was, frankly, quite surprising. The hangar was far more crowded than it had been the last time he had visited the factory. Massive airships occupied most of it, and at the very end of the hangar Sokka spotted a few rows of hot air balloons, ready to be deployed once the engine was running. Sokka released the balloon's bindings and started the engine right away, muttering impatiently under his breath as the heated gas filled the balloon gradually. By the time the basket finally rose from the ground, he released a relieved breath and ensured to set the course of his flight. After guiding the balloon safely out of the hangar, Sokka scanned the horizon for the aircraft he had to track down. Nothing but blue skies and the bright sun greeted him, though, where was it? He really should have brought a spyglass with him. Finally, he spotted a dark stain to the north. It looked to be about the right size for the airship, so Sokka sped towards it, fueling the hot air balloon as best he could, navigating the air currents that seemed to fight against him. Frankly, guiding a vessel through water felt far easier than this. Yet he didn't falter or slow down. The lives of the men Azula had placed under his command were at risk, and he refused to fail her. Meanwhile, Ruishi's group had given chase to the stingray. It wasn't difficult to follow him through the path of dried trees he had left in his wake. The man had taken advantage of his head start, in all likelihood finding enough time to gather his strength, Ruishi suspected. There's a river around here, past these trees, exclaimed one of the Imperial Guards. Brace yourselves. Ruishi abided by the man's counsel, yet, upon breaking out of the thicket, the whole group froze cold in the middle of a large, deep valley. What? Said the captain of the second squad, stepping forward to analyze the grounds before him. The earth before them, at the bottom of the valley, was moist. Fish flapped awkwardly on the soil. Ruishi clenched his fists as he glanced upriver, or what would have been upriver, if there had been a stream left at all. He's amassing the entire river, he said, or could he be planning on redirecting it altogether? It's a possibility, Iroh acknowledged, frowning. The Imperial Guards glanced between the two, astonished. What do we do, then? Toph asked, huffing between her gritted teeth. As much as she hadn't used her bending for the last minutes, her grand earth-bending feats from earlier had taken a toll on her stamina, whether she wanted to acknowledge it or not. It's, what, a huge mass of water coming our way? Or you think he's redirecting it towards the factory? They had bombs. Ruishi reasoned, gritting his teeth. In all likelihood, yes, he will be trying to destroy the factory and everyone in it. We cannot allow it, the captain of the second squad declared, raising a fist. We must find him, and put a stop to his nefarious deeds at once. Certainly. But we cannot predict the actions of a deadly waterbender easily, Iroh huffed, shaking his head. Captain, you and the Imperial Guards should give chase to the stingray. Me and Toph will return to the factory and warn them of the danger and the enemy's likeliest next move. If they meant to destroy the factory, from what we can guess, perhaps this stingray character would go to any extremes to fulfill his mission. A rather foolish way to waste his own life. He won't get away with it, the captain declared. You're sure about this? Ruishi asked Iroh, who only nodded. If, spirits forbid, The stingray has already gone too far for you to reach him on time, Toph, and I can help keep the water at bay. I hope so, at least Iroh said, casting a glance at his partner. She huffed and punched his shoulder. Hope so? Give me a break. I'll smash this, just as I always do. Let's go. She exclaimed stubbornly. As chaotic as the situation was, Iroh couldn't suppress a smile at his earthbending gladiator. Very well. Let's do that, he said, glancing at the Imperial guards again. Be careful. With that much water, he will be truly deadly. Don't pull your punches. Naturally, we won't, said the captain of the second squad, nodding in the retired general's direction before turning to his group. Let's go. Again, their group was divided. Toph and Iroh raced back to the factory as fast as they could while the firebenders chased the path of the river, upwards, seeking the stingray, yet he remained elusive, no doubt far faster while traveling with his waterbending than he could be while on his 2 feet. If only Sokka had glanced back from the heights in which his hot air balloon traveled, he might have understood the stingray's plan right away and put a stop to it before it had calamitous consequences. He might not have been able to deal with it all on his own, but he would have rushed to help, at once, if he had realized the troops he was trying to save would soon be in even deadlier danger than they already were. Yet he didn't glance back at all, focused only on chasing the scout airship that loomed in the distance. He wouldn't know it yet, but keeping his back turned towards the factory, and the upcoming catastrophe it would soon face, wouldn't be the wrong choice, in the end. Finally, the airship was close enough for Sokka to detail it properly. Even then, he continued to fly his hot air balloon towards it until he finally was within view of the cabin. To his relief, a large window had been opened, behind which stood several soldiers, amongst whom the only face he recognized was Captain Zhen's. Gladiator! Zhen exclaimed. If Sokka had thought the situation back in the factory wasn't all that promising, the paleness in Zhen's face only deepened his concerns. What's happened at the factory? A lot of soldiers are wounded. Sokka shouted back, hoping his voice would reach Zhen without trouble, regardless of the blowing wind and the noise of the airship's engines, and pretty badly, too. I came here to ask if you can help. All you have to do is collect the wounded, and if you have any healers available. The princess is in trouble. Sokka's voice faded in the wind, and not because it was blowing any harder. His face froze into an inexpressive mask for a second as the words rang in his head over and over. Shivers of dread rushed through his spine, so violently they snapped him out of his shock, leaving him trembling as he clasped the edge of the basket, knuckles white under his glove and forearm guard. What do you mean? He asked. What's happened to her? The authority that rang in his voice with his second question took the airship's soldiers aback. Even Zhen flinched, daunted by the man who had once taught his son the basics of swordsmanship. I don't know. I can't tell. Zhen answered truthfully. Sokka's stomach sank, his chest heaving rapidly. But she's riding her dragon, and that thing, the spear the Admiral told me about. It's real. It was chasing her, and... Sokka's face contorted with a violent, surging snarl. His brow furrowed so heavily it clouded his bright eyes. It was real. The spear was real. Roan had found it, and he had turned it against Azula. Where is she? Again, his voice rang in the air, and it was clear he would stop at nothing for an answer. That a water tribesman would prove so ferocious and fierce, with willpower that burned hotter than any flames could, was nothing short of flooring. Yet, by the coast, replied Zhen, gritting his teeth. We'll go to the factory, you go help the princess. He didn't need to say it twice. The gladiator had already begun maneuvering with the steering levers of the hot air balloon, still snarling as his blood boiled. The coast wasn't that far away, he could see the sea already from these heights, but he couldn't see Azula yet. He couldn't. Where was she? Where was Xian Long? The airship took longer to start moving, but Sokka didn't wait around to ensure they were on their way to the factory as promised. The hot air balloon was far too slow, far too ineffective, almost taunting him about his failure to protect the woman he loved. He had seen it in his dream, Azula's body, lying on the ground, unmoving, helpless, right after his vision of Roan with the spear. How on earth had he allowed her to talk him out of going with her? Why had he been such a fool? How could he leave her to fight such a dangerous foe on her own? He shouted, desperate, slamming a fist into the balloon's basket, wishing he could do more to speed it up further. To reach her, at all costs, before the worst could happen. There was no shaking them off. No chance to get rid of the pursuing spear or the unbearably irksome man who clung to his tail, refusing to let go. There was no stopping the blood that trickled down his rider's shoulder, or the occasional slips into unconsciousness she'd have. Xin Long couldn't remember having felt Angela's mind as weak and uncertain as it was right now. He needed to make it stop. He needed to put an end to this mad, pointless ordeal, or else Angela might not make it. The thought was terrifying. His dragon's heart seemed to falter at the very possibility that his rider was facing deadly peril right now. He needed to help her somehow, he didn't know how, but first things first, he needed to get rid of the problem posed by that wretched spear and its human partner. Once they were out of the way, everything else would follow. Saving Angela would be possible by then. He shot urgent thoughts into her mind, jolting her back to consciousness. Angela gasped as she raised her head, understanding the message Xin Long was sending. It was a wild, dangerous idea, but it might help with doing away with Roan, if nothing else. The question was, of course, whether she was up for it or not. Angela breathed out repeatedly, stilling herself, and she nodded, weakly. With that, Xin Long dove towards the coast at haste, furthering gravity's pull upon his body as he rushed down, to meet the sand down below. Angela gritted her teeth, the wind swatting away at her, and waited until they were closer to the ground. Just a little further. Xin Long groaned as a warning, and Angela rose on her seat on his saddle, swallowing hard as she gathered her strength. And then she flung herself off the saddle, gritting her teeth as she shot a few fireballs through her feet, in a feeble attempt to regulate her landing, to no avail. She wasn't strong enough to fly with her bending anymore. She fell on the sand heavily, letting her back and broken armor take the worst of the blow. Her head whipped back against the sand, and she guessed it hurt too, but nothing registered in her body anymore. Yet her mind did process a few things still, even if she was close to unconsciousness again, and she glimpsed a black stain flying overhead, the spear. It hadn't chased her, for Roan was still summoning it towards him, either unaware that Angela was no longer on the saddle or unable to react to the change on time before Xin Long dove violently into the sand, several meters away, slamming his tail against a tall, natural rock wall that hugged the beach. It hurt the dragon to fall so violently on the ground, to strike his tail against solid rock, but it certainly hurt the human he'd been trying to shake off all the more. The spear rushed to Roan even then, falling into his hand, though it oozed that strange, dark cloud around itself as it did. Stunned, wounded, and bleeding as he was after that crash landing, Roan barely seemed to notice his own blood was beckoning the spear now, yet, to the exhausted and battered dragon's horror, Roan roared and the blackness of the spear shrank again. He sent the images to Angela's mind at haste. She coughed, struggling to breathe, knowing, though, that as inexplicable as the situation was, the only sense to be found in the spear's receding at Roan's command was that it obeyed him, without question. It believed it benefited more from keeping Roan alive than from killing him. Xin Long hadn't gone unharmed after his violent crash landing. He struggled to rise back to his feet, evoking blue flames in his slightly parted jaws to threaten both Roan and the spear, but threats didn't work on a man who feared nothing. Who welcomed death gladly, if it was what it took to fulfill his own quests. Roan rose to his feet again, blood trickling down his face and limbs. He grunted, raising his spear and releasing it anew, as though trained for it. The weapon turned in the air before rushing in the direction where Angela lingered, splayed on the sand. Xin Long roared, ignoring his injuries as he dashed forth clumsily, tackling the weapon away from his rider and knocking it off course. Angela, as she was, could barely conjure a few plums of blue fire with her right hand in a worthless attempt to defend herself. Try as though she might, she wouldn't be able to bend properly. And if the blue fire was so difficult to conjure right now, gold would be virtually impossible. Gold fire. Sokka. His warm smiles, his brimming enthusiasm, his flustered retorts whenever she embarrassed him. His blue eyes, so caring and gentle, so loving and sincere. Suddenly, it was difficult to evoke them at all. Angela huffed, dropping her arm again, disappointed in her weakness, in all her weaknesses. To think that this could be it for her, to think she couldn't even see Sokka in her mind's eye, at the last moment. Pathetic. She managed to say. The word, at first a mere remark, suddenly infused her heart with rage. Was this truly how it would end for her? Would her last moments truly amount to nothing more than a pointless battle against a madman and his pet weapon, by the shore of the Fire Nation? It was ridiculous. It was unthinkable. Roan wasn't worth this. He didn't deserve the pride of having killed her. He never would, so how could she give him that satisfaction? She couldn't. She had to fight back, it didn't matter how, it didn't matter what she might do, but she had to fight back at all costs. Roan stumbled where he stood, clutching his ribs as he watched the dragon and the spear engaging in another fruitless battle. He should go help the spear, but why not do away with the worst of the problems, first of all? She was right there, wasn't she? Lying helpless, useless on the ground, ready to die by his hand. She twitched then, and Roan scowled as he took a step towards her, and then another. At least, he thought he knew he was in bad shape, but somehow, it didn't feel like he was cutting the distance between them at all. Was it just his perception? Or was he not moving at all, although he thought he was? He clenched his fists, baring his teeth. Maybe the boomerang would do, then. All he had to do was toss it at her neck, sever her head if he could get away with it, if not, then simply slit her throat. It would work just fine, wouldn't it? And then the world would be rid of one more ashmaker, one of the very worst of them, to boot. He knew he'd never live long enough to see it happen, but one day, people would rejoice in his achievement, one day, Sokka would understand it was only right. It was the only way. It was his purpose. This was why he had lived, why he had survived until now. He had always known he would die one day, he had chosen this path knowing that he wouldn't survive this battle, and he intended to take the damned princess with him, if nothing else. He raised his hand, finding the steel of his boomerang. The very weapon he had crafted, in the likeness of his tribe's favored weapons. Today, just as the spear had, it would help him fulfill his true purpose. That was the last thought he could indulge in before a dark shape appeared in the sky, right above him. He raised his head, confused. And his eyes widened when, for the second time in his life, for the second time in these lands, he saw Sokka high above him, glaring fiercely as he dove to the ground at full speed, the rope of his hot air balloon firmly tensed in his hands. This time, there was no mistaking the wrath in those blue eyes. It wasn't meant for any other foes this time, whether an invisible being or anything else. This time, Sokka's rage was, without a doubt, meant for his childhood friend and no one else. Roan. His powerful voice pierced through the beach, the sound slamming into Azula's mind with a start, jolting her senses back from her self-deprecating tirade in a single attempt. Xian Long was distracted upon hearing it, for just one moment, and in that instant, the bloodlust spear slipped out of his reach, flying towards Roan's spread hand anew. For the fierce, wrathful gladiator was aiming the vehicle towards the man who he had once called a friend, who, despite his previous resolve, now took to running away from the hot air balloon as fast as his broken body allowed him to. Sokka refused to release the lid's rope, aiming perfectly for Roan's running shape. He was falling far too fast as it was, he wouldn't be able to correct course anymore, and he didn't want to, anyways. This was as far as Roan had driven him, and no more sentimentality about the past would stay Sokka's hand anymore. With the ground mere meters away, Sokka raised himself over the edge of the basket and jumped, just before the vehicle impacted the sand at the highest possible speed. And all eyes that could yet see were blinded, all ears that could hear were deafened, by the brightness and the noise caused by the collision of the hot air balloon's engine with solid ground. Check the description for the links to the author.